Good morning, everyone, and the September 18th, 2013 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Made possible this month by a donation from the Downtown Las Vegas Alliance. Please note some customers of Cox Communications who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 89.5. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.kclv.tv. Proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler system. If the alarm should activate during our meeting today, please evacuate using the exits at the back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire official for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner of the street from City Hall at Lewis and First Street. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related to the items on the agenda, citizen participation and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card which you may complete and submit to our city clerk up here at the front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or at the rear of chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or specified public hearing items. If you parked in our parking garage across the street and did not receive a validation ticket as you entered our chambers, please exit to your right and see the security personnel at the entrance. Before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Breadlow Grace in the Desert Episcopal Church, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you.
I share this particular prayer this morning to show that even though it was written in the mid-1500s in Spain by Teresa of Avila, it still is apropos. Let us pray. How is it, my God, that you have given me this hectic life and so little time to enjoy your presence? All day people are waiting to speak to me, and even during meals I have to keep talking to people about their concerns and needs. During sleep itself, I am still thinking and dreaming about the problems that wait for me tomorrow. My way of life is more tormenting than reward, and I only hope that for you it is a gift of love. I know you are always beside me, yet I become so busy that I forget you and ignore you. If you want me to keep up this pace, please make me think about you and love you, even during the most hectic activity. If you do not want me to be so busy, please release me from it and teach me how others can take over some of my responsibilities. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we will proceed with the ceremonial portion of the agenda.
scattered, I guess. I'm sorry. Thank you. Well, I know it's the first try since June or May.
Did you think of that in your picture?
I know somebody. Well, I see you look at special today too. So, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. For our first item, I'd like to invite our Chief of Staff, Ted Olivas, to join us, please, at the podium. Our employees strive to be superheroes in the workplace, meeting our values of action, which stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make our lives better. I'm proud to announce that the Employee of the Month this month is Rick Diebold. Rick, please join us. Good morning. We're so proud of you. So proud. Rick is a business specialist, too, with the city's Emergency Management Division and has been with the city for 13 years. He is truly one of the greatest resources as he's provided emergency training to thousands of citizens to prepare the city for an emergency. The city's Community Emergency Response Team, or CERT, is truly a national model, and Rick continues to improve the program. CERT teaches basic disaster response skills, including safety, search and rescue, team organization, and medical organizations. I can't stress enough how important this training is to our entire community. We have incredible first responders in Las Vegas, but in the event of a major emergency, they will be taxed, and the first person to a scene could very likely be a citizen. Thanks to Rick's training, we have a database of more than 3,000 CERT-trained citizens ready to respond. These are professionals, retirees, doctors, and citizens from all walks of life who are looking for ways to help our community in times of greatest need. This is an incredibly fantastic program. We all know that the city of Las Vegas has a very diverse population, and Rick has been able to craft programming to suit different groups, including the elderly, the young adults, the physically impaired, the non-English speaking citizens. He also works tirelessly to secure grant funding to ensure that CERT programs continue in Las Vegas. Rick is also a key support of the city's Office of Emergency Planning and Management. And in the absence of our emergency manager, Carolyn Levering, it's Rick who steps in to take responsibility for our emergency operations. On behalf of the entire City Council, it is really a pleasure and an honor to name Rick Diebold the Employee of the Month. And along with this award, Rick has received a $100 Visa gift card, compliments of One Nevada Credit Union, $100 gift card from Mundo Restaurant, in addition to a donation of $100, which will be made to the charity of his choice by Superpawn. Rick has also received various other awards from the city and council to recognize his great work. Finally, and to our left, you will see a street sign with Rick's name on it that's posted in front of City Hall on Main Street. I'd like to ask Ted to say a few words about this great guy. Thanks.
Thank you. First off, I'd like to thank the mayor and council for recognizing Rick this morning. When we talk about building community to make life better, that's exactly what Rick does on a day-to-day basis. He's building capacity within the community to help us in case something bad happens. Unfortunately, bad things happen to good communities, and that's why we have Rick here working tirelessly in that regard. So I want to thank him for everything that he's done for the city, and we appreciate this recognition. Rick?
Yeah, Rick is right.
I think that this really is an honor, and one that I accept, but one that I really need to share with a great group of volunteers in the back that helped me do this program. You know, we couldn't do it without the really strong cadre volunteers that do this for me. Please stand up.
There we go.
And just to make it clear, I'll share the recognition and the honor, but not the stuff.
Lean on him for that dinner at Mundo's. Congratulations. We're so proud of you. And why don't we come over here and have a picture? And Ted, if you'll join us for sure. When I took office almost 2.5 years ago, one of the first things I did, I went back to Emmitsburg, Maryland, with about 70 people from the Las Vegas, Southern Nevada area, and all about emergency management response. It's a huge job, and we never know which hole in the dam you're going to put your finger in and what's going to happen, and if it's going to happen comprehensively, or there are going to be problems with which we have to deal and make sure that we're putting our resources to the best effect. But I will tell you, among the communities that I have mixed with because of the U.S. Conference of Mayors, there is no better prepared community than ours here in Las Vegas. And Rick and Carolyn Levering and all the volunteers and all the paid people that work to keep our emergency response ready. It's really quite incredible. So sleep well, but always have one eye open. Our next item today is an opportunity to recognize the heroic actions of one of our city's most trusted protectors, who tragically, as you know, lost his life in the line of duty. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department officer David Van Buskirk regularly risked his life for others as a member of Metro's search and rescue team, helping stranded hikers and those who were lost to get their way home again. On the evening of July 22nd, Officer Van Buskirk was dispatched to help a stranded hiker. He and his team were able to save the hiker, but David tragically lost his life in the line of duty. He was born and raised in Southern Nevada and graduated from Green Valley High School in 1994. He continued his education, receiving a criminal justice degree from UNLV, and joined Metro in 1999, serving the community as a patrol officer and later as an officer in the department's narcotics section. In 2007, Officer Van Buskirk joined Search and Rescue, bringing an eagerness to help those in need and great professionalism to his unit. He enjoyed mixed martial arts and rock climbing. He was an avid sportsman, competing in a number of marathons and triathlons. David was identified as the best friend of at least a dozen men, all of whom knew that his real best friend was his wife, Adriana. He met Adriana while working in the Federal Probation Officer in San Diego in 1998, and they were married December 20th, 2001. Adriana's not with us today, but David's fellow officers with Metro Search and Rescue are. I would like to ask you gentlemen, please, to come up and join me here at the podium, and Officer James Rogan to come up front. Thank you. Would you all come up, please? Thank you. This was such a horrible day for all of us as we heard about that tragic accident, and knowing how tight a unit you are and every day what each one of you do. I know how he was helping to train the Red Rock Search and Rescue Group as well in his spare time off. But the most important thing is that everything he did and every piece of him was Las Vegas, and to be so selfless as each of you are, we just wanted to make sure that everybody who has the opportunity can really remember this wonderful, wonderful officer and service in the search and rescue. So we have prepared for the family, if you would give it. It says, City of Las Vegas honors with gratitude the memory of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Officer, David Von Buskirk, who will always be remembered for his courage, loyal service, and commitment to protecting and helping the citizens of Las Vegas. And this and our Medal of Honor, this is the highest award and honor that we can bestow, and it is the City of Las Vegas's Medal of Honor. And so to the family, we wish we weren't doing this, we just wish he were here with us. But he took care of us, as do you all, and so it's a compliment to all of you, and I know he was a good friend, and we're very, very sorry. And I would ask you, if I could, officer, would you say a word or two, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and our distinguished council members. On behalf of the Van Buskirk family and our friends and family in the Metro community, it's an honor to accept this award on Dave's behalf. And that being said, he was the best of all of us, and he's going to truly be missed.
He does live through you, and thank you very much. And if you could hold this, because I want to shake. Thank you all for what you Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate it. For our next item, Councilman Barlow is going to recognize some people who are the integral part of the beautification of our wonderful Lorenzi Park.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. How's everyone today? Good morning. Good morning, everyone. First and foremost, allow me the opportunity to introduce some young people here today from local high school here in Las Vegas. I would like to ask that Mr. German Avila please stand, as well as Xavier Knight, Alex Sanchez, Nathaniel Carrasco, Norv McCord, Romeo Lewis, I believe it's Sean Graves, and Jamin Hurd, as well as Miss Janet Hurd. If you'll please stand. Let's give these young people a round of applause. They're here to observe the city process here today, and Ms. Hurd, if it's okay, I'd like for them to sit with us for at least about an hour or so that the mayor and council members will have an opportunity to speak to them and show them a few things on the dais. So thank you, gentlemen, so very much for being here today. You may go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. I would like to also take this time to recognize various clubs and participants of the newly reconstructed and beautiful Lorenzi Park, which celebrated its re-grand opening Saturday, August 17th, 2013. A few years ago, the city embarked on a $30 million renovation project of Lorenzi Park with funding by the Bureau of Land Management. This project would improve the 60-acre western side of one of our most used and beloved parks located here at Lorenzi Park inside of Ward 5, which is also a regional park in the city of Las Vegas, along with Tule Springs, right? All right, absolutely. This park has been an oasis for Las Vegas dating back to 1912, and now what was old is new again. Lorenzi Park was the vision of founder David G. Lorenzi, a French immigrant who purchased 80 acres of property about 2 miles west of the original Las Vegas town site in 1912. The park opened as Lorenzi Park in 1926 with a pool, dance pavilion, lakes, and orchards. When the city approached the renovation of the park, we wanted to ensure that we preserve the history while at the same time upgrade and add amenities for families to enjoy. New amenities include the best and the largest splash pad in the state of Nevada, shaded picnic areas, a band shell that I envision as a mecca for live music and concerts back in the park. We also returned the Twin Lakes, which Councilman Ross and his wife Kelly enjoyed growing up in the park. I'm not going to tell you what they were doing in the park. The look of the park from earlier this century. Kelly told me not to tell. They were fishing. I would like to recognize the Director of Public Works, Jorge Cervantes. If you're still here, if you will please come forward, Jorge. I know I'm putting you on the spot. Let's give Jorge a round of applause. And staff of the Parks and Recreation for the dedication of this much anticipated project. If you would just please stand here for me, Jorge, if you will. Thank you so very much for all that you've done, because I would call Jorge all the time going, Jorge, what about this? What about this? Can we do this? Can we do that? He says, Councilman, that's another change order. That's another change order. But at the end of the day, Jorge, it turned out beautiful, and I really want to thank you for your leadership and your guidance as we work through getting this park back online. Also, Carla Norris, from the Bureau of Land Management, if you'll please come forward. This is the $30 million department agency that provided the funds for Lorenzi Park. So let's give them a round of applause, because of course we have other things throughout the other wards that we need monies for. So we want to make sure that we keep the Bureau of Land Management happy. Isn't that right, Councilman? Okay. All right. Lou Richardson Construction, for the design and implementation of plans to produce a beautiful and upscale park and grounds. Mr. Richardson, the construction company that come forward, that designed the park for us and built it for us, I want to thank you, so please come forward. The Mesquite Club for their beautiful work and dedication to the Rose Garden since 1911. Who's representing the Mesquite Club? Ladies, come forward. Just come forward. All right. Please come forward. The Architect Wives League of America Institute of Architects, they ensure that Lorenzi Park was included on the National Registry of Historic Places. So we want to make sure that the Architect Wives League, we have a representative? Okay. The Architect Wives, if you all will please come forward. Let's give them a round of applause. These are all of the nonprofits, ladies and gentlemen, that really help to sustain and keep the park beautiful in all of their own special ways, and so I want to make sure that we recognize them accordingly. The Nevada Garden Club, in great recognition of their 50th anniversary and dedication to the park since 1970. So if those ladies from the Nevada Garden Club will come forward. And the Daughters of the American Revolution, they presented the flag, Mayor, at the park for the grand reopening, and for their proper ceremony and respectful display of the American flag. Who do we have here? I believe Barbara Youngman, if you will please come forward, and also the Daughters of the American Revolution, if you all please come forward. And at this time, this would be a great transition, Barbara. I believe you have something that you would like to present to the Mayor and Council? Please come forward. Please come forward. Yeah, and if we can get everyone just to slide over. Mayor, if you would please come forward.
Thank you, Mayor Goodman and Councilman Barlow, for including us in the Lorenzi Park re-grand opening ceremony. On behalf of the Francisco Garces chapter of the National Society Daughters of the American Revolution, we would like to present these certificates to you for the proper use, correct display, and patriotic presentation of the flag of the United States of America. And there's one for you and one for you. And thank you.
Thank you. Honor. Thank you so much. What a great honor. We're thrilled. We will display them proudly in public for everybody to see, because we are so thrilled. This is what an undertaking. Thank you all. Thank you so much. Absolutely fabulous out there. Fabulous. Here you go.
We had a lot of fun. And thank you so very much for the certificate. We really appreciate it. Thank you. I do have to say this. I'll digress just for a moment to say that we had an opportunity. Our city manager, Betsy Fretwell, myself, were on a team, and Mayor Pro Tem Stavros Anthony and Councilman Steve Ross were racing in paddle boats. And I was wondering why my paddle boat was so heavy as we were pedaling, and my legs were burning. I had no idea that Councilman Ross had his arm out and holding my boat back as I was moving forward. And just as we went to reach the finish line, our boat stopped and he pulled his forward, and he won by this much. But the beautiful thing in the great spirit of Councilman Ross, when the media came to him, they said, well, who won the race? And he said, The city of Las Vegas. So I appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman. All right. We all won. It was the city of Las Vegas. Unfortunately, the family members of the founder, David G. Lorenzi, are unable to be with us here today, but we want to thank them for attending the re-grand opening ceremony on August 17th, so if we would please give them a round of applause as well. And I just have some certificates from my office that I would like to present to you all for all the wonderful things that you all have done over the years, even in the low period of Lorenzi not looking so nice. I really want to thank you all still for being there and doing a wonderful job within the span of your resources to keep it up to par. And now that it's thanks to Mr. Richardson and his entire construction team, we have a very beautiful, beautiful park. And for those of you that have not had an opportunity to go through Lorenzi and visit it, please do. You will most definitely be impressed. And so before I give out the certificates, Jorge, if you'll say just a few words, please. If you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. As the Councilman mentioned, it was a very large project that we've been working on for many years in a couple of different phases, but finally got to the point where we finished it out. And it's a great amenity to provide, particularly for this part of the city where we see all the new parks go out in the suburbs, and sometimes in our older areas we struggle to be able to come back and rehab some parks. So it's a great opportunity, thanks to the partnership with BLM, to be able to come in and help out some of our older areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jorge, and to your entire team. What was the gentleman's name? Was it David?
David Logie.
David Logie. I want to also recognize David Logie as well, because David played an instrumental part on a day-to-day basis as it relates to making sure that Lorenzi came in on time and under budget, but I believe it was over budget and overtime, but at the end of the day, it really turned out beautiful. But I do want to thank him because he most definitely was a contact person that I can depend on as it relates to all of the changes that I wanted, and he guided me through that process as well. So if you will, please thank him as well for me. Thank you. And let's give them a round of applause again. Thank you. Mayor?
Thank you. Use that park. It's the best of the best. Thank you so much, Jorge. That's the best of the best, too. So thank you all. Have a good, safe week and weekend. And thank you for coming. And for our next item, I would like to invite Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian. You okay?
Good morning, everybody. We've already heard about all the wonderful things so many in this community do to help us to become as strong as we are. And today, it's my pleasure to recognize a well-known corporation to us all, the McDonald's 5-Star Group. Would James Vance and Mike Farrell please come up here and join the council? And would Harold Lewis and his daughter Jennifer, who are owners and operators of McDonald's restaurants, join us as well? As a former teacher, well, I'll wait till we introduce here. As Councilman Ross thanks for breakfast, I'll say as a former teacher and a school board member, I know how important it is for students to start school with a sound body and sound mind. And we as council members sponsor back-to-school health fairs with immunizations and a wide variety of information for families to help them achieve that for their children. And McDonald's has been working assiduously on trying to make their breakfast as healthful as possible. And they did something very special for the entire school district recently. On August 26th, the first day of school, the McDonald Group offered free breakfast for every child that came to them from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m., students K through 8. And they had a McMuffin, they had apple slices, choices of milk or orange juice, and in addition, the parents who brought them got to have coffee. And really, it was a tremendous community of gift. I was there, and you'll see some of this, I believe, it will show some of our youngsters getting the breakfast. And I was there, and I must tell you, we had from 1 child to 8 children in a family, and they were having a great, great time with their breakfast. And so, from what I saw and what I know, it was a very enjoyable time for all. And we're fortunate to have Mr. Harold Lewis, who's here today. Raise your hand, okay. He's the owner of 3 McDonald's, and his daughter Jennifer is the manager of the one I visited in Ward 1 that first day of school. Jennifer, there she is. And you can see on the screen the enthusiasm and joy that these families and students had as they had their very special breakfast. It's a big undertaking, logistically, as well as for the resources that you need to offer to handle that many youngsters and to do that on the first day of school. I will tell you that everybody at McDonald's was as polite and patient and kind as they possibly could be, and it was just a wonderful donation from the group. And this is not all that the McDonald 5-Star Group does to give back to the Las Vegas community. I'm sure you hear of it many, many times. This Saturday morning, 100-plus McDonald volunteers will spend that morning cleaning and painting Firefighters Park on Oki. This is not the first time for them to do this. In fact, it is an annual event for them. And it's just one of the numerous events they do throughout the city, throughout the many different wards. So this is a great community partner to have. We appreciate your kindness. We appreciate your thoughtfulness. We appreciate your innovation. I mean, how many thought you could have free breakfast for that many youngsters at one time? And so today, on behalf of the council, it's a pleasure to express our appreciation for your generosity and your efforts that you continually make to make a difference within our community. We thank you very much, and I have these to give to Jennifer Lewis. This is our certificate of recognition and our thank you to you to take. And this is for Harold Lewis, because he has 3. He has 2 more than you have, you see, so he has to have one too. And then to the 5-Star Group, we say thank you very much. Okay. These things may seem like a small matter, but when you group it all together, it makes community, and it makes us all together. So we thank them very much. Would you like to say a few words?
Thanks very much, Mayor Goodman, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and the City Council. Really appreciate it. We are 3 of 22 owner-operators here in Las Vegas of the 110 restaurants, so we're really proud to be a part of the community. One little story that I want to connect, Lorenzi Park, my boys have been playing tennis for the last 7 years out at Lorenzi Park, and so we've seen the changes that have come all the way. And you mentioned how McDonald's breakfast, kids test better, they perform better in athletics when they eat a good breakfast. Well, this morning we stopped at McDonald's and gave my boys, their 15-year-old twin boys, and they're returning to Coronado for another state title this year. We hope, we'll see. And we had them breakfast at McDonald's and dropped them off at Lorenzi Park. So Lorenzi Park is beautiful. Nice work to everybody over there. And we're very proud to be a part of this community. Like Harold, Jennifer, and I, we live here, we work here, and thankful for the recognition, and we're just happy to be a part of this community.
How many breakfasts did we eat that day? How many breakfasts were consumed?
8,000 different breakfasts of different combinations.
Wow.
8,000.
Different combinations. Did you want to say something?
Just wanted to say, along with James, and James is modest, he's the president of our co-op, so he's the leader of all the initiatives that we do collectively. But just wanted to thank the mayor and Councilwoman for the recognition, and she did a great job. She didn't just watch, she got in there and dug in and did some work herself, so we put her to work. Yes. Yeah, and she did eat, yes she did.
I had something separate. I didn't want to, cross the line.
Yeah, she brought her food.
All right.
Okay. Did you want to say something?
No, we're good. Thanks.
Okay. Just want to say thank you to all of you, and it's good to see so many of you here this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, you're my favorite stop. I've eaten it probably at every one of them, much to the chagrin of my husband. He keeps saying, Carolyn, you're supposed to be losing weight, not eating McDonald's. So I just want you to know. And I'm not big on the apples. I like the fries and everything else. So anyway, we're going to go right into our council meeting right now. Thank you very much, and thank you all, and congratulations for all that you do for our wonderful city. Thank you, and go McDonald's. Who gets the mic? David, you?
Yeah, we're in transition.
Okay, this is agenda item number 9. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a card, a speaker card, or wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium, state your name for the record. We will set the time at this portion for 1 minute. Anybody who wishes? Okay, everyone I have from, this is about agenda item 45, Tom Blount, Bruce Gale, Mark Turbeek, Mark Mancuso, Adam Sternberg, Vicki Higgins, Max Del Real, Michael McAuliffe, Jennifer Solis, and Perry Hitchchew. And others who may want to come up and speak, you do not have to have a card, but it certainly helps us. So hearing none at this point, we will move on and move to agenda item number 10. Business items for possible action. Any items that the council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon this time. Please, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one item, item number 21 on the consent agenda, new non-restricted gaming license, Nevada Restaurant Services, doing business as Dottie's, number 98, 5643 Centennial Center Boulevard, Suites 160, 165, Richard Craig. SD staff has asked that be stricken. And that's my motion. And
Councilman
Just
Ross?
question, Mayor. Is the applicant aware of that being stricken? Mr. Fagg? Is the applicant aware of that being stricken? Number 21. It's a staff request. Ms. Duddleston, sorry.
Your Honor, if I may, Karen Duddleston, Business Licensing Manager. Yes, they are.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so would you like to make that? It is a motion. So please vote on the motion and please post. Motion carries. On to agenda item number 11, possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the regular City Council meeting of August 21st, 2013. Mayor Pro Tem, a motion to approve the minutes, please.
So moved.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. That motion passes. Thank you. We'll move on to our consent agenda. And these are items 12 through 38, with the exception of 21, which was just stricken. On the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments, may be enacted in one motion. We have a correction to make on item 33, which currently reflects Ward 6, Councilman Ross. It should read Ward 2, Councilman Beers' ward. Any other items the council wishes to bring forward? Okay, I would entertain a motion, please.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Councilman Beers. Before the motion, or, okay, please have it.
Thank you, Your Honor. The applicant for item number 24 on our consent agenda apparently has filed a palimony lawsuit against a business partner of mine and has asked that I abstain on the item. I believe my duty to my constituents is clear that I must vote unless I have a clear conflict. I don't think that it will cloud my judgment in any way. I'm in support of the item, and so I will vote on the consent agenda despite this item number 24.
Thank you for the notification. Okay.
Okay, Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda items 12 through 38, except for item 21 and the correction on item number 33.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Okay, agenda item number 39, presentation and update on the implementation of the Development Services Process, DSP, and this is in reference in regard to all wards.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Jorge Cervantes, Executive Director for Community Development. If we can get the PowerPoint presentation up. Thank you. Mayor and Council, today we're here to give you an update on the development service process. As you recall, it's been about 18 months since the last update, so we're hoping to come up and just give you a status of where we are with this process. Part of this process, we're going to provide today information of where we started, what we looked at, where we initially put a strategic management plan together to try to identify ways to address some opportunities that we found through a study to help our process be more efficient, what we've done to date, and where we're going in the future. If you all recall, back in 2009, we contracted Bill Kershoff to come in and look at our development process. And so Mr. Kershoff looked at how our process worked, talked to a lot of our staff, but more importantly, he talked to a lot of our customers and how they felt things were going, what they saw as opportunities and challenges in the process coming through our development process. Out of that analysis, he found 95 findings that created opportunities for us to do things that would make our process more customer-friendly, more efficient. And out of that, he came up with these findings and really addressed three primary issues: that of processing time, how long it takes for us to get permits through our system; customer service culture, how we view our customer and how we treat our customer, which is very important to us; and consecutive review versus concurrent review, how we could do concurrent stuff instead of in linear motion, which creates more delay. Based on these findings, we put together a strategic management plan that really looked at it strategically instead of just saying, well, let's go through these 95 findings, check them off. How do we create a plan that really looks at it from a strategic approach? And out of that, 5 elements were created out of this plan: a management element, a technology element, a communication element, a process element, and a facility element. And all these initiatives somehow fitted into these different elements. If we look at where we are today, at the end of every calendar year, we go back and see how many of these findings or how many of these initiatives have we been able to complete. At the end of 2012, calendar year 2012, we've completed 45 of the findings that have been addressed. 38% of them are about halfway through. 7% are less than halfway through, and some of these that are in process or halfway through are those where we're still implementing technologies to try to help address and make this more efficient. And 10% have not yet been addressed, and at the end of the day, some of these 10% are those that, because of other changes we've done, these findings may not be relevant anymore, and so we'll address those at that time. If we look at a summary checkpoint analysis of where the findings are by initiative, you can see here on this graph how the different initiatives that we've implemented to address these findings fit into them. If we look at something like Project Doc, that addresses 19 of the findings that were found in Mr. Kershoff's report. If we look at something like in-house training, that addresses 25. And a lot of that's changing process internally, that we create more of a concurrent one-team approach versus individual department silo approach. And a lot of these have to do with department restructuring and department collaboration, again, to do a lot of the work behind the counters where it's not visible to the customer, so the customer is not dealing with multiple people, multiple departments, but really one contact person, and all that work and handoff happens behind the counter. So as we indicated, it's really a change management, something that, from our perspective, is not something that once we're done, we're done. It's continual. It's going to be continual for going forward. It's always going to be change as we identify additional opportunities to create more efficiencies. And these change management really has 4 key strategies. The first one is consolidation and finding how we reduce redundancies to the tasks we do by looking at it from an enterprise objective, again, getting away from individual department silos, but look at it from the enterprise perspective of how we handle the process. It's integration. It's finding how we look at that unified view of our customer projects, and we create an opportunity to integrate systems so that there aren't individual databases. There's one central database that retains all the information so that the customer doesn't go to different departments, give them the same information over and over again. Their address, their name, their business licensing, it's all in one central database that, irrelevant to the function, it's all there for them. Simplification, again, that single point of data entry where all the information is available to be accessed in one location. And more importantly, and what we're going to talk a little bit more, is performing all business online, kind of a goal where we want to go with everything being available online. And ownership, certainly the customer has an ownership of his project, but you know what, that customer is our partner. And we want to share in that ownership and be part of that process and that project, and so together, collaboratively, we can make this project work for him. So bringing it all together, we're looking at business process changes, looking at how we do things, and what do we do differently in our process to make it more efficient, integrating that with the support systems, the technology that's out there available through different IT-type technologies to make it all work, and bring it all together to that managed change that will be continual, not one time, but continual, always looking for those opportunities. As part of this process, we've implemented some process improvement measures that we monitor to see how things are going. And so these are tools that help us as managers see where are we having issues, what is creating that issue. In particular, if you look at this one measure, we can see number of applications processed in the bars, and we can see the days that it took to process these applications in the line bar. And you can see around between November and January, we saw where we had a drop in the number of applications. This is due to seasonal drop in development, but we also can see that it took longer processing time. So these tools help us raise the flag saying, why is that occurring? If there's less applications coming in, why is it taking longer to do that? And so these are tools that help us look into it further. Could it be because it's around the holiday seasons, maybe staffing resources are on vacations, we got holidays, not as many people are in, where the projects that were larger that required more thorough review. But these are the type of tools that we use to identify where are there kinks in the system that we need to look at a little bit closer. And that's part of the whole process, helping us identify where the problems are.
The dotted line represents what?
The dotted line, Mayor, is the days, the average number of days it took to process applications, and the bars are the number of applications that came in. So as you can see, normally as more applications come in, it would take more time to process them. As less applications, it should take less time. Here we had a discontinuity in that trend, and this allows us to identify why is that discontinuity in that trend, what is creating this kink in here.
So when businesses and applications increase manyfold, we can expect it to take longer then, even online?
Not our intent. Our intent is to keep that consistency of always being lower time, but certainly if what it allows us to do, if we start seeing as applications come in and duration goes up, then it tells us we need to readjust resources to bring back down to what that average should be. So these are tools that help us identify where are those challenges that we need to make adjustments, and that's part of that change management that is continually ongoing. What do we need to change internally to keep that processing time down, irrelevant of an increase in demand?
And who's entering the data? The individual at the end of the process is responsible for that completion? Is that where it is? Or is it somebody along the way, such as myself, moving that project along, that I would be entering where I am with that into this program?
It's throughout the entire process, Mayor, as it goes through the individual pieces. As one person grabs it and he does his portion, he enters what he did, the time gets tacked on there, how long that process took, and it's cumulative. At the end of the process, we can run reports, what did it take to go through the entire process? But each individual step, that person doing that step, whether it's a planning personnel, a building safety personnel, whoever's doing that review is entering their information. And so it's done throughout the process.
And is it a cost-saving manner, a time-saving manner for the individual at each step, not to have to fill out many, many papers along the way, but just quickly go and enter through the computer?
Yeah, and that's where we're going to, Mayor. That's where we are. We've got it internally through part of the technology upgrades, M410 being part of that technology upgrade, where it's all being entered by computer and it's all being tracked electronically.
Thank you. Yes, please, Councilman Beers.
Thank you, Mayor. In order to make this a useful real-time tool to deploy or redeploy resources, you need to get this pretty much in real time. Are we there yet?
We aren't there yet, Councilman Beers. That's part of the M410 upgrade that we're doing. Business licensing will come online in December, and the other departments will follow. Building and safety will be after that. And so as we're implementing this M410, that is the electronic tool that we need, the technology tool, to be real time. Now, right now, we do have the ability to run at the end of the day reports, and it gives what's been entered to that date, but we want to be able to monitor at any time at any location. And so the city manager wants to check on a project, she can do it from her office, or if one of you want to see what's going on with this, a constituent calls, anybody, even the customer, where is my project in the process? He'd be able to come into our system and find out exactly where it is and what the issues could be.
Great. Thank you. Please continue.
And so some of the priorities going forward for fiscal year 13 and beyond, again, business process reengineering, constantly looking at how we do things, how we can do them more efficiently. And then technology upgrades. We're just talking about M410 as one of the technology upgrades, but more upgrades to all these different functions that are part of the processes that we do. Some additional longer-term ones, applications and permits will be made available to apply and pay for online. Our goal is to make it so that people don't have to come down here unless they want to come down here. If they can do it from their home or from the place of business, it's more convenient for them, it's more efficient for us, it expedites everything. And so these are priorities going forward, continuing the process improvements and seamless integration between departments. Some of the recent customer enhancements that we've completed, we now have the ability to pay online both through a credit card or electronic check. This is a recent one. A big demand from our customers saying we've got the ability to apply online, but we still got to come down here and pay for it. A big inconvenience for them. And so now, through technology, we've got the ability to do that online. Online planning applications, they can be submitted where they don't have to come in and submit the paperwork, but it can be done online. Customer self-help workstations, we installed several workstations there at the DSC, so if somebody comes in, there's a line, and what they can do can be done through a workstation, and they don't have to wait for someone to enter that information from them. They can sit down at that workstation and do it themselves. We're also looking at possibly putting a couple of workstations here in this building. What we're hearing from our customers is sometimes they don't realize they got to go to the Rancho building to do their business license, so they come to this building, only to be told, well, you've got to go to that building. And it's something that can be done through a kiosk. So we're looking at locations to create those workstations here at City Hall, so we can tell them, if you just sit on this desk right here, you can get that done, not have to go to the other building.
Great.
Virtual receptionists, as people come in, some people can get information off a kiosk where it asks answer some of the more frequent questions without having to wait for someone to serve them. And then just foot traffic counters, so we can gauge how many folks are coming in, again, be able to adjust our resources to be able to better meet that demand. If we look at some of the department specifics, some of the process improvements that have been completed in our planning department, they've rolled out the electronic plan submittal in November 2012 for pre-applications. And they found that 50% of requests are now coming in electronically. Again, those 50% of folks that don't have to come into our office anymore, they can do it from their place of business. Licensing division, their customer wait time has been reduced from 30 minutes to less than 10 minutes. 98% of the business licenses are processed within 30 days, with an average going down from 24 days to 6 days, a big savings for those folks. And license applications are available online, with over 40% of them being submitted electronically. If we look at our building and safety department, they've been able to reduce the plan review time by 60% from 20 days to 8 days, and reduce the plan review permit issuance for single-family tract homes from 10 days to 3 days. And this is important because our larger developers, to them, time is money. And so our home builders, being able to reduce that time that quick really means a lot to them. It's cost savings for them. The implementation over-the-counter plan review for smaller projects. In the past, you'd have to leave your plans there for a small project, come back a couple of days. Now it can be done the same day. And implementing an expedited plan review for medium projects. And I think the last one's a really important one that we received a lot of compliments for us, the inspection 7 days a week. A lot of folks work Monday through Friday, and they don't have the ability to be there waiting for an inspector during the week. They'd have to take time off of work and potentially at least lose pay. Now they can do it over the weekend, not have to lose pay from work.
Incredible.
Under the Fire Prevention Division, they've been able to roll out electronic work assignment for the staff to create more efficiencies and timeliness. 76% of the plan reviews are now completed from an expedited permit process, making that process a lot faster. A better working relationship between building and safety and code enforcement inspectors and the fire inspectors, creating the ability to, again, that communication there in the past had not been as well as we'd like it to be, but now there's great communication. They're able to work together a lot better. And they've added some additional staffing resources that they needed to be able, again, to make these goals and bring these numbers down. In the Public Works Department, they implemented an interactive map that allows the public to see where all the infrastructure is. So a lot of times, developers would have to come in and look at the plans in our plans library to find out where sewer lines are, where infrastructure is. Now, this information is available on a GIS map online where they can do that without coming in. They're implementing a CIP management system that allows them to better manage CIP projects so that we can better keep track of not just cost, but also schedule and integrate these CIP projects with private development that's being constructed adjacent to it. And then initiate the efforts to do a citywide life cycle management program. Again, this is something that Councilman Coffin, through his initiative, helped us to look at it and really make this a priority for us. And special event calendar online, not just letting people know, the community know what's going on at special event, but more importantly, the businesses around there know there's going to be this road closure, I'm going to be impacted. How does that impact my customers? Through all these efforts that we've done, we've received some recognition at a national level. The Alliance for Innovation selected the city for the 2013 Outstanding Achievement of Innovation Award for Local Government, something we're very proud of this recognition. And in conclusion, again, our short-term goal is to try to put as much as we can online. We'd rather have people get out of line and go online than be standing in line waiting for something. So we're pushing to put everything that we do online so that folks don't have to make an extra trip.
Wonderful.
And with that, I'd be glad to answer any questions.
I'd like to compliment you. This is simply phenomenal, and everybody on the team at the city, simply fabulous. Are individuals allowed to go online and find they have an issue, to get a hold of code enforcement, to have code enforcement come out and look, or is there a process, and is that made readily available so they understand it?
There is, Mayor, and it's a couple of ways. Certainly, you can go through the city's website to do it, but there also is a mobile app that IT has implemented. You can do the same thing. If there's a concern or you need to status something, you can do it to a mobile app now.
And is this process coordinated with the other municipalities so that they all know what we're doing?
Some of the functions are. Business license is one of the examples where now you've got a region-wide business license opportunity, so we look for those opportunities where we can do that kind of collaboration with the other organizations.
It's absolutely fabulous.
You know,
Councilman Ross.
You know, Mayor, good question, because this is the model. I mean, everything that we do at the City of Las Vegas, the other jurisdictions look at us, and we'd like them to emulate us, because I, for one, since 2005, being on this council, and I think Councilwoman would join me in my comments, we've been waiting for this. It's fortunate for me to be sitting in this seat, and we're at this day, because I've been talking about this for a long, long time, and I have to say this to Ms. Fretwell and her team. Mr. Cervantes, being part of that team, you've heard our concerns. You heard them years ago. And it's great to see where we are today, but it takes leadership, Ms. Fretwell, and I want to commend you, commend Mr. Cervantes and your executive team, and the people that work at the DSC, because the culture has changed. We are no longer that giant bureaucracy. We're actually a functioning government that cares about its clients, cares about our customers, and we go above and beyond. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes customers get slipped through the cracks and don't have a happy experience at the DSC. But all the things you presented, I've been looking forward to this report because it's paramount on how we do business with the world. You said it yourself, Mr. Cervantes, time is money. And these developers understand that, builders understand that, the person who's just getting a water heater changed at the house understands that. Time is money. And we've done it. We're on the top of the ladder now where we are being as efficient and as customer proactive as we possibly can, that I wish all of the other local governments would just take it from us. Do what we're doing, because we're trying to be that government that does the best business in this community. So I commend you on what you've done. Betsy, Jorge, thank you very much. I talk to our customers, and the customer experience has changed from years ago when I was first elected to today. And I think our residents, the people we represent in the City of Las Vegas, recognize your efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and well said. And Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I just wanted to add a second to everything that Councilman Ross stated. He and I came on the council at about the same time. I'm sure he and I heard similar complaints about how long it took to do this or how long it took to do that, or why did we have to go one place and then to another building and then to another. All I've heard in the last year and a half is praise for what the city has been doing. You certainly are most deserving of that outstanding award, number one. And secondly, the citizens here, I'm not in construction as much as the councilman is, but I hear from the people who are involved, and they're so very, very pleased with what we're doing. And as far as the demeanor of the people over there, that's called the happy house. You go over there and it's just pleasant the whole time, and I think that's marvelous, and it's the leadership involved, and I thank you very much for the residents I represent.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to echo the sentiments of my colleagues, Ross and Tarkanian. Speaking with a lot of the developers in the community, one of the developers in particular mentioned that he hadn't been around the city in a long time due to what the economy did to his business, and he came back through with a project, and he couldn't believe how fast everything was turned around. And he turned to me and says, "What happened? How is it that I got my plans through so quick?" And I says, "Well, you know, you have to tip your hat to the streamlining process, the new way we're using our technology here at the City of Las Vegas in order to really help the developers and the businessmen basically get their projects through as swiftly and quickly as possible." And so I just wanted to share that compliment with you that you and the entire DSC team are doing a wonderful job, of course, through our management team, doing just a wonderful job as far as really changing the dichotomy in the way in which we do business and utilizing the technology that's before us in order to help streamline those processes as we move forward as a business community. And so it brought a smile to my face, and I just know that you all are doing a wonderful job with thinking broadly in your scope as far as how to be more efficient and effective in the way we do business. So thank you, Jorge.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. A wonderful report. And I'd like a hard copy, please.
Sure.
Thank you. And maybe, I don't know anybody else, council would like a hard copy?
I would.
Yes, I think if we could each have one, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much, Mr. Cervantes. Great, yay, City of Las Vegas. We will now move on to agenda item 40, a report for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas scorecard measures and format. This is in reference to all wards. Mrs. Plaster, who?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name's Maggie Plaster, and I work in the City Manager's office. We have the great fortune today to have Poonam Mather here with us. She's a true friend of the City of Las Vegas. Not only did she dedicate her time to the Scorecard Committee, but she's advised us on our diversity initiative in the past and also spoken at our Employee Values Conference. And our chair, who also helped us tremendously with the scorecard, who spent so much time doing pre-work and spends a lot of time here in general, Terry Murphy, she's here with us in the audience today. And we have a presentation. There we go. The city released its first scorecard in July 2011. This is the scorecard. It was based on 6 council priorities, some of which are very similar to the current ones. And each priority was rated on a star system, and the highest rating any priority could receive was 5 stars. After releasing the scorecard, we received some feedback from the business community that we should have sought out more community input, and that's why we did it a little differently this time around. You had a council retreat in December 2011 to revise your priorities, and you formally approved them in March 2012. And then we convened our scorecard committee on October 30th, 2012, and today's presentation will go over their recommendations. What we hope from you today is that you will approve the format of the scorecard and the measures that are contained within each of the priorities.
And if I could just beg your indulgence, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and to these very bright, good-looking faces over your shoulders, let me lift you up, because I suspect someday I'll either be working for you or voting for you, so I want you to like me.
Could you introduce yourself? I'm sorry,
I
just
apologize.
for our record, please.
My name is Poonam Mather, and I was privileged to serve on the scorecard committee that Maggie just introduced, that Terry Murphy very capably chaired. Just a little about the process that we went through. The committee met a total of a half a dozen times, 6 times, 2-hour meetings. We commenced in October of last year, and our last meeting was end of May this year. And you'll see the names. There's rich diversity. I could go into the bio and the credentials of each of these people, and that would take till lunchtime. We had business leaders, community leaders, people that do a lot of business with the city, some that don't. And what we ultimately all operated with is that perspective of citizen, which we all felt eminently qualified to bring to the table. So that is what we did. Here was the charge as we understood it. The purpose and the goal that we set for ourselves was to come up with something that would evaluate the progress of the city based on relevance to the citizens. Because there's so much data that you capture, and frankly, a lot of it, as from the citizens' perspective, just glazed us over. And what we wanted to try to do is to come up with some external depiction that would be sensible and easy to understand, that would be relevant to citizens, and yet also give you a transparent way to evaluate your own progress. So that was really the charge. We did not view as our charge to go into the depths of detail in the data, to become auditors for the data. We trust the internal systems to be capably managed. What we were looking for is how to best depict them to meet your objective, to be transparent and accountable to the community that you serve. Here was the philosophy that we operated with. We pretended we were architects trying to develop a scorecard. And we said, what are the design principles that we will adhere to? What are the design considerations that we will evaluate every discussion and decision through? And here are the parameters. We wanted it to be simple. There's a tendency sometimes out of government to be so knowledgeable that it sounds bureaucratic, which from the citizens to the citizens' ear, to me sounded a bit like Charlie Brown's teacher. We want to avoid that line. Something that was simple, something that was clear, easy for me to understand. I'm not deep in what it takes to run a development operation, but I'd like a scorecard that reports to me as a citizen in some way that I can make sense of how well the municipality is doing. We operated with a spirit of less is more, that it's not always important to deluge with data because we can, and instead to convey and communicate those measures that, when taken in combination with other measures, give us a picture that tells some kind of a story. That was sort of the principle. So less is more is what that refers to. And then most importantly, that it speak to the citizen. That was our primary audience. That was the primary customer. We knew that if we could achieve that, that it would give you a report card that then could be used by management to put the right emphasis on for the employees to improve over time. So those were really, did I miss anything, Maggie?
You did not.
Maggie promised that we wouldn't see her hands doing this behind my mouth, so just want to make sure. And then to talk you through specifically what we did and how it looks. Maggie's going to talk you through that.
Okay. So we used that philosophy of the committee to simplify the scorecard. Prior to the committee's work, we had 28 focus areas and 69 measures, and after the committee's work, we had 24 focus areas and 47 measures, and you'll be able to see those measures in future slides. Our plan is to publish the scorecard only in an electronic format. This is how it will look. For some citizens, just knowing the name of the priority and the grade that it received will be enough. They won't want more information. But for those that do, they can click on more and see focus areas and grades, and then they can go down 2 levels deeper from there. We have a 6th priority called organizational excellence. It's not contained in this list. It's more internally focused, and the committee thought that we should keep that more internally and not put it on the scorecard. As you can also see, instead of doing the star system this year, we're going to go school-based grades. So if you get a 90 or above, you get an A, and an 80 to an 89 is a B, and so on. This is the 2nd level of the scorecard. It's a 2nd level deeper, and it shows you what each focus area is for this priority, which is community pride. It gives you a definition, and it'll tell you the grades. The next 5 slides show the measures that make up each priority, and the importance of each measure can be seen in the weighting. One of our priorities is having a business community that is thriving and sustainable. And in this priority, we're focused on creating jobs, licensing more businesses, growing the commercial tax base, as well as private investment, having a quick turnaround with our key development services, as you just saw from Jorge's presentation, and having a great downtown where people want to work and live. Our next priority is safe and healthy city. We're committed to providing high-quality emergency response services, safe streets, safely treated wastewater, and innovative practices to discourage people from making a return trip to our courts and our jail. This priority also focuses on what we can do to help our city be healthier.
Excuse me, Ms. Blaster,
Sure.
1 second, please. Councilwoman Tarka.
I just wanted to ask if you could explain this a little bit. The focus area is emergency response. You measure it by the cardiac arrest patients surviving to hospital discharge.
Yes, ma'am.
Your target is 40% of those patients,
Exactly.
and the weight is 15%. So when you say the target is 40%, how much of that 40% did you make?
Well, the calculation is that if we hit 40%, then we get the full 15%.
I see.
The 15 points for the priority, and it adds up to 100.
So if we only hit 20%, then we get 7.5%.
Exactly.
Okay. And the total weight that you could get out of the whole thing would be 30% because you're taking 2 areas.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I just wanted to explain that.
It is a bit confusing, and when we show the next level, that more of that data will be shown so people can see exactly how we got to the score.
I was thinking for our guests here today, the young men, and also for our viewers, that it would help.
No, that's very helpful. The other thing that this priority focuses on is keeping our city healthy. So we're going to look at increasing access to nutritious foods, exercise, and recreational activities. Our third priority, comprehensive fiscal stewardship. It's about being fiscal stewards and having responsible fiscal management to ensure our long-term fiscal health. And we will do this by offering fair and competitive wages and benefits, sustaining and restoring our highest priority services, and also doing what we can to fund our unfunded liabilities. Fourth is community pride. Having a community where our residents are proud of, that they're proud of, and for which they feel a sense of attachment. They want to live here. Our main focus areas in this priority are having stable and attractive neighborhoods, lots of opportunities to attend cultural and art events, improved educational attainment, and high volunteerism. And our fifth priority is excellent customer service. It's about city employees providing the best service to our citizens. We want our customers' wait times to be small, their requests for service to be responded to quickly, and when possible, we want them to be able to get their service online rather than having to be in line. Our plan is to complete the scorecard with the most current data available. Some of the measures we currently have are finalized, but all the data doesn't become available at once, so it's somewhat of a game to get it all current. And we're going to convene the committee to review the results and gather their input in December, and then we will release a scorecard to you and to the public in January. And as I stated previously, we're only planning to offer this in electronic format to be sustainable. And in conclusion, I want to thank our Performance Plus team for all the work they've done on the scorecard, Phil Steckinger, Gail Lloyd-Likos, and Debbie Phillips. And I also want to thank the scorecard committee for all the time they've dedicated to helping us make this simple, clear, and relevant to our citizen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wonderful job. We're excited to see the results. Know it will be good. Just know it. Questions, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Poonam, and of course, Maggie, thanks for your dedication to continue this. I want to just ask you a question about number 2 point listed at the very first page. It has safety, and then you reiterated you're going backwards. Good. Stop there. Safe and healthy city. That was an item I was thinking we might have something on police response time or adequate police coverage, because when people think of safety, they really think of safety of their personal, from somebody else as opposed to their own health issues. They do want to get to the hospital in time. We're doing a pretty good job there. But where is the information on police?
It's not contained in this scorecard. It was contained in our previous scorecard, and I'm not exactly sure why it dropped off. We could add something back in on we had crime rate in the past. We had a separate one on property crime and then one on violent crime.
Let me tell you why I'm worried about that. Right now, it's in the headlines every day. Police budget, the commissioners are kicking around the issue of how to pay for police. They are our partners, city's partners, to roughly 60-40 partners on the issue, and I just think that we need to have more information on this. I know I have the most recent crime statistics. I'm very surprised they're not in the report, but let's say that you can modify and make a change, because this is a critical time. I look at the police activity around town, and it's centered in the urban core, council wards 1, 3, and 5, and commission district, June Kiliani's district, and I don't know the number. I mean, it might be E or something like that. The point is, we've got, city manager, do you have some information that we could use to help buttress this report so that we could look at this? Because I am concerned. If it's been dropped off, there had to be a good reason, but it happens to be right now the center point of my mind and anybody who represents the urban core of the city.
Councilman, if I might, obviously adding
Your
it back
name-
as your
name, please.
Oh, Terry Murphy, 516 South 6th Street. The reason the committee took it off was because we, again, going back to our keep it simple, we wanted to include things on the city's scorecard which are 100% within the city's control. Obviously.
And that's the rub right there, Terry.
Exactly.
City doesn't control Metro.
Correct.
Except to secondary extent. I think the
And
city
that's why-
manager has some
That's why the committee
information,
took it
Terry.
off, but obviously the council's in charge, so.
I'd like to have the city manager present something you might find useful.
All right, I have an overhead here that is a map that we recently received
Of
from
course,
Metro.
please let us know who you are for the
This is
record.
Betsy Fretwell, city manager. If you take a look at this map, this shows you our city, which obviously is in the center here, reaching all the way up to Moccasin on the north.
Which one is that? We can't see that.
This is the Metro Calls for Service density map. So where it's deepest blue is where most of the calls are coming in. And these are all calls for 2012, right? When you look at the more severe crimes, then you're going to be looking at this map, which shows violent crime over the same area. So you begin to see that the blue begins to intensify and centralize in the valley, all the way from this area just below Commissioner June Kiliani's line in Mary Beth Scow, Commissioner Mary Beth Scow's area, all the way up through Commissioner Weekly's area, which encompasses a great part of the city and the downtown core. So this shows you violent crime in this area. And I believe I have a property crime map, but this does not say property crime, but this is the property crime map that shows the exact same configuration and shows obviously an intensity in this area as well. And so this is an issue that the city keeps a close eye on. We receive regular reports from Metro on crime. And as you know, our contribution to Metro on an annual basis is related to those crime statistics. So that's a key part of the formula that drives the 60-40 split, Councilman. I think that shows you that these things are a high priority for us. As Terry mentioned, they're not totally within our control, but they are obviously significant issues. You all gave us that same direction in your strategic plan on educational attainment. It's not our area of responsibility, but it does have an impact on our community health, and that became a high priority for you as well. So we're happy to weave that back into the scorecard if that's what you prefer, and weight that section a little bit differently to incorporate the crime statistics as we have in the past.
Thank you, Betsy. This is not to take away from the work of the committee. You couldn't have known that such a crisis would be reached in the time that between the time you completed the report and to the latest political news, which is that the county commissioners are balking at increasing the sales tax a small percentage in order to pay for more cops. And I think this is an illustrative map of something that concerns me, because what we see is, I just don't know if the commissioners involved understand that the commissioners who are most reluctant to vote for more cops are the ones who have the least amount of crime. And they don't represent the city. And they would be concerned about it if they represented the city, but unfortunately, due to the act of the legislature kicked it into the county commissioners' hands and put in a supermajority vote, if I'm not mistaken, on how to pass it. So our police safety is essentially being held hostage by a minority of the county commission. And I don't think they thought of it that way, because they're looking at it in terms of tax, and are they getting their money's worth. But I'm really worried, Mayor. I tell you what, if the county commission doesn't reverse field here, I worry about the safety of the citizens of the city, because this was meant to be a real equal partnership. And protection, for the Strip years ago, that's what the sheriff's job was. He was the police department for the Strip. And then we had our own Las Vegas Police Department. And 40 years ago, in legislation agreed upon by everybody, we gave up control of our own policing. But I see that if we fall further behind, if the county commission doesn't act, and act promptly and act decisively, we're going to have a real problem. Because this is as it is now. It's all concentrated in the urban core. And we're going to have problems, and the crime rates are going to go up even further. So thank you for coming up and showing us those statistics, Betsy, because they really are very relevant, and I'm so glad that the members of the committee would be willing to reintegrate into the study the information that we've delved into here, and in the most recent crime stuff, because I really think it belongs right in there with your safe and healthy city. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council, for letting me go off on this a little bit, because this is a timely issue, unfortunately. I think they just issued bills yesterday in the commission to officially reduce the contribution, and they want to borrow from the future. They want to borrow from the reserves that were set up under a prudent business plan by the legislature in 2005. They want to borrow from the future to pay for today without having the expense come out of their budget today. And I think you've got to pay as you go with police. So, I don't know if you have any further to add, Betsy, but I think this is so critical. I'm so glad we had this
I think we
opportunity
have
to talk
some
about it.
other comments. Thank you, Councilman. One of the things that I see is, it seemed to me the scorecard was something about which the city has control. And so, to me, I would almost put it as an asterisk with the information, since we don't have control. And we can, this to me is an indication of we should have control, but we are 60-40. And this is something that certainly deserves our attention, but we should not be judged by that. The pieces on the scorecard are actually to the citizens of the city asking for evaluation, and this is so concerning to us. And I think it needs to be noted that Councilman Coffin asked, but it is not in our control. The legislature has given it to the county. So we're going to be judged on this, and yet what can we do? So there were some questions. Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And it's not so much a question, and it has nothing to do with the survey, but thank you very much for the committee's efforts on the survey, and I'll support whatever this council wants to add or subtract to it. But Councilman Coffin's right on point, and Councilman, I'm glad you made those comments. Those are very important and very significant at a time like this, when we need more police officers on the street protecting our residents. Betsy, I had a quick question for you. This is a great overlay of the city of Las Vegas and the county. Can we get an overlay like this, including Henderson stats and North Las Vegas stats? Is that impossible to do?
We can probably request that information from their police departments. What we were able to get was the information provided to us by Metro, and obviously there will be calls for service into those two incorporated areas as well, represented on this map. You can see it up above Commissioner Lawrence Weekly's name. And so those are actually unincorporated parts of the county when you're getting way out there and into incorporated areas. So we're seeing a little bit of that, but we can certainly drill down on the data and see if we can get some of the other incorporated area data so you can see what's happening in those cities as well.
Well, through the mayor to you, Ms. Fretwell, you don't really have to go that extra mile. I think this is pretty telling as it is in regards to where our hot spots are for crime activity and what we need to do as a city. And I don't know how we better step up to the plate with the Metropolitan Police Department. We are already, funding them at, 40% capacity, and the county at 60%, but we have little say-so when the legislature hands it to the county commissioners and not the city of Las Vegas.
It's about 25% of our budget. Our general fund budget goes to Metro every year. So it's by far the largest single item in our budget is the police services budget.
And over which we have no control. North Las Vegas has their own police department. Henderson has their own police department.
Yes.
So this is really, what you've just said is so critical to us, and we have no control over it. Councilman Beers.
Thanks, Your Honor. Councilman Coffin and I occasionally go back and forth on history. And just a gentle correction, I disagree with the characterization of the action 40 years ago to combine the city police department and the county sheriff as something that everyone agreed to. My reading, primarily of Dr. Mooring, who's a UNLV history professor and has written pretty extensively on this, is that there was a large-scale, community-wide discussion taking place. The perhaps loudest voice in the room at the time being the Chamber of Commerce, which was advocating essentially consolidation of all local government in Clark County. And out of several legislative sessions came this one consolidated piece, merely consolidating the city's police department and the county sheriff into one office, almost as an experiment to see how it would go. And perhaps something the council wants to take up over the next year before the next legislative session is whether or not we want to advocate a return to the city having its own police department. and the county maintaining its own sheriff's department, as was done up until 1971 or 2. I don't know. But it's certainly something that as we tackle this problem, again, we have no control over the situation, but it's a very real part of our duties and responsibilities to the people who elected us. And I think we perhaps ought to keep all doors open.
Boy.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it is amazing to me that we have such a huge obligation there from our budget and have zero control over it, truly.
Mayor, one thing I
thank you
want to
very
point
much.
out, you all did adopt a resolution that supported the implementation of the .25 quarter-cent sales tax to add more cops. You actually voted for a resolution that
Yes, we
supported
did.
that measure at full implementation. I just want to make sure that that's on the record today.
And that is the one that at this point, as I recall, Commissioner Brager is asking for .75 and Commissioner...
.075.
.075 and Commissioner Collins .015. .15.
Correct.
And that, in fact, it was, what we endorsed was 2.5.
The 2.5 during the legislative session, it was in the legislative session modified to the .15. That was under consideration. Now there's a bill that's been introduced by Commissioner Brager that would split that number in half to the .075.
And do they get a refresher while they're going through this dialogue with the city council endorsed?
Well, we're in a little bit of a in-between land because we don't have another meeting between now and when the commission will consider the two bills. Those will be considered on October 1st. And your next meeting is October 2nd. So right now, the policy direction that your staff's following and that has been communicated to the county commission was your initial position, which was a support for the 0.25% imposed for more cops, which is above and beyond what has been legislatively authorized at this point, and is what, I guess, would weigh in on the county's consideration in these measures that are coming forward on October 1st.
Any other comments, questions, Councilwoman?
I just wanted to add that every week in the newspaper, they'll show a hotspot map like this, showing where the crimes are. I follow it with interest because you can almost see where, if there's been a lot of burglaries, for example, in my ward, usually from Rancho to Valley View, we have very little crime. Then you hit Valley View and there's a cluster of burglaries which lap over into the other ward eventually too. And it's just interesting, I'm just pointing that out, that for a weekly update, it's to see what happened this week. It's interesting to follow that in the newspaper.
Thank you. Thank you. Councilman, please.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you to my colleague, Councilman Beers, for reminding me about the tumult in the valley about that. There was tumult. In the end, because the legislature adopted, of course, everybody lived with it. I mean, the legislature was pretty strongly in favor of it. By then, the local debate had been solved, and as many times happened, the debate solved, and so the legislature just simply has to say aye, and the problem is solved. But in this case, we don't have a legislature in session. We're a year and a half away from any solution, and I'm really happy that the council is tuned in to this issue. I fear that the sheriff is being put under tremendous pressure by the members of the county commission, and I wish they wouldn't do that to him, because his job, his elected job, is to help us keep a safe city and a safe county in general. You know, you look back on it, maybe North Las Vegas and Henderson were right. They didn't join in, and maybe the old blue and white cars were the best thing for the city of Las Vegas. Maybe this experiment isn't working, but I think at the present time, the jury's still out, and maybe the county commission will see the light. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian asked, please, for a hard copy, please, of the report.
If that would still be sustained.
Absolutely. I will get you a hard copy.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, so it would be helpful if the council would approve the report with the amendment to add in violent and property crimes into the health and safe city priority.
With a notation that it is in fact not under our control, because this is a city report of what the city is doing.
Correct. And we would only report city data in that part of the report.
But absolutely
We'll make a little note,
annotating that, yes,
obviously. Yeah,
absolutely.
we'll have descriptors on each of those. We'll be clear to specify that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion to accept the report with the amendment.
Thank you very much. This motion, please vote, and please post. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
And your
If I-
committee, and I see Miles is here, and of course, Terry Murphy, and if other members of the committee are here, thank you very, very much.
And
We're
Mayor,
just
if I could
anxious.
just for a quick moment, there were at least a dozen staff, from Betsy to department heads to deputies to Maggie. I don't need to tell you because you already know, but let me repeat the obvious. You have an extraordinary staff.
Yes.
And as I've just borne witness to the discussion amongst you, as one citizen, let me express my gratitude for the depth to which you work on these issues and the commitment and the concern that you have for all of us.
Thank you.
It's laudable.
Amen.
And I appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 41, report regarding the Department of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Pricing Policy and Revenue Plan, presented by Leon Younger, Principal, Pro Consulting LLC. This is in reference to all wards. And for the city?
Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Scott Adams, Deputy City Manager. I thought it might be appropriate for me to provide a very brief introduction to give you some background on some of the work that we've already provided you in terms of information leading up to the presentation that Leon's going to make today. If I could get the next slide. I don't know if that's... it's been quite some time since you as a body have considered an overall rate increase affecting all of our parks and recreation units. The last time we've done this across the board was back in the 90s, so it's been 20 years since you've really looked at the department comprehensively in terms of what we're charging for our services. There were some selective increases done back in 2010, a few programs where we saw some opportunity and you considered to improve those. This lag in revenue production has significantly impacted our city's cost recovery in providing these kinds of services. Leon will touch on this in his presentation, but that's an important point to make. And then we've talked about revenue increases previously with you on a number of occasions. In our August 1st, 2013 City Manager Information Report, where we looked broadly at revenue citywide, we touched on our Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services fee structure. And then, as you know, we've, in the last 6 months, embraced a revenue thematic goal for the city, where we've looked comprehensively at ways that we can impact our revenue streams as a city. And Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services was a key component of that revenue thematic goal. We briefed you on this at a very high level, at the 10,000-foot level, in our May 6th and 7th, 2013 briefing. And we want you to know that should you decide to go forward today, this is not going to be the last time we brief you on this. As part of this series of effort of communicating about how this works, we'll continue to brief as we go along and roll out each component of what we're discussing today. So with that, I want to introduce Leon Younger with Pros Consulting, who will make his presentation. Leon?
Thanks, Scott. Good morning, Mayor.
Welcome and good morning, and thank you for coming in with this.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to share this report with you.
And if you'd be good enough again to repeat your name and the organization company you represent.
Okay, Leon Younger, Pros Consulting.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We were involved in the revenue management plan in 2008 and 2009, and during that process, that was before the recession really hit, there was a full plan that was actually presented to the council, and many of you I had the opportunity to meet with during that process. This updated plan was really a relook at where the city is and how the Parks and Recreation system can basically support the structural budget of the city. And so we looked at these various data requirements in terms of where the city stood in terms of its operating cost and also its revenue opportunities that are available to them. So all of this data was basically reviewed as part of our work for this updated plan. When we look at services, we approach services as a classification of services, and there are really three types of services. There's public services where essentially everybody receives the same level of benefit, and we consider those core essential services. And merit services where there's a public benefit and a private benefit associated with an activity. And then there are private services where almost all of the benefit is on the individual. And we do that with the intent of basically classifying services so that when we price services, those services follow a format of philosophy. And part of that is for whom is the program targeted to, for what purpose, for what benefit, for what cost, to achieve what outcome. And through this process, we established the classification of all your services and updated them in this plan. We also looked at the cost of services, and it includes both direct and indirect costs associated with delivery of the service. And because virtually no changes were actually implemented from the 2008-9 plan because of the recession, the city costs continued to rise, but the revenues were relatively flat in relationship to the services. But we wanted to make sure that the cost was correct in terms of level of cost recovery that the city has in place for each of its core services. So looking at this, then the core services that primarily are in the study are aquatic safety, seniors, municipal sports, Floyd Lamb Park, the park pavilions, summer day camps, and facility rentals. And as you can see on the cost recovery side of where aquatics is at 13.3, for urban centers, similar to City of Las Vegas, you typically would see a range somewhere between 60 and 80% for aquatic services. SafeKey, you're relatively in the market in terms of delivery of services and the cost recovery as other systems. And not only are we looking at just national average, but also here in the Valley with Henderson, North Las Vegas, and other systems that provide similar services. So in evaluating this, you can see that the system currently overall is these recreation services are about 28% cost recovery, where normally you would see in a system like this in the 50% category for these services. And most of these services are consumptive in the way that the services are delivered, and there's a public good and a private good associated. Plus the fact you have about 30% of your programs have no fees at all with them. They're free. And most of those are for senior services that are provided to the city, to the residents for senior programs.
And if I may, Mr. Younger, on the seniors, because they share facilities so often with other age groups and others, would that in fact balance out their cost and contribution, that it's being picked up, that we have higher rates for certain other groups which offset so the entire facility is taken care of in service?
Some of it, not all of it, but some of it is picked up by other services. You know, you have, one of the things I wanted just to compliment the city on, you have world-class facilities. And I mean, there isn't another urban center who has the kind of aquatic facilities, the kind of recreation centers, the kind of sports complexes that the city has. And so the value of the experience is very, very strong, but it costs a lot to maintain and keep those facilities at that level. And so some of your costs are typically higher than what you would see in other municipal governments based on the quality of the facilities you have. And so the costs associated with delivering services within that is important to recognize. How do we and where do you want your cost recovery goals to be?
But is that not, I mean, would it not be better that ultimately everything balances out, that we are recovering those costs? Because if in fact we have a population such as seniors who after all these years of contributing should get a little break, that we should in fact increase others so at the ultimate end the services and the facilities are kept up and the city is not out funds that are inordinately high.
I agree with your thinking. My feeling about it is those opportunity dollars are there. It's just whether You know, one of the things is, as an example, you don't offer senior trips anymore, but you used to. But the intent is that typically senior trips, because it's a private benefit, the seniors pay for those trips based on the exclusivity that they have that's associated with them personally. And so, you know, this philosophy changes with each type of service that's provided, and depending on how it's delivered, okay? And so, yes, I do think that you're looking for a good balanced approach to recreation services and also cost recovery. And there isn't really any program that covers all of its costs. Most of it, you know, SafeKey, you're following pretty much what's happening across the valley with everybody here, is relatively charging relatively the same. But when you look at what other agencies or other programs you're providing, there you have some opportunity to actually increase your fees within the scope of the work that's being delivered and the service and the quality of the service. And a lot of these you actually had recommended back in 2008 and 9, but because of the recession, didn't implement them. So I'm just bringing you up to speed with that.
What your findings are.
Okay.
Thank you.
So when we get into the recommendations,
Mr. Younger, I'm sorry to interrupt. Councilman Barlow has a question.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
If we can go back to the previous slide. Are we attempting to make a determination where the city, and this is more so for a question that I have for you, Betsy, is this an attempt for us to determine as mayor and council to identify where we can afford to either break even or recoup some of the costs, and also leave certain areas status quo because of it just works best that the city provide those services on behalf of the constituents?
I think the short answer is yes, but let me explain a moment. What we're trying to do is categorize all our services the way that Leon has described. Whether you're looking at the public service, that there's greater benefit than just that to the individual. I know in the past what we've used for examples is a tennis lesson. A tennis lesson is highly individualized. It's very good, but it only improves the skill set of the person taking the lesson. Those should be in that private service category and should be cost recovering maybe 100% or close to that. But there may be other things like infant swim classes that you would want to provide at a reduced affordable rate because you want to prevent youth drownings in our community. So you have a lot of public benefit associated with that blended with private benefit. You're protecting that little kid. So the idea here, Councilman, is that to give you a framework of how far off we are from the national average. We have incredible assets. We have an incredible team of individuals that deliver top-notch services. And there are areas where we can true things up to match the market. And so that's why, you know, just getting to a 50% cost recovery in the department instead of around less than 30% cost recovery gives you that latitude, Councilman, to address those unique circumstances given this framework that's being put forward today. The next item on your agenda would give the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services the ability to have rate flexibility with notice, with work with the community, to be able to address our fees in a responsible way given that criteria that's in this report, so that we can get closer to the national average. And in light of our current investment, prior investment, capital upkeep, as well as our highly competent professional staff, you may even feel that we could go a little bit further than 50%, but we felt like where we are today, 50% was a good starting point. So this creates a framework and enables the staff to start trying to get the fees in the right place without causing shock waves.
Right.
So
and looking at it from a numeric standpoint, if we, and this is just speaking hypothetically, if we were to attach 5% onto just 5 of the areas that we felt most important, that would send us above that 50%, possibly to the 60%. I mean, that's just a hypothetical, looking at it as far as a standpoint, as far as the mayor and council determining what areas do we feel important, that are important enough for us to or I should say recoup a lot of the costs for the services that we provide. And so I'm trying to do it in a soft approach, but at the same time, not being so impactful to where it starts to shut down and turn people completely away from the services that we provide, because we've come and raised the fees in certain areas to the point to where it's just not cost effective for them to come and utilize our facilities.
You're absolutely right on point. And all those things are given consideration in the pricing process. And we recognize, it's not like you're going to overnight go from one thing to the next. And quite frankly, you might adjust one way and then realize it impacts your demand or your utilization rate. You might drop it back down. We've adjusted SafeKey fees, for example, over the years to try and get a little bit a higher cost recovery rate, but simultaneously trying to drive higher participation in those programs, because we all know having kids in active programming after school is a lot better than them going home and being managed by their 9-year-old older brother or sister while their parents are working. So we're really cognizant of making sure we're not pricing ourselves out of the market and driving our own demand down. The goal here is to get more people engaged, not less, through our pricing.
So my follow-up question then becomes, are we as a council going to decide today what areas we're going to address, or are we basically voting on this as a package and the director and the management team will determine what areas?
Right. It's the latter. The resolution what you would be doing today is you would be saying, look, we agree 50% is the right cost recovery level for this function, for these programs. And then what we will do, using the research that Leon has assimilated and accumulated over his updated review, we would put together a fee package that meets the criteria of that resolution, phases in some of those incremental changes. And I mean, in some cases, we're talking like the current rate's $2. So, jumping that to $4 may be completely absorbable, but taking something that's much higher than that might not be, and you might have to stagger it a little bit more.
And that's where you and your team, to include
Right.
Mr. Young.
My feeling is that what we would do is we would finish, if you're comfortable with this cost recovery level, then what we would do is we would identify which fees need to be adjusted given these cost recovery levels, given these national averages, given our competitive world here in Southern Nevada. And then we would evaluate those fees, and we would do just like you said. We would be picking the areas that probably yielded the most benefit, created the most equity, competitiveness, if you will, without driving that market down, and staggering those to go first. Our plan is to make sure that those changes are communicated to you in advance of any of those decisions being made. But in addition to that, we have an obligation to notify the public prior to those being imposed or changed, if you will. And we have a 30-day window that must happen. If you want that to be a 60-day window, we can change that in the resolution. But we thought 30 days was sufficient, and these are the things that, as we've talked about before, we're trying not to get so far behind on our fee schedules like we have in the past, because it's hard to ever get caught up. And we think that 50% is a reasonable cost recovery target for the level of investment. And you can see that in some areas that are highly competitive, we are way, way, way under market.
Well, I would add to that, if I might, just 1 second, Councilman Barlow. I'm not sure, I wonder why we did 50%. Why aren't we at 75%?
I was just about to ask the same question.
Well,
brains are connected there.
we can do what you're comfortable with. If you would like, I know that several of you have mentioned that you feel like 50% may be a little undershooting the target. So if you would prefer that we raise that up, that's clearly something that you could say to us today. We want it to be 60%, we want it to be 75%. and we can evaluate the fees associated with that. I will tell you that we're going to be very prudent in the way we approach any fee adjustments so that we don't have a sticker shock problem.
Okay, so let me request this, Mayor, if you don't mind, being that we were thinking the same, on the same line. Is it possible for you to bring back the numbers instead of the percentages? Give us a comparison as far as what the hard number is and what the adjustment will be, because it's difficult to understand the percentages if you don't know where you're starting from a dollar value point. And so if you will bring back a 50% draft, 60%, 75%, as the mayor mentioned, and 80%. I don't know if any other councilman would like to go be above that, but how difficult would that be so that we can actually see the areas that will be impacted and how they'll be impacted from a dollar value standpoint?
We can certainly do that. What we would request is that we at least get direction to try and hit the 50%, and we could bring that resolution back to you if we needed to go higher, based on that fee evaluation that you're asking for right now, Councilman.
But if the resolution is at 50% and we would like to be at 75%, that means we would have to adjust the resolution, right?
The resolution gives us the flexibility to modify the fees without having to bring every single fee back to you for specific approval. So what we felt was important is having that target established for these programs.
Right, the floor.
And you could say that, this is a floor, we want a minimum of 50%. And then when we have conversations and briefings about the price schedules, then we may be able to achieve more than that. So you could set it as a floor. I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
I think I would agree with that, because I think it's irresponsible for us to operate our facilities and rent out our fields knowing full well right up front that we're only recouping 50% on the dollar. And we have our seniors, and I'll be right with you, Councilman Coffin, our seniors certainly have put in their time, and so to me, if in fact they have less input to the dollars received to offset costs, facilities, fields, we haven't touched anything in the field rentals, and knowing the phone calls that have come in over the past 2 years about rental of whether it's for Little League or it's soccer or whatever, that there are areas that we certainly can raise up in order to support the ones that the city feels need to have a softer number. And so I think it would, if there's a resolution that we can make without being definitive, that will get the ball rolling, but to keep in mind that I really, to me, to have our facilities with 50% of the income, that's not what I want my dollars as a citizen to be supporting at the 50% level. I think that's irresponsible on our part, and I certainly don't operate our house based on a 50% level. So, Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we pull the trigger on this, let's make sure the gun isn't aimed right at us, because the majority of this money is spent on children and youth and seniors. So let's think carefully. I like the idea of Councilman Barlow of asking for a range of options, but remember that half this budget is taken up with SafeKey. SafeKey is already at 90% cost recovery. It's a wonderful thing to keep the kids off the street and help the parents, keep them in a safe environment. So you see, how much leverage do you really have if you start to raise it up some? So it really requires some discretion and some thoughtfulness before we just simply say, let's raise it up to a cost recovery number. Let's take a look at who can afford more, perhaps. And I'm thinking adults, employed, they can afford more. Youth, kind of depends on what they're doing. I mean, are they in, something that we provide for free because we're in the urban core and we need to do that? So let's try to see all the things that conceivably could affect it. So much of it is summer day camps. That's a lot. So really, when you get down to it, before we, let's make sure we're not the target of our own.
I think what we're trying to do, and that's what Councilman Barlow, at least that I was supporting, was we need the facts first. Where can they be increased so that we can do that? So we had the cart before the horse. We can't go to a number or percentage till we have an overview with that professional input of where are we really soft, which your chart is showing us, and then where can the public tolerate helping, and on the rentals of facilities and things like that, and fees to play soccer or play baseball or whatever they're doing. So we need the facts first before we can consider what we can do, which is what you're doing.
May I just clarify something really quickly? The resolution, which is the next item, merely gives the Director of Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services the freedom to establish fees based on a target. What we've proposed here in this presentation is around 50%. If you say that that's the bottom acceptable amount for us, that rate sensitivity discussion you're talking about, we will brief you all on before the director changes the fee schedule. Okay? So you'll have that ability, and we can show you exactly what Councilman Barlow just asked for. If we were to try and get to, let's just say 75% cost recovery, what does that do to these rates? We could show it in every category, just like you said. Oh, we just do 5% in these 3 categories, it gets us X, Y, or Z. Or maybe we do 2% in 10 more categories, and it gets you to whatever level. We can certainly do that. The 2 actions today approving the policy that Leon is suggesting gives the staff the direction to right price our services, and it sets a minimum threshold of cost recovery for those services. But it also specifies that we would have the flexibility in the second item to have the Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood Services Director set those fees, and he has a whole litany of things that he or she must do before those fees can be imposed. So I think we've set up a framework to address everything you all have talked about, including rate sensitivity and making sure we aren't pricing ourselves out of the market, but very clearly saying 50% is the bottom of what we expect. It's the bottom.
But that will come back to this body in due time.
That's actually part of this action today, Mayor.
Yeah.
Okay.
What we're asking you is to say, yes, 50% is the bottom, and we want the director to reevaluate these rate schedules to allow rate adjustment at least to the 50% mark. And please don't misunderstand, that doesn't mean that every category on that list is going to get adjusted up.
Of course.
Some of them may go down.
Of course.
Based on this review.
But we want the total to, I mean, from my perspective, to be comprehensively taking care of the dollars that the city is allocating in this area. So how it's done, obviously, one can almost be 100%, another one may drop.
Exactly, but at the end of the
What's
day,
the timeline
you
on
want to
this?
know, if you agree with the premise here in this item, 50% is the floor, not 32, which is where we're performing today. See what I mean? We're performing at a 32% cost recovery right now for that department. We have the best fields in the state, bar none.
Yes.
We have some of the best community centers, bar none. I would put our programming people, our recreational programmers, up against the best in the state, bar none. I mean, we've been a national and international award winner in parks and recreation. So we're putting a lot of effort into this functional area for our city and for our citizens and visitors. So it would seem to me that there's some flexibility here to get to a 50% threshold at a minimum that has rate sensitivity based on public, private, and merit, that we use those to drive those rates. We're cognizant that there will be rate sensitivity. We don't want that sticker shock. But we also need for you to tell us, you want the goal to be at least 50% and maybe more? We can do that as well.
What is the timeline? Are we looking at these fees for 14, 15 then, or where are we?
Some of them may be in place before, summer programming. Remember, we have cycles in Parks, Recreation, and Neighborhood
Correct.
Services. And usually it's a seasonal cycle or a school cycle. So these fees, we would want to have plenty of time to do our homework, do adequate notification and outreach, and then change those fees given that feedback. So
that would then come on this cycle that you've just mentioned.
it could
as
be
the
that we
fees are set
change
back
things
here.
in the spring, Mayor, and it has an impact in the summer for summer programs. It could be that we want to be ready for the aquatic season. It could be that there are things that could be adjusted much more quickly than that and actually have an impact on this year's budget. And I'll just remind you, as Scott said in the opening of this item, is that we've been comprehensively reviewing our fees, and this was one area we purposefully set on the shelf in 2008. But the time is right for us to really look at that, because we're still trying to eat away at a 1% to 2% deficit budget, which is somewhere between $5 and $10 million. And getting these rates right help us address that shortfall in a long-range plan.
And you're replacing fields with AstroTurf. You're doing so many things that the expense is coming out of these same dollars.
I
So
will
to
tell
me-
you that these fees do not include capital replacement. So that even plays more, correct?
Yeah.
That even plays more to your discussion about should this 50% be higher. But because we're not even at 50%, we'd like the latitude to at least have that direction going forward, because even if that's under market, it's better than where we are today.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay,
Okay.
Sorry
so
about that.
Betsy said it all very well, and the resolution directs exactly what she said. Continue to develop true cost of service for each of your facilities, so you always know exactly what your current cost recovery rates are. Continue to look at competitor pricing, just because you always want to know where you fit in the service area, and then establish cost recovery goals for facilities based on the classification, and look at prime time and non-prime time pricing. And those are things that are relatively easy to do. Your staff is very knowledgeable in being able to address that, and so the report really reflects that. Okay?
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Thank you. It's comprehensive. This is an area, though, really I believe that the wards have been hearing for at least 2 years about fees, and from both sides of the coin. Leave them alone, don't touch them. And yet we have competition for the fields. Our town has grown. Our athletes and athletics have become so much more significant with the entire thrust of the country to get healthy and use these fields. So we have all these leagues of all different ages. What continues and will continue to take priority? Is it youth over adults, nonprofits over profits?
Yeah.
You know, I mean, those are all things that I think have to be in this formula, but so that the council can make a decision that really is in the best interest to get things paid for. So thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Senator.
Appreciate it.
This is a report only and no actions required, so we will now move on to agenda item 42, resolutions. Okay. R67-2013, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution adopting a fee schedule chargeable by the Departments of Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services for use of certain facilities and services, and to authorize the director to make future adjustments to the fee schedules, which is what we've been talking about. So is Mr. Arson coming, or Mr. Zimmerman? Who is the lucky soul?
Thanks, Your Honor. Lonnie Zimmerman, Parks, Recreation, Neighborhood Services Deputy Director. I know we've had significant discussion as the part of Leon's presentation regarding the resolution. I think it's important to point out that the resolution would give our director the latitude to change or adjust fees in accordance with the 50% cost recovery, not something we've had. I think the other thing that is lost in the discussion, but that it would be very strong for our department, is over the last 50 years, and you can see by your backup today, is we've submitted our fee schedule. It's not formalized, and I think it's presented to you in 4 or 5 different ways. One of the things that would be good, not only for our current administration, but all those generations in front of us, is that it'll mandate that we annually submit a fee schedule that's uniform, recognized, and easy to understand. So while not as flashy a benefit as some of the other things in the resolution, I think it's an important benefit for this, the understanding and stability of pricing in our department. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Motion then?
Yes, I wouldn't mind making the motion. I'll make the motion, Mayor, on this item to move forward with staff's recommendation to include that 50% be the floor of the basis for cost recovery for Parks and Rec, Neighborhood Services, if I said that right. Okay.
Yes, thank you. There is a motion.
On the motion?
Oh, excuse me, yes,
Thank
Councilman
you.
Coffin?
Thank you, ma'am. On the motion, I can support it if it is, in essence, we're giving guidelines to our manager and her team that This is not the vote to raise fees. It is a vote to examine the possibility of raising fees to a threshold recovery of 50%. And so that way, in case we decide 40 or 42 or 44 is okay, we'll get there, or 54, what I'm saying.
Great.
All right.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote, and please post. Thank you. The motion carries. We'll move on to agenda item 43. Our 68-2013 discussion for possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the lease of a portion of the ground floor retail premises located at 495 South Main Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, commonly known as the Las Vegas City Hall. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. And good morning, Mr. Arndt.
Good morning, Mayor, members of council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director of Economic and Urban Development. With me today is Dean Hodges of Hodges Enterprises of Las Vegas. Mr. Hodges represents Jimmy John's, and he does have a brief presentation to talk about his interest in bringing the Jimmy John's store to not only downtown, but to this building. I need to outline a few highlights of the lease agreement that we've negotiated with Jimmy John's. But before that, I need to make a revision on the record, and I do have a hard copy of a revised agreement of the retail lease with Jimmy John's that I have for the city clerk. There are two items that both parties caught during the drafting of the lease that were some drafting errors, and so I'd like to read those errors into the record, and it has been submitted to the clerk. The first item is section 1.1 of the lease term paragraph regarding the term of the lease should read as follows, and it does read this in the corrected copy. Tenant has the option to extend for 3 additional periods of 5 years each. The language had read 10 years each, so it's a 5-year plus 5 plus 5 plus 5, and that's a common lease term for a franchise of this type. The second clause is in Article 11 regarding signs, and counsel for Jimmy John's has asked that the following language be added. In the event landlord does not approve tenant's proposed signage, tenant shall have the right to terminate this lease upon written notice to landlord. In the event of such termination, landlord shall return to tenant the security deposit and any prepaid rent to tenant, and tenant shall have no further obligation or liability under this lease. I'm going to cover that term while I go over the lease terms, because I think it's really important when we're looking at the retail world and working on restaurants of this type. In the retail world, signage is very important. Mr. Hodges does have some slides to talk about signage and talk about stores that they've done in similar buildings across the country and how they've addressed signage that has been done in an aesthetic way, meeting the needs of the business, but also is fitting for the buildings in which they're situated. The lease that we've negotiated essentially is very close to a market rate. And I'd like to thank Julie Quisenberry of our team, as well as Mr. Hodges, in negotiating a lease that's in the best interest of both parties, including the city. Going back a ways, we started this process in October of 2012. We went through our purchasing division, went through a formal RFP process looking for a tenant. And in the retail world, landlords and tenants typically work together in trying to find spaces that meet their needs, and it's a very active, dynamic market. And so that RFP process really didn't lend itself to finding the right tenant that was suitable for this location and was willing to meet our needs as a city. So we went through the RFP process. We did find a single proposer through the RFP process, canceled that, and then we engaged our retail outreach program. And this is really important and an important takeaway. We have a retail initiative for downtown Las Vegas. And one of the challenges in trying to bring restaurants and retailers in the downtown area is that our downtown doesn't look and feel like it does in the suburbs. We don't have large strip centers, grocery-anchored retail centers. Our downtown retail locations are at the ground floor of office buildings, at the ground floor of condominium towers, and so our downtown spaces have different needs. And so because of that, We brought Julie Quisenberry onto our team, who has a couple decades of experience working in the real estate industry and in the retail industry, brings a wealth of experience to our team to make sure we could engage both sides, landlords and tenants, to make sure we find tenants and retail tenants and stores and restaurants that are the right fit for these spaces and can overcome those obstacles. How do I fit in the building? Where do I park? How do I identify my customer base? The demographics, what do they look like? What is the daytime office population? It's been a wildly successful program. As you know, we've had a lot of restaurants pop up in downtown over the last couple of years. So as part of that effort, we did find Jimmy John's. We have agreed to business terms subject to your approval. Again, a lease term of 5 years plus 3 5-year options, which is a very common term in the retail industry for a food and beverage opportunity like this. A primary lease rate of $2 per square foot for the space, which is 1,229 square feet. It includes an outdoor patio area with approximately 546 square feet. As you know, when we sell or lease real estate, we have to go through an appraisal process. We did that. 2 appraisals came back, which established value as follows. The first appraisal by Southwest Property Consultants valued fair market rent at $2.10 per square foot. Valbridge Property Advisors valued the space at $2.25 per square foot. And again, that's comparing to a negotiated rate that we've negotiated at $2 per square foot. We did negotiate rent that would escalate over the time. And for the proposed rent for the first 5 years is $2 per square foot, which grosses to $2,458 per month, or just under $30,000 annually. And then in each successive 5-year period, we negotiated an escalator, which gets us well over that market rate that was established by the value of the appraisals today. In years 6 through 10, $2.20 per square foot. Years 11 through 15, $2.42 per square foot. Years 16 through 20, $2.66 per square foot. All told, for the 5-year lease period and for the improvements, we're looking at a private investment of $350,000. And again, if you look at on a per square foot basis, the difference between the fair market rent against the low appraisal, which our team would argue is a good comp and a good value, is really 1 cent per square foot per month. So the value difference, again, it's not quite at that appraisal level that was determined by our appraisal process, but we think it's either market or very close to market, and we're appreciative of Mr. Hodges and his team in negotiating the rent. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Hodges to explain who he is, how he's gotten involved in the Jimmy John's franchise, and you know, we're really proud to have someone with the financial strength of Mr. Hodges. We really believe that this will be a successful location, and we believe that given his strength and his commitment to the franchise, that this can be a long and successful restaurant in our City Hall and a long and successful partnership. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Hodges.
Thank you very much, Mr. Arndt, and welcome. We're delighted, and I hope you are addressing signage because
yes, we will.
Okay, great. Thank you. Welcome. And
Thank
if you
you.
would repeat your name so we have it on the record.
Good morning. My name is
Thank
Dean
you.
Hodges. I represent Hodges Enterprises of Las Vegas, number 5, which will be the LLC that hopes to operate this location. We're already here in the city, but first I wanted to thank Councilman Coffin and the time that he spent with me this morning already addressing the signage and talking about that concern. Mayor Goodman, the rest of the City Council, and Bill Arndt and his entire city staff. They've all been very helpful, very welcoming, and I do appreciate that. So I wanted to first of all just talk about you know, who's Dean Hodges and what's the Hodges family background. I'm actually from Omaha, Nebraska. I live there currently. I moved to Omaha in 1967. Happily married, 31-year anniversary is next Tuesday to lovely wife Kelly. I have 3 sons. My oldest son, Matthew, runs 5 stores in Boise, Idaho. My son, Patrick, who's 26, lives at Warm Springs in Durango in a house that he purchased 2 years ago. And we currently run 4 stores here in your fine city and county. And we hope to have this 5th one.
Question. Rancho, and Charleston.
Yeah? Are you anxious for it to reopen?
Is it going to reopen?
Yeah?
Rumors are abounding.
We don't want to talk about why that's taken so long.
Okay.
Do we?
No. No, we're streamlined. Wait, we are streamlined in our development services.
Okay. Well,
But anyway, that's going to maintain as well as what you're doing down here.
yes, we are. That's right. I was just there last night, and it's starting to progress. We have the framing in and the signage up.
Great.
And we hope to open in about 2 months.
Thank you
So-
very much. Sorry to interrupt,
Oh,
but
no,
I
that's
was
fine.
asked to ask that
We
by
were actually gonna
hungry people.
We were going to get to that, yes.
Thank you.
Well, as we approach lunch, I mean, it's a good time to be shopping with you. 'cause
Well,
when
we
I go
know
to-
you came empty-handed, and I didn't see packages
Yeah.
that you're
Well, I've been
carrying.
here since about 8:30, and we didn't have bread yet. Otherwise, I would have brought it.
Please go.
Anyway, as I was saying, lived in Omaha, and I've told you where my family lives. One of them is here helping to run these stores. We got involved in Jimmy John's because my son went to play soccer, Division I soccer in Charleston, Illinois, where Jimmy John's originated, and he was ordering food like all the time. And it's like one month, 28 times in 30 days, and what is this, And so he told me, and we went and checked it out in Des Moines, Iowa, and several places on the way. And for those of you who have had Jimmy John's, it's a real quality sandwich. The facilities are high quality. We use very high finishes and very expensive, very nice tile. I think you'll be very proud of what we put in your City Hall building. I think, again, digressing to the conversation about signage later, but you'll really love what we do, okay? If I advance this, just wanted to talk a little bit about Jimmy John's for those of you who don't know us. There's currently 1,730 stores in 42 states. It's considered right now the fastest growing franchise in America. We probably don't open as many new stores each month as Subway, our competitor, because they're much larger, but on a percentage basis, we're the number one, they tell us. We're really known for our fast service. And not to concern people about our drivers speeding all over the city, we attempt to keep them below the speed limit. We're fast because we're really quick at making sandwiches. We make fresh product in 25 to 30 seconds per sandwich. So if you come in our store, you're very rarely going to see a line, even if there's a lot of people that come through our doors, because we're so quick. Same thing, we take delivery orders and we deliver in about a mile radius. So we keep the radius of what we deliver very small. We make the sandwiches quickly, get the drivers out the door, and back for the next delivery. So we attempt to make all deliveries in 15 to 20 minutes. Obviously, within the City Hall building itself, people will be flat amazed at how fast we can get a sandwich to their desk. So it's going to be awesome. We do this by having a simple process. We have cold subs.
Excuse me, just when you say that, I mean, everybody's starving, so Councilman Beers is already indicating I can see the appetite. Go for it, Councilman.
I came from
And be
Omaha.
careful.
I came from Omaha. It's 2 hours later there, so I'm really hungry. So I'd like to get this going. But yeah, we have 6 meats, 1 cheese, 2 breads. So it's quite simple. Oh, did you have a question? I'm sorry.
I was just going to suggest we obey this till after lunch.
Is he serious?
We never know with him.
All right. And again, one of the cornerstones of our product is the bread itself. It's a French baguette, absolutely delicious, but we keep it fresh. Jimmy requires us to discard the bread if it gets older than 4 hours. Most of the stores that I operate, we try to keep the bread to 2 hours. So it's always going to be fresh, always delicious. When we advertise and talk about fresh, our meats and our produce are sliced fresh every day. It comes in not pre-sliced, pre-packaged, pre-cut. We do that fresh every day. Managers in the store as early as 5 or 6 to prepare the day's product. Very tasty, very high quality, very fresh. You're going to love it. Jimmy John's itself was founded in 1983. A young man, 19-year-old Jimmy John Leotard from south side of Chicago, went to school at Eastern Illinois in Charleston. And he started out of a garage, 400 square foot store in a garage just across the street from campus. And he initially tested his ideas on family and friends and sampling actually to the community. In fact, the way the delivery business got started is kind of an interesting story. He was open about 3 days and almost no one had come into his shop. and he was quite concerned about his inventory going bad. So on day 3, after staying up all night pondering the dilemma he was in, he made up all the product that he had in the sandwiches, cut them in half, wrapped them, put a little menu, because he only had 4 sandwiches and a Dixie cup for a quarter of Pepsi, put that menu together. He went across to the school at lunchtime and sold a half a sandwich for $1 a piece. When he got back to the store, many of the people who had had a taste of his product were waiting outside his door for further sandwiches. And what he found from that was, one, marketing that way and sampling that way versus spending expensive dollars on marketing and advertising was a better way to get more customers. But then by leaving the store and making people happy that he was there, he decided to start a delivery business. And that really is a cornerstone of our business. One of the things that we really pride ourselves too is in the quality of our employees. In every store we have 3 or 4 managers, and in this particular location we're thinking,
Mayor?
depending on the number of delivery drivers, 25 to 35 employees besides the management.
Councilman Coffin.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, thank you, Mr. Hodge. If we can all agree it's a good product, that we should stop there, because
Okay.
it's a great commercial, but we've got to get to the schedule here.
Absolutely.
Because signage is the issue. So rather than putting it off till the end of the discussion, why don't we discuss it now?
Okay.
It's a deal breaker with you if you don't get the signage
Excuse me,
you want.
I think it's important. You are a customer, you're coming into our city hall. I wish we would continue and finish up. We will get on. We've sat here many a time very late, but you are someone that's bringing a wonderful new restaurant in, and please continue.
If the council approves it.
I'll speed through it, okay? Because, I mean, we can go on to all the different types of products we have. I'll skip that slide. But here, I'm going to show you a sample of the signage. That's really kind of next. But I'll give you an overview on this particular slide. We're looking at the signage. We're looking at, if we can possibly do this, eliminating cars for delivery. Because the downtown has a very nice plan for bikes and bike riders, we're looking to hire as many bike riders as we need to do the delivery on bike, and we save on the burning of fossil fuels, additional cars on the road, wear and tear, and all those good things. So it's a really cool idea. The picture I'm going to show you is downtown Boise, where we have a store. At lunchtime, we have 18 bike riders at any one time taking deliveries, and we've got a cool picture for that. One of the other things I really thought about as I flew here from Omaha, very important in these times where city, state, federal governments are short of funds, and yet you're trying to expand economic development and create jobs. I know that there's money available and that we could be looking for what we're spending at maybe $10,000 to as much as $50,000 from the RDA programs and some of the other programs that you have. I'm not going to be asking for any money. We are successful. We have 24 stores in 4 states. I will fully fund what we're doing and not ask you for money. That way, other people in some of the blighted areas that are looking for funds to get started and couldn't otherwise, that money still...
And will you hire locally?
Oh, I only hire locally. In fact, we try to do every bit of our process locally. Yeah, there's just no question about that. Yeah. The only one here that hasn't come from here that works for us now in our 4 locations is my son.
Okay.
He's come here to run things.
Thank you.
Again, we're going to reopen the Charleston store, and it's also part of the RDA, and we did not ask for money there as well.
Excellent.
In total, between the 2 stores, we're looking at $1.5 million that we're spending in your city just on those 2 locations, and we're looking at a total of 50 or 60 employees.
Thank you.
For that.
Okay.
This right here was what we came up with based on the Centennial Plan and what law currently allows us to do. If you can all see this sign right now, you're all looking at it?
And has staff recommended that?
Well,
Mayor, we're going to get to that, but we want to have a win-win, so we want a sign package that makes sense for the city, including the mayor and the entire council, as well as makes sense for the business. So the lease doesn't specify this is the sign. It lays out a process through which we work together. We come up with a package that works for both of us.
Okay,
and,
so
and Mr. Rogers is going to get to some of his other thoughts on signage that could work for the store And he's even spoken with the CEO of Jimmy John's about that.
And
so.
will the signage come back here? Because you know how we have been concerned about that with the wraps and everything else. Just wondering, as the staff and you agree to what you think is right,
Right.
it will come back here?
The
for a vote?
signage will go through the new the regular entitlement process. So I'm not asked Flynn to address that, but certainly we want to have you engaged in reviewing the signs.
Thank you.
In terms of signage review, this area is not within the area covered by our Downtown Design Review Committee, so it will just be an over-the-counter permit. However, before we approve that, since this is on City Hall and you all have concern about it, we'd be more than happy to share that before we issue the permit.
Please, I think everybody'd like to see it.
Yes, Mayor, I
Certainly.
would love to see the final sign before it's approved administratively.
Because I think everybody knows your brand, and that's your
Right.
brand. And so
Right.
whether it would be on the street and all of that, if you have concerns, does the city have any, if there's extra signage on posts on the street or something, electronically, whatever you're doing? I think it's important it just comes back here that it fits overall with the design plan.
Right, and to be 100% clear, you are not approving the sign today.
Right.
You are approving the lease, which
perfect.
allows the tenant to cancel the lease if we don't come up with a win-win sign package.
Perfect.
But I think as you're hearing today,
Great.
we're committed to trying to figure out that win-win solution on the sign package. We have some ideas today. We anticipate further discussion, certainly continued discussion with Councilman Coffin
Good.
and the entire council to make sure that the sign package
Okay.
fits for our building, fits for our
So
community.
just today is the lease approval as you were recommending, and is to which you agree.
Right.
That's it. Signage not included, you will come back with signage.
Correct, and I think it is important, Mr. Hodges has some additional thoughts on the signage, because I think there's some solutions that, just from my perspective, again, I'm not Flynn in the planning department, but seem to make sense and work, given what we've seen in other communities. So, I'll turn it back over to Mr. Hodges to talk
Thank you.
about his thoughts on the
Could I
signs.
ask a question, please?
Please.
Yes.
In all of this that you're doing as far as the model of the sign and everything, and of course you'll show us the numbers and the placement where of the signs, right? Because I see one sign here. Is this a total of 2 signs? And something else I saw, it looked like 3 signs, so I would personally need to know the number of signs as well as the look of the signs.
Absolutely, the number and the scale. So this is a rendering.
Right.
It's not
And the other
reality,
thing-
so it makes it, probably the perspective makes the sign look bigger than it actually is. But certainly,
Well, as
you'll
long as it's
see
coming back,
you'll see the
because
entire package.
I don't want an administrative approval myself on this. I think the agreement is that it comes back here, number one. And that's it.
Thanks. Yeah, I think
I
that's
think
what
I
you
can
said.
address much of this.
Okay,
if I
please
may.
go ahead.
This first one that you're looking at, we show this, as Bill says correctly, it looks larger than what it is. It's approximately 3 feet by 3 feet. And we are showing it in 2 locations because we wanted to address your concerns about how much signage we had. We're not actually proposing to have both, but I was concerned that off the front of the building, I think Councilman Coffin was concerned as well. And so we show that off the front post, off First and I think it's Clark, okay? And the other one comes back on the second post, and we could even move it further down and have it just on First Street, so it's not seen from the front so much. There's also a lot of trees and cover to where it's not really shown a lot. But I did, after speaking with Councilman Coffin this morning, call my president of Jimmy John's, Inc., and told him about our concerns as well as his concerns, and got an approval variance, if you will. And that is, we've got some signs I'll show you in a little bit that are in the inside of our window that you can see from the outside. And then there's this sign. And he said that we could either have a sign on the outside, one sign, and nothing in the window, or we could have no signs on the outside of your building and have the signs in the window.
I think the main thing is to go through this and get the lease proposal agreed to,
Right, yeah.
then meet with Councilman Coffin and our buildings and grounds, and bring us back those alternate proposals at that time.
Right. Right.
So if you just go through these and just show us some of the ones you have, which
Yeah.
would be great.
Well,
but
it's
for the
all really
future.
the same one for the exterior. It's just shown at different times at night and close up. This is a nighttime view of what it would look like at night. This is a view of it just close up at night. I mean, as you can see, it's kind of, I think what your husband wanted in terms of the plan, to have the casino district, the older neon, open neon. This is something that Jimmy John's has gotten away from and does not do anymore. But we went to them and approved it to comply with the Centennial Plan and what Oscar
Great.
at one time had wanted, you know, from what I understand. This is a look at nighttime of a store, not quite the same kind of building you have, with this particular sign in place. And you can see in the window, we have a coin, if you will, that's the Jimmy John logo brand, and some other signs like fresh bread, free smells, you know, that are kind of cute, you know, on the edge, Jimmy John kind of sayings. But again, what we're looking at is we can do something as simple as this picture, where you've got one sign on the outside and the signs in the window, or if you chose in your body to say, no, we're okay with the one sign outside, we don't want the signs in the window, or you want the opposite. The signs in the window are good, but the sign outside has to go because we don't want anything on our beautiful building. We can go either way.
Well, I think that's important as you go forward in the discussion and the plans, so.
And then this is the last picture I want to leave you with. This is our downtown Boise store.
Wow.
And a typical store will have an awning like that around it, or it will have channel lettering that says Jimmy John's Gourmet Sandwiches. And we're not proposing any of that. But the bike riders, we have 18 bike riders at lunch Monday through Friday and 0 cars on the street. And this is a picture of them from the intersection of 6th and Main in downtown Boise.
Great.
All right?
Thank you. Thank you. Any comments, questions? If not, Councilman Coffin, do you want to move forward?
Not yet. Thank you. The first meeting we had on this issue was this morning, and I did express my opposition to having any signs on the building. This is the people's house. It's not for sale, you know. It's like, you look like you're advertising, but you're advertising your reach is way beyond what you're going to do here. You know, I think the idea of passing the lease and then deciding the signage later is not the way I would do it, because you lose all your leverage once you've approved the lease. Now you're just arguing over details, but the detail here is pretty important.
That's not true, right? Isn't that what you just
Well,
said
I
to
think
us?
what's important is that, Your Honor, the idea is that, I mean, I thought that we would have retail in here, and I assumed that people would know where to go to get it. I guess we find out now that they got to have a sign, but, you know, it makes sense to have a sign. I'm just thinking, I don't know what, I didn't approve this building, so I don't know what happened in the discussion as to whether or not there were schematics of this new building that showed retail signs sticking out from the side. Well, anyway, when I saw these proposed signs, I thought, I can't support that. I thought that any retail here, I suppose, I was thinking about feeding the employees, anybody that wandered in. So I see that the goal is to reach out to the public. And if so, and by the way, Jimmy John's is a good brand. I mean, there's no question about that. They're as good as anything out there. I think I've eaten once or twice, you know, of that food, and it's really good. But I think that to put up a sign, especially neon, is a mistake on this building, because it's got clean lines, and anything you do to mess with the lines violates the architectural principles. Right. But I did make a suggestion at 9 o'clock here as we were talking about having a sign inside the glass that you could see from the outside.
Right.
Which then doesn't violate the lines, and I think it could work, because I've seen those in retail areas if it attracts people's attention, but it's not out there making a big fuss. Because if we wanted to make a fuss, we could probably sell our side of our building for a hell of a lot of money.
We're perfectly willing to do it that way. That was the either or. We can do it with no signs on the outside and just what's in the window.
Well, if the council would agree at this point today, before they vote on the lease, that signs would be permitted, but that they would be inside and lit so that you could see them from the outside through the glass, I think that's tasteful. I think it would make sense, but I think anything other than that.
If I may, Bob, I would also mention that during the day, because of the intense sun and the glass, they're not going to be hardly seen during the day. They'll only be seen at night when City Hall is actually closed.
That's true, although it's possible, I suppose, to treat the surface of the glass in such a way that you could make things visible in there just to the extent of
Right.
the size of the sign.
Right.
But I leave that to people that know a lot more about that. But that's
Correct.
the way I would only approve, at least I would only vote to approve on those conditions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if in fact, according to Councilman Coffin, that it has to reverse itself before and signage has to be part of this, what is staff's recommendation here, please?
Mayor, with your indulgence, I'd like to engage our city attorney, Brad Jerbick. If it's okay to modify the language to reference that landlord will only permit interior signage on the premises, and to add that into the pertinent section, and I can reference that section, put it on the record with Mr. Jerbick's permission, and if Mr. Hodges agrees to that, it sounds like it might behoove both the parties, the city and Jimmy John's, to move forward with that condition so that we're all clear of expectations moving forward.
Before you respond, if I may, Mr. Jerbick, looking at that corner of the building and knowing that business depends on communicating to the world that you're there, people can't see that sticking out from Bridger or Carson or Lewis or anywhere else. And so I wonder how that permission is given to any restaurant or any entity that occupies that corner that in fact they're there, because with the sun and everything that you've mentioned, at nighttime it certainly will be on if you're going to have nighttime hours. But the only way that corner, in my opinion, can survive is people know that that facility is in fact there. So,
Mayor, this is outside of the item today, but it's pertinent. We do have a retail marketing program. As you know, we market restaurants in the downtown area. We have wayfinding signage in our 500 Main Street garage for the tenant that's going in there. And if patrons are coming to the City Hall campus, not by foot or bike, but by vehicle, and are parking in the garage, it's certainly possible that we could put wayfinding signage in the garage. We obviously want the business to be successful, but I think the accommodation that Mr. Hodges appears willing to make with limiting signage to interior signage, so long as he's certain that it works for his franchise and the restaurant can be successful, I think at this point it makes sense to move forward.
Mayor?
would that in fact be something you would accept?
It would, it would.
Oh, you would?
Yes.
Wonderful. Forget what I said. Back to, if I may, Mr. Jerbick, is that something that, to answer Mr. Arndt?
Yes, you can do that as long as you have, consent of the tenant.
Thank you, Councilman Barlow.
Just a quick question. What are your hours of operation? What are you proposing?
We would tend to be open, what Jimmy John's requires, a minimum of 9 in the morning till 9 at night, 7 days a week. Obviously, the City Hall is closed on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so we are looking to the rest of the public. We would even entertain down the road, possibly opening later on Friday and Saturday and addressing the traffic that comes in for the Fremont Street experience.
Right. The reason why I ask is because we have so many thousands of people in the downtown community just a block away from you on First Friday.
Right.
And so I know that that event goes on till after midnight because we have a lot of people traversing throughout the downtown area. So that's why I was wondering, as far as what, as you continue to come online, just some things to consider, not to ask you to change anything now, but just to take that into consideration.
I totally understand what you're saying, but we've learned with Jimmy John's, if you put something down, like we're going to be open till 3 in the morning every day, it's like an act of God to back off of that. So what we do is the minimum they require always, and then we look for opportunities where we can extend our hours and do more.
Councilman Ross?
I just want to say this real quick. You don't put a sign up, don't put a sign up, it's not really going to matter. You open the doors and you put that fleet of bicycles out there on the downtown streets with those guys wearing Jimmy John's jerseys, you're on fire.
Right.
You're going to do great.
I appreciate that. And the reason that I'm willing to go without the signage on the outside is we have a marketing program, like I said before, that Jimmy invented, where we'll go to every business within our zone over the course of the year with samples, and we spread Jimmy Love far and wide. And
The
it
staff
comes
actually,
back.
the staff in the back actually expected those samples today. So,
If
just
I
thought I'd
knew,
point that out.
if I knew I was going to be here this long, I would have.
So that addition to the agreement on the lease is with your permission?
Absolutely.
You already addressed it then,
Yes,
before
we
you
did.
came here?
And Mayor, just one last thing.
Yes.
If the signs are in the inside, it would meet all the other code requirements we have about inner signs, right? I mean, you couldn't cover up 100% of the window. You have a
Right.
certain percentage that you can cover and so forth. It would meet all the other rules and regulations.
That's correct, that
All
the
of the
tenant would
code.
have to meet our Title 19 zoning code, including signage.
Well, I just want to say that Jimmy Johns is in the ward I represent on Charleston and Rancho, and everybody was very disappointed. It wasn't just the mayor and her hungry
Yeah.
husband, it was my hungry husband and others too. So
Thank
we're
you.
looking forward to it restarting.
I've learned that the hard way. I have all the phone calls to that store forwarded to me because I wanted to answer as many people's concerns. I have had as many as 250 phone calls in a day.
See how
Yes.
active your ward
See how
is?
active that Ward 1 is, that way. Okay.
Great, well, congratulations, wonderful. Yes,
Mayor, just so you and the entire council is clear on my recommendation, given the discussion today, if I could reread into the record a proposed modification for Article 11, which in the lease, which deals with signage, so that it's on the record clearly and you understand my recommendation, what you'd be voting on. So we propose to modify Article 11 signs to read as follows. Landlord and tenant agree and acknowledge that tenant's proposed signage shall be limited to the interior of the premises. In the event landlord does not approve tenant's proposed signage, tenant shall have the right to terminate this lease upon written notice to landlord. In the event of such termination, landlord shall return to tenant the security deposit and any prepaid rent to tenant, and tenant shall have no further obligation or liability under this lease. So that would be the recommendation for modifying that section. What it does is it clearly specifies in our lease, and it's part of the lease, and I think that's a good recommendation on behalf of Councilman Coffin, so the parties are clear with clear expectations that under no circumstances is the landlord going to accept exterior signage for the premises, which is the retail space.
what would have helped if we had that right up front, that you'd already agreed to it, you'd had the conversation, so that we weren't out there wasting all the time talking about other things. It really would have helped us a lot, that, because it's already done, and that would have helped. So yes, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Bill, going back to the lease in relation to what you just read, as far as the landlord returning the deposit, are we out of any monies in this transaction at all? Or what percentage of the deposit? Is it 100%? Is it a portion of it? I mean, what is the threshold for the return of the deposit?
Thank you, Councilman. So essentially, and that's part of the lease, and I'm glad you referenced that. What we've done is we don't want to spend cash on someone else's restaurant. And so this is similar to what we did with the MTO lease in the 500 Main Street garage. So rather than the city paying for or contributing any money to the tenant improvements and improving the interior, what we have done is we've specified in the lease that rent will not commence for the first 6-month period. And that's basically giving the tenant a chance to make the interior improvements, as Mr. Hodges said, at his expense. So before he gets going and putting cash out to renovate the space, Mr. Hodges and our tenant wants to know that they have approval of our signage package. So the deposit is simply securing the space. No cash is going to exchange hands until the signage is approved by everyone, and that goes through our normal process. And then Mr. Hodges had a chance to put his money and his own capital into renovating the space. So not $1 city funds is at risk by moving forward today. It's really the deposit, which Mr. Hodges is putting up, and then he will move forward renovating the space right away. In fact, he's already looking to get into the space as early as tomorrow to get going on moving forward and making sure he knows what he needs to do to renovate the space.
What is the amount of the deposit?
$24.58 approximately.
Okay, so 25,000?
No, 100.
Oh, 2,400.
We're not talking about very much for the deposit.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. I'm thinking we're talking about a bigger number than that.
No, it's small.
Okay. So why are you worried about getting it back?
I'm not.
Okay. Okay, I was kidding, Mr. Hodges. When are you looking to start? I mean, Mayor and I'm starving.
I know. So we'll move along.
No, but when are you really looking to open the doors? I know it's like, what, a 6-month window
No,
for
well,
the TI? What is the TI, and then when are you proposing to open your doors to the
The
community?
building process is approximately 12 weeks. The permitting process is a different question.
Okay.
It took us 10 and a half months at Windmill and Eastern. That's not the city, I understand. It took us 6.5 months for a rebuilding permit at Rancho and Charleston.
You said they're very slow.
Yeah.
So having said that, and Jorge just came up today in relation to the streamlining of the process down at the DSC, do we still conduct the fast track, Jorge? Do we still have the fast track program in place? Because I would, and I know that this is my colleague's item, but I'm just asking questions in relation to seeing how we can assist you so that the bump in the road that you had at Charleston and Rancho won't be the bump in the road that you have here at City Hall. So how, is it a process that we can align him with as far as a fast track for him?
There is, Councilman. We do have the fast track program in place. We've also asked Dave Pratchett, who's our kind of person liaison that works between the development process and private developers, to facilitate that movement, to take the lead and meet with them in advance, to let them know in advance, here's the requirements that are done. Part of the challenges under the last application, there was only 6 days in our system. The rest of the time, their architect had the plans they were doing changes to. And so we can get it through our system pretty quick as long as the plans are proper. And that's why we've asked our folks to meet with them in advance with their architect to say, here's some of the potential pitfalls that we saw last time that can be avoided if we just correct them beforehand. So we can certainly do that service for them.
Is there a cost to the tenant?
There's no cost. We meet with them, no cost, and let them know here's how we can get their system a whole lot quicker, and we can kick them out in a matter of a couple of days.
It sure would help out, I'm pretty sure, Mr. Hodges, a lot if in fact we can place him on the fast track and help him through that process as quickly as possible so that he can get going and opening the doors, because the sooner he opens his doors, the sooner we
We're
can start
buying.
collecting rent. So,
buying.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Hodges.
Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, and it's wonderful that
But you
you are
didn't say
not.
the timeline as far as when you
Yeah,
propose
I
it.
started to say that. We already had someone in yesterday that's looking at the floor, because the floor is like this vault like we've never seen before, and to put some of the plumbing in the floor, we have to x-ray the floor so that we don't damage anything that's already there. So we have a x-ray crew scheduled for tomorrow to start that process. And then from there, if we have an approval of the lease and the signage, we're starting tomorrow. And it takes about 12 weeks to build out a space typically with some of the staging requirements that we have. I'm not sure if that will be longer. The time constraint has been the permitting process. And one of the things that we've done is we've presumed or assumed that we would be able to go forward. So I've already expended many dollars getting the architectural plans going already, and we're very far down the road even before this process today. So I've gone ahead and spent the money to kind of speed things up. And then if we get in the fast track program and we bring those plans to the city early on before we go to actually the planning department and sort out some issues that we might have, then that process can move along very quickly.
So we're looking at December, January?
I'd say, and again, one of the biggest hangups in the beginning is the health department. But once we get past the health department, I would say that, it could be a total of 4 months after that. So I'm saying probably 5 months from now.
Okay. Okay.
And that's why we have the 6-month window. And as soon as we open, we would start paying rent, as you said.
Great. Thank you, sir. Good luck
And
to you.
thank you also for not applying for our Quick Start VIP. I mean,
Yeah.
it really is saving it
You're
for
welcome.
others who are needy, so we appreciate it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Oh, we are? Okay. So, all right, so with the changes that were already there, Councilman Coffin, please
Thank you,
go ahead.
thank you, Mayor. I will make the motion, and thank you very much, Dean, for agreeing to those changes, which really speeds up the process too, doesn't it?
Yes.
Bill, you don't have to worry about coming back toward us, at least on the Fine points you'll have to get by staff, but that is good. You know, by the way, you'll be able to advertise this as in Las Vegas City Hall. I mean, there's no question you guys know how to market. So I have a hunch that you'll do quite well with your third-party or external advertising.
Okay.
And we look forward to enjoying our long partnership.
Thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations for winning this. Now then, I move for adoption of item 43 with the amendment as discussed in the record today regarding the signage to be interior only, facing outside.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post.
Thank you
And
very
we're
much.
delighted. Yes.
I'm just curious, do we
Councilman Beard.
count the time that we torture guys like this in front of city council as part of the days on our performance measure of our processes?
Yeah.
You only have to see him on occasion.
I know.
We have to do this often. It is wonderful. And
You know,
believe it or
considering
not,
that
he
we
has-
haven't, considering, Your Honor, that we have not been able to lease 1 square foot of retail space in 18 months we've had this building open, and that he's funding 100% of the build-out, we've been darn picky,
Isn't it
in my
fabulous?
opinion.
Yes. So we'll be customers all the time.
Thank you so
With a nice tip box for your employees.
Appreciate that,
So
too.
anyway, did you poach, listen to me. That motion carries. We're thrilled to death. Congratulations. And what's the date on the Rancho one?
We're moving along. I'm thinking, and, you know, there's issues with Nevada Energy, and if we get through those, we're thinking about 10 weeks from now.
Okay, gotcha. Well, put your signs up.
Oh, they're up?
That you're there.
We put
Oh,
the signs up.
I didn't see
Because I wanted to
them.
give people a clue that we were still there, because
Right.
most of those 250 calls are mad because we're gone.
Right, that was
Fear
what
that we're
I've
not
heard.
coming.
They're gone, arguments, so, great, congratulations.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Mr.
Thank
Arndt.
you.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Okay, we'll move on to agenda item 44. This is boards and commissions for possible action, Department of Transportation Regional Advisory Committee on Oversized and Overweight Vehicles. This is Jorge Cervantes has been on that committee, and as I understand it, he's currently acting as Director of Public Works to represent the interest and authority of the city, and would like to remain on. Is that correct? Yes. And so I would entertain a motion, please, Mayor Pro Tem.
Move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to retain our wonderful Jorge Cervantes.
Right, did it over size and overweight.
Oversized and overweight. He fits very well. So please post. Thank you very much. And that motion carries. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you. All right, item number 45, recommending committee, bill eligible for adoption at this meeting, abeyance item, bill number 2013-45. Mr. Jervik, I'd like to have the bill read, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-45, First Amendment, an ordinance to declare a moratorium on the application for consumption and or operation of medical marijuana establishments as contemplated by Senate Bill 374 of the 2013 legislative session.
Okay, and I would like to make the motion to adopt, please.
You're making the motion.
I'm making the motion.
Just that one.
We'll have one for all of you if that works.
Your Honor? No,
Yes, please,
I'm
Councilman
sorry.
Coffey.
No, we'll have to have a different motion for item number 52 because we'll have a discussion on that.
Okay, yes. Okay.
I thought 52 was a bait.
Okay.
We're on
Mr.
45 right now, and this is the mayor's choice. The public hearing on this item was at the recommending committee. If you wish to have more hearing, you're more than welcome to, but you do not need to have a public hearing today on this
Okay,
item. It's
thank
already
you.
been held.
I think what we had at recommending was very full, very comprehensive, and so I'm going to leave it that there's no more public comment. I'm sorry you've been sitting there, Bruce. I saw you right from day one with your file. But anyway, there is
Your
a
Honor.
motion. Please vote.
Your Honor, there's a reason.
Yes, Councilman
Because,
Coffin.
well, the reason we want to hold 52 for a separate vote is because a separate motion is required in order to reconsider on the time of abeyance that the committee passed. I have a motion all prepared by legal, and I read it by the chairman.
On item
so-
52, but I'm speaking
I
right
thought you
now
were
on
going to try to
item
lump them all in
45.
one motion.
No.
Oh, okay, I heard it was your
Item by
choice.
item.
It was your
Item
choice.
by item.
All right.
So,
thank you, ma'am.
correct, item by item, 45, which you just read, I made a motion to adopt on the moratorium. And for reasons, if you would once more, I would appreciate your input and from the legal standpoint of why we have moved to this.
Item 45, which is Bill number 2013-45, is the moratorium on medical marijuana establishments. Typically, and this bill was the same, these bills get read into the record, and then they get assigned to a recommending committee, and the recommending committee is the opportunity for people to come and make public comment. That opportunity has come and gone. It is now before the council for your decision. If you want to hear more comment, it is at your discretion. You don't need to, but you may certainly take a motion and vote on it without any comment.
I would like to move forward without more comment. I think we had ample time at recommending. Thank you very much. So there is a motion and post.
All of us have been here for 3 hours. No one's come from out of town. We filled out the public comment cards. For the record, I'm Attorney Bruce Gale. Your Honor, with all due respect, some of us have been here waiting for 3 hours. Some individuals that want to speak are from out of state and haven't been before you. We all filled out the comment cards, and it was our understanding that we could speak when the agenda item was called, not if we knew we were limited to only speak at 9 o'clock, that period of time, we would have done so. Your Honor, there's other things that weren't addressed at the recommending committee because there's people who haven't spoken in front of you. So, Your Honor, this is the 4th time I've been in front of y'all. I was here on Wednesday, August 21st. I wasn't, with all due respect, Your
Is
Honor.
there anything new that you would be adding? Because it's my understanding on this, as it has been reported by our attorney, this moratorium is to wait for the state to go ahead and be doing what it's needing to be addressed.
Your Honor, I'd like.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm Mark Shabik. There is one brief new thing that I could add.
One new thing.
yes,
Okay,
one
so I
new
would
thing.
only add anything that's new, nothing more, because as you said, Mr. Gale, this is number 4 for
Yes,
you. Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate this, Your Honor. I'll be
Okay.
a minute or two at the most.
Okay.
I'm Mark Shabik. I have helped numerous jurisdictions in California and elsewhere develop regulatory processes for regulating and overseeing and enforcing medical marijuana establishments. Nevada has enacted this law. It's up to the state and the cities and counties to enact their own ordinances. I offer myself, as I have, to the state and to the city of Las Vegas and the county as a resource to help them develop a regulatory process, excuse me, that can provide the jurisdictions the opportunity to oversee, regulate, and enforce both for the medical marijuana establishments themselves and for law enforcement. I'm offering myself a meeting with Clark County later this afternoon. I've been in contact with the state, and I'll leave you with this. Councilman Ross mentioned it in an earlier agenda item. You want Las Vegas to be a leader. You want them to be, this jurisdiction to be the lead in developing this, and there's an opportunity here to do it because the state has indicated in my dealings with them that they're looking to the cities and particularly this area to take the lead in developing a regulatory process, and it should be done Johnny on the spot, and I'm here to help. Thank
We
you.
appreciate your effort, and certainly will, our attorney has your name, Mr. Trevik, and we certainly will go forward. I'm going to take no more comments because of our recommending committee being
Thank you.
open, and thank you very much.
Madam Mayor,
So-
can I just ask a question to make sure that I'm remembering this correctly? Just one question of the attorney. My understanding is that the state has passed the law, but the state is coming out in December, is it, with clarification as to guidelines? And we are not saying yes or no to marijuana. We are saying we need to have those guidelines in order to do this appropriately and not end up in some type of mess which some other states have found themselves in. So it's only a matter that we want the state to fulfill what they said they would do before we make our move. Is that correct?
That's
I
correct.
just
And let
want
me add
people
to
to
that.
understand that.
That's correct. And let me
State
just add
passes
to
a
it.
law, they tell us they're going to give us guidelines, then we're not going to move ahead. At least I prefer not to move ahead until I know what their guidelines are.
To put a fine point on it, the state has until April to promulgate those guidelines. People think they may be out in December. Nobody will know until December comes around if they are or not. What we do know, we don't even have a licensing category for this type of building, and we have a lot of legal questions that need to be answered. So because the state hasn't promulgated the guidelines yet, because we haven't got licensing categories or zoning categories or anything for this, that's why the moratorium's in place.
And I think it would behoove those who are interested in moving this more quickly to have the state move more quickly, because we follow under the state. And I don't want to get into anything else because the mayor...
Okay, and there was a motion, and I'd appreciate, yes, Councilman Coffin?
Thank you. Sorry for the interruption. As I look at the description of the bill and reading the language of the bill, which appears to be a preliminary statement, it indicates that the bill still reads as it did before we amended it in recommending committee. The amendment was to take out the additional 6 months extension, and that was to make it a flat 180 days or 6 months, however that works. It is not correctly written.
Councilman, I apologize. It is, when we do the backup material, we include the original version, which does not say First Amendment. And if you turn through the very end of that, you'll get to what is the First Amendment, where that language was taken out at the request of the recommending committee.
Ah, okay. Let's just double check there. So that is on the 5th page we were handed. And you're right. You're right. Unless earlier terminated by the council. Thank you very much. And if
And,
I hadn't been around here and know
Councilman,
who
thank
to
you,
ask, I don't
Councilman.
think I would have, I would make that mistake every time.
Councilman Ross?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be as brief as possible, but I'm going to echo Councilwoman's thoughts and summarize it the same way I summarized it at one of our previous meetings. You are right, sir, whoever mentioned that all the eyes are on Las Vegas. We absolutely agree with that. We have got to do this right. We've seen the challenges in California. We've seen the challenges in Colorado. We have to get this right. We already know the state law is passed. We get it. We respect all of you being here, whether you're a medical marijuana user or just a marijuana user. It doesn't really matter. We're going to get there. But you have to be patient with us so we get it done right. The state is moving forward. We already know that and have confirmed that. So please, I would ask you and as our community to give us some time to get this done right, the right way, because the gentleman also mentioned Johnny on the spot, meaning we can't just throw it out there and think it's going to work. We've got to get it done right. So I know our city is meeting with the other municipalities in the county, so on a regular basis, so we can get this ironed out and get it pointed in the right direction. Still looking for guidance from the state. Let's see what the state gives us, and then we'll put the package together and make it happen. All I'm asking of our community is to be patient until we get there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow?
Yes, this question is for Brad. Brad, I'm looking at the First Amendment under, let's see here, I, Section I, because the Health Division currently does not currently have a draft of a proposed regulation concerning the certification and operation of medical marijuana and the products to be produced and sold by these medical marijuana, nor will the Health Division have final regulation concerning the certification and the products to be produced and sold by these medical marijuana until at least December of 2013, and possibly not until the statutory deadline of April 1st, 2014. The question that I have is, and possibly, why do we have that placed there and possibly within the First Amendment?
That's not part of the First Amendment. That's part of the original bill. That did not change. The state law requires that these regulations be in place by April 1st. Through word of mouth and through communication, we understand that they will probably be done in December. But we don't know that. We have no control over them. We're not writing them. And the people who are in charge of that may take longer. And legally, they have the right to take longer up until April 1st. And so that's why it's written that way.
Okay, but it is within the First Amendment backup, so are you saying it's not in there, Brad?
The only thing that changed between the First Amendment and the original bill was the ability for the moratorium to be extended without council permission. Now it can only be extended with council permission. The language that you're reading in subsection I is the same in the original bill and in the First Amendment. That has not changed. We have always been aware that the regulations aren't in place. We expect that they will be in place by December. We know that they have to be in place by April. That's all that says.
Okay, so the 180 days ends December 31st, 2013?
No. Maybe I need to back up. There are a number of reasons for the moratorium, one of which is that there aren't any state regulations in place yet. Those may be in place as early as December or as late as April. We have a number of other things that are also not in place. Licensing categories, fees, zoning regulations as to where they can be, whether we want distance separations and the like. And then the big question that I raised at the meeting where the bill was originally read, whether or not this is legal at all, because this is still a federal felony, regardless of what the state of Nevada has said. And there are a lot of very, very serious legal questions with enormous consequences that need to be worked out in this 180 days.
Okay, so the 180 days would take us through June? No, April? When, that's what I'm asking. When does it begin?
It begins today.
It
So
begins
180
today,
days
right?
today.
So it's 180 days from today?
That's correct.
Okay.
6 months from today.
Okay, 6 months from today. Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo a couple things Brad said. I mean, the reason why I sponsored this bill, because this is a really complicated issue. I know it's spreading around the United States, but when you look around the United States when it comes to medical marijuana, it's all over the place. I mean, in Colorado, it's pretty much legal whether you need a medical marijuana card or not to some degree. So I just wanted to slow this train down a little bit because I'm getting phone calls from people that are talking about big money for this particular issue. So I just wanted to just kind of take our time because the big issue, and Brad brought this up, is the kind of the two bookends here. On one end, you have the state of Nevada that has voted for medical marijuana. It's part of the Constitution. The state legislature passed it. The governor signed it. Now it's in our lap, and I get all that. But, I mean, you still have to understand that under federal law, marijuana is a Schedule I controlled substance, just like cocaine is, just like heroin is. It's a Schedule I under federal law. It's a dangerous drug. Please don't interrupt me, okay? It's considered a dangerous drug under federal law that you can go to prison to for a long number of years. And I'm not sure how we get through that. I know the Attorney General and the President has sent out a memo that they're not going to enforce it. But with all due respect to the Attorney General and the President, they can't do that. They have to enforce laws that are passed by Congress. And even if that did occur, 3 years from now, when they have a new President and Attorney General, they may have a completely opposite viewpoint and come down and shut down every single medical marijuana establishment that we put together in the city. So as I joked with Brad, I could be going from the captain of vice narcotics in my previous career to a accused drug trafficker on a federal level. That's crazy stuff. So I'm not sure how we answer that, Brad. I know we've had a couple of questions, but those are the issues that are a big deal that we have to walk through before we implement what the people of Nevada want implemented. So that's the only reason for this. Nobody's taken a stand on medical marijuana, how it's going to look as of yet. That's what this moratorium is for, so we can take our time and do it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Councilwoman, go ahead, please.
Very quickly, I think it gets right back down to what Councilman Ross said. Just be patient. We want to do this the right way. You weren't on the end of the telephones as we got calls from people who were obviously far more interested in making big money for themselves than helping those who needed marijuana. And we don't want those people to get the hold on something and cause problems later on for those who need it. Just give us some time in order to do it right and have patience with us because that's what we're trying to do.
And I would add to her comment, from around this country, calls are coming, as you well know, calls are coming in to the attorneys in our state. They smell the money. And this isn't about the money at this point. This really is about this council and this body being wise and cautious and following federal and state guidelines and laws. Councilman Coffin?
Thanks, Your Honor. I just wanted to address one issue that was raised by the folks standing up in front of the podium, who I wish would just go ahead and sit down, because the period for discussion, as has been stated by the mayor, is over. This would be just like the legislative process. Fellas, it's exactly the same. The time to discuss is before the council vote. You cannot enter the chamber of the legislature and interrupt the members there. You know, it's just like it's not done. So it's procedure. There's nothing unusual about what the mayor's ruling of not having debate from the floor on this. This is the time reserved for us to debate the issue. And 4 of the members did not sit on the resolutions committee, so naturally they want to hear the benefit of those who do. I think that, but the case has been stated very well by the people in favor of the amendment, and I thought that it was handled okay at the legislature. And, you know, the idea that we were going to maybe even take a year to do this was, I think, wrong, and that's why we amended it in resolutions to make sure we kept our feet to the fire to finish this job in March. As much as we like to think it's complicated, it won't be rocket science. We'll be able to get that done. What we do have to do is make sure we do it right. I personally am not opposed to medical marijuana establishments in the right places and with the right regulations, and I think we've got to first, as I mentioned at recommending, the council's going to have a vote sometime, I would say in the next 6 months, within the 6 months, so that we don't waste time. First of all, to find out if a majority will approve medical marijuana in the city, because that's one of the prerogatives granted us by the legislature. So we should schedule a vote sometime in the next few months, I think, to just frankly say, are we going to have it? And then we can discuss, Your Honor, about whether we, you know, maybe some members of the ward of the council don't want it in their ward. It's quite possible that we can tailor-make our own conformance to the state law in such a fashion that we're not in violation of the state law. On the subject of people going to prison, it is true that some people do go to prison, and that's a shame for using marijuana, because I just don't agree with that. But I think they're charged with marijuana. It's simply something to deal away, and in the end, they don't go to prison for marijuana usage. There's a bit of sales action that gets people convicted for. And we're not out trying to create a witch hunt here at all. We're actually opening the doors to what appears to be a proven medical solution to pain, and I'm all in favor of that because I'm a longtime pain sufferer. And as I stated in committee, Your Honor, if this would work better for me than the pills that I take that do damage to my liver, I will be glad to take it. So you don't have bias. I think the council's not against this. Some want to move a little slower than others, and that's what we do in a collegial atmosphere to maintain our friendships, is to try to make sure things move, but move at the pace that is comfortable for everyone. So I think that the motion was good. I think that the mayor's handling it properly, and it may not be as fast as I like to do it, but we get along this way. So please understand that that's the process.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Councilman Barlow.
I have a question for Brad. Brad, in a situation like this, where you have members of the council that sat on the recommending board, and now we have the item before the full council in relation to this particular topic, how do we, is there a specific procedure that we can extract information as far as what was said? Because half of the board here was not privy to the comments that were shared at recommending. I mean, how do we do that? I mean, are we to go back and review the minutes of recommending? I mean, because you have members, 3 members that were privy to the information where the other 4 of us were not.
I understand the question, and I think that that is just one of the inherent facts of the way we do things around here with recommending committees. Just because you're entitled to a public hearing doesn't mean you're entitled to a public hearing before the entire council. And this bill, it's been the procedure of this council to have that public hearing at recommending committees, and then to have the recommendation from the people who sit as elected officials be the recommendation to the council based upon what they heard at the public hearing. It could be changed. It is a system that we've been using. There is obviously no ability to get transcripts and distribute them with 1 day's notice, but that is why I tell the mayor, you do not legally have to have a public hearing because one has already been had, and 3 members of council have been entrusted as custodians, or representatives of the council to hear that testimony and make a recommendation. That's why you don't have to have another public hearing, but if you want to still open it for comment, you can.
Well, I understand the 3 members making the recommendation, but the recommendations come without a briefing. So in essence, what you're saying is that whenever we send a recommendation forward, the others should just go along with it because we said so? I don't think it works like that, Brad.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. And it is just a recommendation. But I'm saying that the opportunity for the public hearing is at the recommending committee.
I'm not speaking about the public speaking. I'm speaking about the deliberation that took place inside of the public hearing as far as the council members' thoughts as well as the public's thoughts. Because when it reaches the dais here, we receive a recommendation, whether it be a denial or approval, a number of split decisions. However, as the chair of recommending, I don't brief my other council members, the point I'm trying to get at, as far as the conversations that we had that can possibly help them in their decision-making as to whether or not they should vote for it or not.
I understand. I think Councilman Coffin's got a question. I just wanted to put this on the record real quick. The council's absolutely free to ignore the recommending committee. In fact, you as a member of the recommending committee can vote yes on recommending and change your mind the next day and vote no against what you just recommended.
Right.
So there is nothing binding about recommending. It's just an opportunity for a public hearing. Councilman, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You're welcome
Appreciate it.
if Mayor Pro Tem would recognize me, just to help explain it. I think I'm used to it. I know Councilman Beers is used to a system whereby committees meet, deliberate, vote, and fight. And then the chair of that committee presents a report to the floor. And it can be done in this case. I think in many cases, we're used to a rhythm that we inherited when we came in of our predecessors, whereby there might have been discussion. There might have been a lot of crosstalk or a lot of discussion, or they paid attention to the recommending committee or even attended it so that they know what's being said, so that when they get to the floor, the chair just usually has to recommend adoption of the bill because everybody already knows what's in it. We really have been very good about observing the open meeting law in this council. I am very impressed with the adherence to that, thanks to your guidance, Brad, because we don't make mistakes very often anyway in that regard. So we don't crosstalk, but it is certainly the chair's the chair's option at any time to give us a 30-minute discussion on a bill that we report out of committee and to give the whole information to the council in totem, and then you have your debate. And this is, and I suppose at any given time you could always have a majority of the council determine that a public hearing shall occur again on any one of these items. But I think we're past that. I think it's, I think the mayor was okay in what she did, because you can't have a discussion on every item. That's the point of committees. Otherwise, you go till midnight on your committee. So I appreciate the way it's been handled, and I think it'll be fair.
Okay, unless there's any more comments from the council, there's a motion on the floor. I'd like everyone to vote so we can post it. Okay, everyone's voted. Please post. Okay, motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll go on to item number, item number 46, bill number 2013-35. Mr. Jerbick, would you like to read the bill?
I'll be happy to, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Bill number 2013-35, First Amendment, an ordinance to amend the Unified Development Code to reinstate the RD Single Family Residential Restricted District and standards pertaining thereto, and provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much. I will move for approval. Please vote. And post when you're ready. Okay, keep going on. Yes. Motion carries unanimously. We're on item number 47, bill number 2013-38. Mr. Jerbick, would you read the bill?
I'll be happy to. Bill number 2013-38, in order to update the city's new wastewater collection and treatment regulations regarding discharges and to provide for other related matters.
Okay, I will move for approval.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please Post. Excuse me. Motion carries. We'll move on to Bill number 48, Bill number 2013-39. Mr. Turbic, please read the bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-39, an ordinance to update the city's stormwater management regulations regarding the disposal of waste and discharge of pollutants and to provide for related matters.
Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve. Please vote and please post.
We haven't gotten there yet. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry. Did you vote?
No.
Okay, please post. And we'll move on to agenda item 49, Bill number 2013-40. Mr. Turbic, please read the bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-40, an ordinance to repeal in its entirety LVMC Chapter 14.12 relating to the regulation of municipal cemeteries and provide for related matters.
I move to approve. So motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. And on agenda item number 50, Bill number 2013-41, please, Mr. Turbic, read that bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-41, an ordinance relating to sewer service amending the LVMC Chapter 14.04 to update provisions regarding certain charges payable by the City of North Las Vegas and clarify provisions regarding the installation and maintenance of sewer facilities and providing for other related matters.
I move to approve. There's a motion, and please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Let's move on to agenda item 51. Bill number 2013-42. Mr. Turbic, I would like to have the bill read, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-42, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly described land to be annexed to make the inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city and provide for other related matters.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to approve. So motion, please vote, and please post. Bill number 2013-52. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
I'm going to read the bill, Your Honor, then I have a couple of comments to make, and then I think Councilman Coffin has a couple of comments. So with that said, Bill number 2013-52, an ordinance to amend the city's public peace, morals, and welfare regulations to provide for separate curfew specifications to downtown Las Vegas, to amend the penalties for curfew violations, to provide for certain penalties for a parent or an legal guardian permitting a minor's violation of curfew laws, and to provide for other related matters. Before I turn over to Councilman Coffin, this bill was heard at recommending committee yesterday.
I'm sorry, could you say it again, because you're off the mic and I
I'm sorry.
didn't get it.
This bill was heard at recommending committee yesterday. The recommending committee consisted of Councilman Anthony, Councilman Barlow, and Councilman Coffin. At the end of the recommending committee, there was a 2-to-1 vote, Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Anthony voting in the minority, to hold this bill for 30 days. As a result of that particular vote, this council is not able to take action to vote on this bill today. However, it's my understanding that a member of the recommending committee who voted in the majority to hold it for 30 days has a comment to make.
Thank you. Councilman Coffin?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm going to read a prepared statement which was prepared by legal in order to make sure I do it right, because we want to cross those T's. I was appointed as a member of the recommending committee to make recommendations on new bills that were heard on September 17th, 2013. One of those bills, number 2013-52, dealt with imposing a weekend curfew on parts of the downtown area. I voted in the majority to hold that bill in abeyance for 30 days. I'd like to have, and that will be a motion in a moment, I would like to have bill number 2013-52 placed back on the agenda of the next recommending committee, October 1st, 2013, so that I may make a motion at that time to reconsider holding the bill in abeyance. If that motion passes, I would like to continue consideration of bill 2013-52 during that same recommending committee. I'm aware that Councilman Barlow has some serious questions that must be addressed, as I do, regarding the effects of this curfew on all citizens in the impacted area. I expect those questions will be answered at the October 1st, 2013 recommending committee. If the councilman's questions are not answered, I will support continuing the 30-day abeyance. If Bill number 2013-52 is moved out of the recommending committee on October 1, 2013, I would like to see this council consider the adoption of Bill 2013-52, and that is my motion to ask that it be placed on the next recommending committee agenda. And for a brief word of explanation, it is this, that we have new maps, which would be the fourth or fifth iteration of the geography, much tighter, much easier to defend, and much easier to police for consideration at that time. And for that reason, that is why I'm making this motion.
At this point, I would like to ask Brad Jervik, please, to respond to that for the direction of the council.
If I could, Councilman, to achieve your goal, I don't know that there can be a vote right now because of the abeyance at yesterday's meeting, but we can accomplish the same result that you've just articulated by having the mayor, at the end of the reading of the new bills, the mayor will assign them to recommending committee. At the time the mayor assigns those new bills to recommending committee, it's my advice that she also assign this particular bill that you want reconsidered by recommending sent back for the October 1st meeting. And I don't think it will require a motion, and I think it's more in compliance with the open meeting law to do it that way.
Okay.
If that's okay with you.
That's fine with me, if the chair is okay.
That's fine with me. Just let me know, Patrick. Thank you very much. So at this point, it does not take action.
Not take action, we move on. Mr. Steed will read the new bills, and then I'll provide advice at the end of the reading of the new bills.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will move on to agenda item 53. Items 53 through 58. Bills 2013-46 through 2013-51 are eligible for adoption later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. Okay. Items 59 through 62, bills 2013-53 through 2013-56 will be heard recommending committee meeting on October 1st, 2013. And please, City Attorney, to read the new bills.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2013-53, an ordinance to repeal in its entirety LVMC Chapter 9.32 relating to the regulation of swimming pools and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2013-54, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city and to provide for other related matters. Bill number 2013-55, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2013-56, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
Thank you very much, Mr. Steed. So I will assign these new bills 2013-53 through 2013-56 and also number 52 from today's agenda to the Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin at recommending. So there is my motion. No need
for a motion, just take
assign.
action, but I just want
Thank
the
you.
record to reflect when the clerk makes a record that bill number 2013-52 is included in those bills that will be referred to the October 1st recommending.
Okay,
You're good.
you're set. Okay, so we would now move on to bill number 63. I mean, agenda item 63.
Mayor.
Oh, are we at lunch? Yes, and Councilman Barlow, please.
Mayor.
Yes, please.
This is a technical question based on item number 52, Brad. How do we communicate this to all of the speakers that were in attendance and spoke at the recommending meeting on yesterday?
People have noticed that this item was on the agenda today, and so there's that public notice that goes out from people just watching Channel 2 or hearing from the meeting. Second, we will publish an agenda for the recommending committee that will be public. We can also, if you want to do something additional to that, if you provide me, or I can get a list of the names of the people who signed in at recommending committee, we'll make special phone calls to them as well to make sure that
Yeah,
they're
that would be
aware.
helpful because a lot of people don't watch the city council meeting because it was obeyed at recommending for a set amount of time. And now that we've changed that time and date, I believe we have to take that additional step to at least attempt to do more than just the basics of what we have done in the past in order to reach out and communicate this new change.
I think that's right, and then I'll be glad to work with you at the end of the meeting to make sure that we get all those names and contact all those people.
Thank you.
Thank you, so noted. Okay, so we are now recessing for the afternoon session, and since it's 20 minutes of 1, we will reconvene at 1:15, if that's all right? Everybody got that? Okay, thank you very much.
Carolyn, I wanted to talk to you about the guy with the,
Councilman?
the accessory structure to cover his car.
Oh, the one that's contracting. All right, we're back from recess, everyone. We're going to begin with agenda item number 63. For possible action, any items from the afternoon session, council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, table, withdrawn, held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. And so, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have several items. Item number 73, EOT 50459, applicant owner, Church Lakes Lutheran, 3.88 acres at 8200 West Sahara. Applicant has asked that be stricken. Item numbers 74 through 77, EOT 50544, EOT 50546, EOT 50547, EOT 50543, applicant owner, Church Lakes Lutheran on 3.88 acres at 8200 West Sahara. Staff has asked that to be obeyed till October 2nd, 2013. Item number 78, MOD 48831, applicant Wolf THLC, owner James Marsh on 3.96 acres at southwest corner of Deer Springs Way and Durango Drive. Applicant has asked that be obeyed till October 16th, 2013. Item number 79, SDR 48852, applicant DR Horton, owner DR Horton, and Res Nevada TLV LLC on 26.4 acres adjacent to the southeast corner of Deer Springs Way and Campbell Road. Applicant has asked that be obeyed till October 2nd, 2013. And the last item, item number 85, ROC 50663. The applicant is Lamar Central Outdoor, owner Masonic Memorial Temple Lodge. That item, Councilman Barlow has asked that be obeyed till October 16th, 2013, and that will be my motion.
Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. There's a motion. I ask you to please vote, and then please post. Okay.
He was coming towards you.
Sidetracked. Just for the record, Councilman Beers excused. I think he has a touch of the flu, unfortunately. I'm good, I'm just coughing. I think it's from our city manager, who was coughing. Okay, we are moving on to item number 64, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located at 200 Catalina Street for fees in the amount of $2,784.50, general fund, sets a maximum of $19,500, daily civil penalties for a total of $22,284.50, property owner Donald and Susan Calhoun. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian, and this is a public hearing which I declare open. Good afternoon, Mrs. Zuna.
Vicki Ozuna, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Good afternoon. The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for nuisance abatement performed at 200 Catalina Street, zip code 89107, located at Jones and US 95. A code enforcement case was opened on May 2nd, 2013, and notice and order was issued on May 9th, 2013. On August 6, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of securing by boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse and waste, dead vegetation from all areas of the property. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $100,887. Staff recommends the council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $2,784.50 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $22,284.50 as a lien against the property.
Thank you, Mrs. Zuna. This is a public hearing. Are the owners, Donald and Susan Calhoun, here, a representative? Has an effort been made to reach them?
We have spoken with the property owner, and he chose not to do to abate the issues, and he notified us that he was returning the property to the bank.
Returning it to the bank. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing and seeing none, I turn this over to you, Councilwoman.
Move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. And at this time, I would like to ask, apparently, that motion carries. Councilman Coffin had a comment that on one prior.
He has to clarify.
Yes.
Apparently, Your Honor, thank you. Apparently, I've been forced to disclose my reasons for abstaining on one of the bills that was voted on earlier. I felt in an abundance of caution.
Item 49, please.
Item 49, yeah. Due to, on the regulation of municipal cemeteries, that with the name Coffin, that you ought to abstain on anything related to that. I find now, after consulting with legal counsel, that I would not be treated any differently than any other coffin. So I will therefore, I'll be recorded as an aye vote.
Here, I think Councilman Beer's rubbing off on you, Councilman Coffin. Thank you very much for that clarification. Goodness gracious. Okay, we'll go on to agenda item number 65, which is also public hearing. Possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located 504 Campbell Drive for fees in the amount of $3,416.25 general fund, assess a maximum $19,500 in daily civil penalties for a total of $22,916.25. Property owner Carlos C. Ramirez. This is in Ward 1. Councilwoman Tarkanian's, and it's a public hearing, which I declare open. And please, Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 504 Campbell Drive, zip code 89107, located at Alton Rancho. A code enforcement case was opened on April 24, 2013, and notice and order was issued to the property on May 7, 2013. On July 31st, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing and boarding the open accessible garage and rear sliding door. There was removal of all refuse waste, dead vegetation from all areas, securing of the rear gate, and removal of junk vehicles from the backyard. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $322,708. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the out-of-pocket cost of $3,416.25 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $22,916.25 as a lien against the property.
And this particular owner is where?
He is deceased. We did try to notify his heirs, and they were unresponsive. I did get a phone call from them yesterday. They were aware of the item being on council today. They're fully aware of the waiver process, and if they choose to proceed with the property into probate, because they have not done that, and the owner has been deceased for several years now, they will put in a waiver request and request waiver of any civil penalties if there are any.
Okay, so the dialogue is at least open?
Yes.
And waiting for
I have a
probate.
meeting scheduled with them tomorrow to give them all the paperwork and give them the waiver request too, so.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item, please come forward. State your name. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Councilwoman Tarkanian.
First, I'd like to say I'm very sorry Mr. Ramirez passed away in his unique way. He did some good things for the neighborhood, although I know that this has been going on for years and has cost the city quite a bit of money. And because the people who have contacted you are aware of the waiver situation, that they can come back, I will follow staff's recommendation. So I move to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. This isn't the gentleman with all the cars that are on the street.
No.
That motion carries. Thank you very much. And we will move on to agenda item 66, public hearing for possible action to consider the report of expenses to recover costs for abatement of nuisance located in 1004 Sproul Court for fees in the amount of $2,045.75 general fund, and assess a maximum of $19,168 daily civil penalties for a total of $21,213.75. The property owner here is Frank, or R. Frank and Stephanie Wilson Family Trust, and this also is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Public hearing I declare open, And here we are again, Mrs. Zuna, please.
The item before you today is a public hearing to approve the report of expenses for a nuisance abatement performed at 1004 Sproul Court, zip code 89145, located at Antelope in Charleston. A code enforcement case was opened on March 27, 2013, and notice and order was issued to the property owners on April 11, 2013. On July 3, 2013, the abatement was completed by city contractor on securing and boarding all open doors and windows, removal of all refuse, waste, dead vegetation from all areas of the property. Property is valued on Zillow.com at $90,209. Staff recommends that council approve the expense report and assess the outstanding out-of-pocket costs of $2,045.75 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $21,213.75 as a lien against the property.
And Frank and Stephanie Wilson are where?
We don't know. We did not have any response, and we could not locate him, so.
And so what do you do with certified letters? So you get a response back and that's it?
Absolutely. We also search them out in other databases to try and locate them. We make sure that they don't own other property within the city or in the county. We Google them. We take extreme measures to try and find people.
Okay, and how long has the search been ongoing trying to find these people?
Since the case began in March 2027.
Wow. Okay, thank you very much. Public hearing. Anyone wishing to come forward to speak on this item, please state your name. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close the public hearing, and Councilwoman Tarkanian.
And if they do make a contact back to you, they will be informed that they have a chance to appeal for a waiver.
Absolutely.
So I will, at this point in time, move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. We'll move on to agenda item 67. And 67, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and a reduction of fees totaling $37,95.73 in out-of-pocket costs and $29,250 in daily civil penalties for a total of $33,045.73 recorded against the property located at 1800 Fremont. The property owner, Fremont Bruce, LLC, care of Shai Oved. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. It's a public hearing, which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Nancy Zamora, bank trustee. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on July 24, 2013 for a nuisance abatement performed at 1800 Fremont Street, zip code 89101, located at Bruce and Fremont. A code enforcement case was opened on November 8, 2012, and code enforcement issued a notice and order on November 27, 2012. On April 9, 2013, an abatement was completed consisting of removal of refuse, waste, high grass, and weeds. Herbicide was applied to the vacant lot and no trespassing signs were posted. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com was not available, but Clark County has a taxable valuation of the property at $588,060. The total outstanding out-of-pocket costs assessed are $3,795.73, and outstanding daily civil penalties are $29,250 for a total of $33,045.73. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
Thank you. Is there anyone here representing Fremont Bruce, LLC? Please state your name.
Your Honor, Councilman
Afternoon.
Coffin. Bo Sterling, B-E-A-U-S-T-E-R-L-I-N-G. This property has been in bankruptcy for approximately 2 years now. The Chapter 7 trustee has filed the application. She's authorized me to argue in favor of the waiver request. I'm an attorney. I represent some of the creditors in the bankruptcy case, in particular the architect who was not paid for his work on the project. The bankruptcy was settled, the property's been sold, there's money in escrow. My understanding is all the taxes have been paid. The waiver request that I'm arguing for today, excuse me, is for a waiver of some or all of the daily civil penalties for the benefit of the creditors, who in essence are the ones who are going to have to end up paying all of this. It's coming out of their portion and they're not being fully paid. Your Honor.
Did you in fact say that, or maybe I misunderstood you, that the property's in escrow for sale?
Yes, and my understanding is that that escrow has, the property's already been sold to the new buyers, who, in an email from their counsel, have represented that their first order of business is to clean up the property and finish the fence.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard, please state your name.
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Coffin, they're asking for a waiver. Have they been in contact with your office as to what they're going to do with this property and get it turned around? That's the main thing. I want to see something. I want to see something done with it. I want to see some progress on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard here? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Coffin?
Bo, Mr. Sterling, please step up again. I want to get a reiteration from you of your promises as you represent some creditors here. They are not banks. They are people who did service to somebody who went BK on this property. It was an eyesore, and it still can get one. You know, after all the rains, those weeds can go sky high and nothing flat. That's a critical corner for us on East Fremont at Bruce, and it's one that we need to keep clean. Tell me the status of the negotiations now on a new owner.
The bankruptcy case is basically at this point concluded. The settlement involved a sale of the property and payment of the contractors, the architect who was not fully compensated, who had a judgment against the debtors. Actually, two, the Pasco Excavation was the other one. That the sale, my understanding is the sale closed on September 12th last week. The property's been conveyed to the new buyer. I don't represent the new buyer, so I can't make any representations as to what their intentions are, but they paid money for the property. Their counsel has represented to me that they do intend to clean up the property and fence it, and my understanding is that they would like to develop it. They do have ownership of the plans that my client drafted for the mixed-use development. It's in the downtown Centennial District, and it was approved for development.
My office would like to see those because we don't want just another vacant piece of land that's fenced. But in fact, if there's motion on this, then that's good. Now, I don't want to see the person who can least afford it get nailed by the civil penalties. That's what appears is happening here. So I will move then to assess, though, the total amount of out-of-pocket costs that the city has spent to clean up the property and waive the entire daily civil penalties on this. So the total that needs to be owed and paid within 30 days is $3,795.73.
Thank you very much. And I will say, if I may, that that money is in escrow. It will be paid as soon as we get a decision.
Okay. Now it's just up to the council.
Yes.
So don't thank me yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I believe, Mayor, that the current owner has some liability as it relates to the daily civil penalty fees. So I will be going in opposition of the 100% waiver of the daily civil penalty fees. So I'll be voting in opposition to this item.
Councilman Coffin, is there any way to address this? I know you have a motion that since there are debts outstanding on the bankruptcy that should be honored, in addition to the costs, is there any way to make that part of it, that they honor all their debts that were accrued on that, or not?
Your Honor, I don't think we have the authority to tell a bankruptcy judge how to settle with assets to be distributed. And probably if we settle with one, in essence, directly, then it would be clawed back and put into the pool for all creditors. So I think we're not even indicating that we're trying to help one person or another here. It's just that there is a move to develop this, and they're going to present plans to us quite soon, and I'll bring them to your office, so that we clean up this corner permanently. And for that reason, to encourage development, I think an extra incentive is for us to get this bankruptcy closed as soon as possible and get something happening on that corner.
And he did make a motion. Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. So it will be just the out-of-pocket costs. Thank you very much. We'll move on to item number 68. That's public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $6,077.77 in out-of-pocket costs and $27,650 in daily civil penalties for a total of $33,727.77 recorded against the property located at 2713 Howard Drive. The property owner, Campbell Road LLC. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin's ward. It is a public hearing which I declare open. Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Anthony DeFries. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on March 21st, 2012 for a nuisance abatement performed at 2713 Howard Drive, zip code 89104, located at Fremont and Okie. The code enforcement case was opened on June 1st, 2011, and code enforcement issued a notice and order on August 17th, 2011. On January 30th, 2012, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing by boarding all open and accessible doors and windows, removal of refuse and waste, high grass, weeds from all the yard areas. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com is $74,393. The total outstanding out-of-pocket costs assessed are $6,077.77. And outstanding daily civil penalties are $27,650 for a total of $33,727.77. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver request.
And where are the property owners or representatives? Thank you. And if you'll come to the podium here and state your names for the record. And at this point, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak? Do you want to come forward at this time? Well, as a matter of fact, if you wouldn't mind, I'm going to ask them to respond first. So please address. Go ahead.
How are you?
How are you and your name, sir, please?
My name is Anthony DeFries. I represent Campbell Road LLC. Campbell Road LLC is an entity that purchases properties strictly for the purpose of rehabilitating them. They purchase at the trustee sale, and on occasion they rent the properties out, and on occasion they do turn and sell them. So it is their business to rehabilitate and create a better property for the neighborhood. Campbell Road did purchase Howard Drive on 4/16/2003, and
2003?
I'm sorry, 2013.
Okay,
I'm 10
sorry.
years behind. And when they purchased the property, they were not aware of the extent of the repairs that were actually needed on the property, and also were misinformed of the apparent lien that was on the property. I think that they were under the impression it was a tax lien, which would go away after 4 months, and it was their intent to keep this property and rent it out. So that's why nothing had been immediately done to address the issue of the city lien, because it was just overlooked. They also purchased another property on Silver Birch, which is one street right over, right around the same time, within 15 days of each other. And I brought some pictures just to show you what the city had completed prior. Seemed to be a great improvement based on talking to the neighbors. We do, as soon as Campbell acquires the property, they talk to all the neighbors, introduce themselves, say hello. If there's any problems or situations, please call, so that there's a point of contact. And they didn't immediately start doing the repairs, but in time, they did have a lot on their plate, started investigating what was needed to be done. And currently, for both properties, which we'll hear next, again, like I said, they usually put in paint, carpet, do the landscaping, tile, and whatnot. But these two properties required a complete, down-to-the-stud rehabilitation. It needed complete new plumbing, and all permits have been pulled. It needed a complete new electrical system. Again, all permits have been pulled and approved. So I also brought a detailed, not that detailed, but I have a backup of all the costs and whatnot, which Campbell Road did put into the property so far. Can I put this on the, maybe to where they can see it?
And have you been meeting with Councilman Coffin on these? And does he have all that updated information that you have gone, that Campbell Road has been going ahead with all of the permitting?
I have been in touch with Vicki and I believe it was Laura when we found out about the liens on the property. And this is just a bit of an itemization. For instance, on Howard, it was purchased on March 22nd for $58,000. Until so far, Campbell Road is already in it for $19,000 just on improvements, and they're not finished yet. It's in a current state of rehabilitation. And as Vicki had stated, Zillow shows a $73,000 value on Zillow, and currently they're in it for $78,000. So they're already upside down, and do plan to rent the property out. And we do stay in constant communication with the neighbor directly next door to us. And she had mentioned that there was a tree that was overgrowing, and we right away it was actually growing into the power line. So we had Nevada Power come out and do their trimmings, and then we cut down the tree. Okay, so if there's any concerns or situations, we are on it right away. So that's why we are requesting the city to remove these fees, because it will just put Campbell Road way over the top.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing, so please now come forward, state your name, and make your comments.
My name is Anthony Hodges. The way it sounds, sir, you're improving the property, right?
Correct.
Okay. When in-time property being improved for possibilities to be livable, hey, that's an improvement for the neighborhood, period. So, best of luck.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. This illustrates an item that I'm dealing with right now, and I'm writing a paper to give you on that. These outside investors are buying properties based on what Zillow what Zillow says they're worth. They're not worth anything even close to that. And we passed the new IEEC codes. If you were to take that property and bring it up to the new IEEC codes, you would be far better off to bring in a bulldozer and scrape it off and start from scratch. And I've got the receipts to prove it. And that is why I have this property that basically it's valueless, because if you take the residual value of the lot and subtract the cost of removing the house, you have no value at all. But this is a problem with out-of-state investors that come in and buying these properties thinking they're going to fix them up and rent them based on this Zillow thing, and it's not right. And I've got something else to say to them. That sewer line is about 60 years old, and they haven't even looked at that sewer. I can tell you right that, because those sewers are all rotten. All of them are rotten. So when he's figuring on that, he can put out about, he can figure about $8,500 more to put in the sewer line. He hasn't even begun to, it's a bottomless pit when you go to rehab these old buildings to bring them up to the new IEEC standard. And one other thing, I am totally in line with the new conservation standards. I think those are, that is an absolute need. But boy, there was a movie a long time ago about people sinking money into an old house. It was a comedy thing. But it's going to be no comedy to these people. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'm hearing none. I'll close the public comment. And Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor. The owner is probably thoroughly depressed now that Todd Farlow has given us this. You know, you got to go values by Farlow instead of Zillow. You had me confused, Todd, because I thought you were talking about like you were the owner of the property. So 240 North 19th must be in sad shape. Well, I am curious, and not trying to lump both in because we're still going to have separate motions. But the taxes were paid, excuse me, our fees, our out-of-pocket was promptly paid on item 69 on Silver Birch. But I don't show anything paid here on 68 out of the $6,000 out of pocket. So could you explain why it is that, I think you're implying it's the same buyers.
Correct.
Because our paperwork shows different owners.
Correct. And actually, as of Silver Birch, it was actually recorded on September 16th, okay? The office, they were out of town, and it slipped through the cracks, and they didn't get the property recorded correctly.
Okay.
But now it is, after we were, after it was brought to our attention that it wasn't recorded, we immediately did that. So that's why it looks on the records as.
Okay. Well, I think you were right on number 68 on Howard Drive in that you had a tax liability, and I suppose there's interest continuing to accrue. So as of this date, I think it's been calculated to this date, you owe that almost $1,300 on that, and what else? Well, altogether out of pocket, $6,077.77. I don't even know where your owners are from, or your new owners. You're representing them. Are you one of the owners?
That's correct. I am not, but they are out of Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I see. Well, I'll move, Your Honor, to assess the full amount of the out-of-pocket costs, and that's, as I stated, a little over $6,000. I haven't done the math. I don't have my usual worksheet here, which would help me out. But I'll move to reduce the daily civil penalties, because they're going to need all the money they can get, to 10% of the $27,650. So those two are going to add up to somewhere in the neighborhood of $8,800. Vicki, you do the math, and that is my motion.
Okay, there's a motion that all of the out-of-pocket plus 10% of the $27,650, which is $2,765. And if there's a motion, please vote and please post. And was there a timeline on that? That motion carries as to when the funds would be due?
Your Honor, I think we request 30 days at all times, and if that's not paid by 30 days, you're going to have a problem with these daily civil penalties.
That's fine.
It wasn't part of the motion. I'm sorry, I overlooked that.
No,
but I think you folks will pay.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So let it be said on the record that they've agreed to do that within 30 days, please. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you.
Thank you. May I remain up here for the next one?
Oh, you are?
Okay.
How many more? Just one?
Just this one.
Okay, here we go. Item 69, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and or reduction of fees in the amount of $19,500 in daily civil penalties assessed against the property located at 1816 Silver Birch Lane, property owner Ronaldo Figueroa. This is in Ward 3. Public hearing, I declare it open. And Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Anthony DeFries. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on April 17, 2013 for a nuisance abatement performed at 1816 Silver Birch Lane, zip code 89104, and located in the area of Fremont and Oakey. The code enforcement case was opened on July 23, 2012, and code enforcement issued a notice and order on November 6, 2012. On February 19, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing and boarding of all open doors and windows, removal of refuse, waste, high grass, and weeds from all areas. The current valuation of the property from Zillow.com is $140,271. There are no outstanding pocket costs, but there is outstanding daily civil penalties of $19,500 for a total of $19,500. Staff recommends that council deny this waiver.
Thank you very much. Would you like to make comments on this particular property?
I would, if you don't mind.
Please.
And the reason Campbell bought this property is because it was one street over and figured that the rehabilitation would be a little more cost-effective, but now wishes they did not stick their head into this one also, because it was even more so. I mean, these properties were completely dilapidated, and I understand that the abatement including boarding doors and windows, but there were many windows that were already broken when Campbell acquired the property, and there were people from outside getting in and whatnot, and Campbell had to do their own securitization of the property. Campbell also filled in the pool that was there because it was a wreck. I've actually even brought pictures of what the current status is, just to give you an idea, and brought some pictures of another project that's been completed, just so you can see what they do and what they do to the neighborhood. So we just really request, if at all any fees and costs could be waived, it would just be appreciated, because they're definitely in over their head.
Is, Mrs. Zuna, is the water out of that pool? I mean, knowing mosquitoes and everything, I mean, even though that probably was from last week's rain.
It's filled in.
They filled in the pool, so.
Oh,
yeah.
when you said that was after these pictures?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No, oh yeah, not with water, with dirt.
Okay.
With a contractor, punched the holes in the bottom for proper drainage. The backyard's filled in with even a new patio in the backyard.
Mayor?
Great. Yes, please.
I'm sorry, your name, sir?
My name is Anthony. Anthony?
Anthony, you could turn on the microphone right in the middle. That way you could talk to us and show us the photos.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay, so this is after the crews even had to go in here and pretty much gut the house. You can see kind of an idea of, this is the living room. It's pretty much down to the studs. You can see all the new plumbing that's already been put in there. I mean, both of these houses are in this condition, completely gutted, okay? New electrical, new plumbing, okay? You can see the work that's being done even in the bathroom, okay? And these are pictures of another project that was recently completed by Campbell, just to show you it was in the same situation in another neighborhood. Just to
Also Vegas, though? Also Las Vegas or Albuquerque?
Correct. In Las Vegas, on Fair Avenue, near Bonanza and Martin Luther King. And you can see the condition of what they do, okay,
Very nice.
to the property. So
And so these go for rental all? of
that's
them,
correct.
or-
All of them go for rent. So you can see that it's definitely an improvement, not only to the inside, but to the outside also. So it brings up the values in the neighborhood. And that's what they're here for, and I hope you do take that into consideration.
Thank you very much. It is a public hearing. I'll declare it open. Please come forward. And if you'd like to rent, please give your name to Anthony.
Probably going to need it. The zip code, is this in the 101 and 110 zip?
104, yeah.
104 is what Councilman says.
Well, hey, it's safe. That's a good thing. Okay, well, if you get it fixed up where people can live and whatever, for the betterment of the neighborhood, you know, anytime you improve property, that's a good thing. So keep up the good work, bring it up to code and rent it out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I don't want to throw any more rocks on their dreams, but I'm going to. If you go back to the photos of that house where you can see the air conditioner on that roof, there's a picture of the roof that shows an air conditioning unit on it. That air conditioning unit did not come with that house. That house came with wall heating units. And in back of those wall heating units, there's asbestos. And if there's asbestos, you have to pull a special permit to remove that asbestos, and you have to do it with a licensed contractor, and they'll find out that the minimum of that is about $7,500. So, and I want to know from if there was permits pulled to remove that asbestos. That's one. The second thing is that they showed a picture that they redid the plumbing in the bathroom. That's a slab house. In order to do that, you have to cut into that slab. And when you cut into that slab, you cut that rebar, and that ruins the structural integrity of that floor, and it's going to start drifting away because that's the kind of soils that we have in that area. So you can make this thing look as pretty as it is, but you're not going to meet the new IEC codes, and you are going to, this is going to be a money pit.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. And any comments, Ms. Ozuna?
I'm sorry.
I didn't know if you wanted to say something.
Oh, no.
I will turn this over to Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think, thank you for paying the fees so quickly on the out-of-pocket costs. Truly appreciate that, because I noticed you did that quite fast after they were levied. I'd like to, at this time, move for a reduction in the daily civils against this property, and I hope you don't have to. Looks like you scraped the house pretty good inside, so you probably don't have asbestos anymore. In any event, I'm going to go along with a reduction in the daily civils of 90%, so that the council would be moved to, if it agrees with the motion, to levy a fee of $1,950 so that we can get you moving, paid within 30 days.
And that's your motion? With 30-day payment?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Good luck to you. More?
No.
Another one?
No,
Okay.
that's it.
That's
Thank
fine.
you. Thank you for your
Okay,
time.
thank you. Good luck to you. I hope you have all your asbestos out. Thank you, Mr. Farlow. You're in education all the time. Agenda item number 70, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $1,607.50 out-of-pocket costs, $19,500 daily civil penalties for a total of $21,107.50 recorded against the property located 1709 South 17th Street. Property owner Shadrach LLC, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. It is a public hearing which I declare open, and Ms. Ozuna, the floor is yours.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by North American Title. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on June 19, 2013 for a nuisance abatement performed at 1709 South 17th Street, zip code 89104, and located in Maryland Parkway and Oakey area. The code enforcement case was opened on November 20th, 2012, and code enforcement issued a notice and order on January 4th, 2013. On April 15th, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of securing by boarding all open and accessible doors and windows, removal of refuse and waste from all exterior areas. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com is $52,000. The total outstanding of out-of-pocket costs assessed are $16,007.50, and outstanding daily civil penalties are $19,500 for a total of $21,107.50. Staff recommends denial of this waiver request.
Thank you very much. Is the owner or representative present? Please come forward and state your names. Introduce yourselves, please.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jack Hay. I'm a local real estate agent with Realty One Group. I represent the sellers in this short sale transaction that is in escrow. I've been working on this short sale since February of this year. The homeowners are currently divorced. They don't have any money to fix the house or upkeep it, and one of them has been unemployed for over 2 years. So if the sale goes forward, the sellers will be getting no money from this transaction. Fortunately, we were able to find a buyer who will purchase the property and fix it up, so it's not an eyesore anymore. And their mortgage holder, which is Chase Mortgage, has agreed to let the sale go forward for less than what is owed. And if the sale doesn't go forward, the alternatives would be foreclosure or the seller's doing a bankruptcy. Basically, the house was boarded up because it's in a high traffic area of homeless people, and they see the opportunity for shelter. And I do go out there every 2 weeks to try to check up on it, and, you know, make sure it's secure, but currently it's not habitable. With that said, I'll let the buyer's agent, real estate agent, speak on the buyer's behalf.
Thank you, and with you, your name, please?
My name's Erica Anderson with Realty One, and I'm here on behalf of the buyer. Due to his medical condition, he couldn't be here today. And I basically just bring an estimate from his contractor on the repairs that he intends on having done to the property once, and if we can get this fine reduced or removed, and he can close escrow.
And it will be used as a residence or?
A primary residence.
Primary residence,
hoping
not
to-
rental.
Primary residence to close by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you very much. Public hearing. Oh, my goodness. Rush, it's like a horse race.
Parliament, I hope you don't shoot us down. Was the house built after 1957?
I believe it was built, she has it.
It was built in 1960, yes.
Hello, you're in good shape. Paula can't shoot her down on that one.
Thank you.
I have a question, but it's more for staff. When we close a house down and redo it, do they have to get a new occupancy permit, a certificate of occupancy?
I'm going to say no, they don't. It already has a certificate of occupancy. If they're going to remodel, they have to pull a permit to remodel if there's plumbing, electrical, or anything of that nature that needs to be done.
And did they pull a permit to, the thing is, I believe that any house that has been in disrepair for whatever term of months that you want to put on it, I think that they ought to come back with their to reapply for a certificate of occupancy, just to make sure that everything is habitable. Thank you.
There are procedures of inspection, are there not? Which would have to be followed, not filed. Thank you. I see noddings, yes. All right, public hearing, anyone else? Hearing none, I will turn this over to Councilman Coffin, Ward 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. The question I have is, you say Chase is going to accept less?
Yes.
Is that sealed in stone? In other words, well, written in stone, they're not going to have a comeback against a new buyer?
Correct. We were going to close, but this popped up last minute. But we were set to close, and Chase Mortgage delayed. They extended the short sale approval letter a couple times already. But this being a cash deal, we can close as soon as this is, removed. But the lien's half the value of the house, based on what Vicki.
That's a really nice neighborhood. A lot of those houses are worth a lot more than that. It's just south of Oki, I think.
It is.
Yes,
It
it's
has
a
been
very
broken
nice
into,
neighborhood.
but the windows have been boarded up. It's just, I'm sure nobody wants to put any money in there to have it re-vandalized.
Yes.
But
That's
it
right.
really hasn't been, broken. Like I said, people go into it for mainly shelter.
Your Honor, I'm going to move to assess the full out-of-pocket costs on this property and to assess 10% of the daily civil penalties, which would be $1,950. And I know Vicki will have a number on that. But it will be in the neighborhood of a little less than $4,000 to be paid within 30 days.
$3,557.50.
That will go into motion then.
There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
What was that?
Just waiting for the posting on this of whether it passes. Are you able to meet that qualification that was put on?
Yes, so they would just have to be paid before we can close, correct?
30 days.
Okay.
30 days.
Yes. Thank you.
Within 30 days, yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Zuna. We will now move on to agenda item 71. Public hearing for possible action to consider requests for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $2,023 out-of-pocket costs, $29,250, and daily civil penalties for a total of $31,273 recorded against the property located at 2230 West Bonanza Road. The property owner, Shapiro Family Trust, 30% Barney Family Trust, 70%. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. It's a public hearing which I declare open, and Mrs. Zala.
The item
Zuna,
before you
excuse
today
me.
is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by David Shapiro. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on May 15, 2013 for a nuisance abatement performed at 2230 West Bonanza Road, zip code 89106, and located at Bonanza and Rancho. The code enforcement case was opened on November 14, 2012, and code enforcement issued a notice and order January 4, 2013. On February 19, 2013, the abatement was completed by contractor consisting of securing by boarding all open accessible doors and windows, removal of refuse and waste, grass, weeds, and graffiti from this vacant commercial property. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com is unavailable, but Clark County lists the property taxable valuation at $347,974. Total out-of-pocket costs assessed are $2,023, which were paid on June 28, 2013, and outstanding daily civil penalties $29,250 for a total of outstanding of $29,250.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, and are you representative of the owner, or are you the owner?
I am one of the owners. I'm David Shapiro.
Okay. And do you wish to make comment on this? Please.
I've been in contact with Councilman Barlow and with Vicki many times, so we've cleaned it up, we've fenced it. This is actually 3 parcels, the 2 parking lots, and then there's 4 houses to the north. The 4 houses to the north have been completely rehabbed. There's 5 residences. I believe they're all rented. I have this in escrow with tight court title to be sold. The money is there waiting to hopefully resolve this issue, and I've done everything that I think that the councilman wanted me to do, so.
Here you are. Thank you. This is a public hearing. Would entertain anybody who wishes to make comment, please.
Name's Anthony Hodge. The only thing I'm concerned about, the property is for sale, and right now it looks pretty good. Don't have a lot of vandalism. So it's kind of like in the escrow, is somebody buying it? Or?
The person who's buying it has already rehabbed it and fenced it and is maintaining it right now. He hasn't purchased it yet, but I expect he will. He's a local realtor right now.
Well, I hope so, and for the good of the property and for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you, Mrs. Shapiro, for working with Vicki and her team, as well as staying in constant communication with my office. I'm going to move forward to reduce the cost 90% of the daily civil penalty fees, and that should help you quite a bit as far as moving forward with the transaction of the sale. I do encourage you and request of you to ask the new owner, should the sale move forward, and hopefully the sale will move forward, to come and speak with me and work with my office so that we can work hand in hand in tandem to revitalize and redevelop this site. It's a good location, being that there's a high volume of traffic just a block off of Rancho and Bonanza there, and also with the future use, it could be something very profitable for the new developer, as the city of Las Vegas has moved its DSC headquarters to the building just adjacent to, well, not adjacent, but cat-a-corner from this location, up against US 95 and Rancho. And so I'm looking for this building to come back online. In the past, it was a McDonald's for many years. As I grew up in the community, it was a McDonald's for many, many years, and then it transitioned to a number of restaurants, and finally the last restaurant that was there was a mom and pop type restaurant. And I would love to see this building back online and activated once again. And so anything that I can do moving forward, please encourage the new owner to reach out to my office.
I know him very well, so be very easy to do that.
That'll be my motion at this time. Thank you.
I might have missed, or maybe didn't hear you.
90%
You are doing the
reduction.
out-of-pocket, all out-of-pocket costs?
Well, he's already paid the out-of-pocket cost, Mayor.
I have.
Good.
He's paid that,
Great.
so I'll do the
Just
daily civil
10%.
penalty fees, a reduction of 90%.
Okay. So there's a motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Good luck. Thank you. And we will move on to item 72, which is the final one in this area. Agenda item number 72, abeyance item, public hearing for possible action to consider a request for a waiver and/or a reduction of fees totaling $4,909.55 in out-of-pocket costs, $76,800 in daily civil penalties, for a total of $81,709.55 recorded against property located 1792 North Rancho. Property owner MB Rio Nevada Land LLC. This is in Ward 5, Councilman Barlow's ward. It's a public hearing which I declare open. And Mrs. Zuna.
The item before you today is a public hearing to consider a waiver of fees and penalties requested by Larry McCombs of MB REO-NV Land LLC. Fees and penalties were assessed by City Council on October 5th, 2011 for a nuisance abatement performed at 1792 North Rancho Drive, zip code 89106, located off of Allen and Rancho. The code enforcement case was opened on December 8, 2010, and code enforcement issued a notice and order on April 11, 2011. On August 3, 2011, the abatement was completed by contractor, consisting of removal of refuse waste, homeless camps, and dilapidated fencing. The current valuation of this property from Zillow.com is $86,322. The total outstanding out-of-pocket costs assessed are $4,909.55 and outstanding daily civil penalties of $77,250 for a total of outstanding $81,709.55. Staff recommends the council deny this waiver request.
Thank you. Is the applicant present? Why don't you come on up here and identify yourself?
Good afternoon. My name is Val Muraoka, and I am the REO Director at Colony AMC. I'm here in place of Larry McCombs, who filed the application for the request for the waiver and reduction of the civil penalties that were assessed against Rancho property, which is a 22-acre parcel. We are requesting the waiver given that the violation against the property predated our ownership, and we were not given proper notice of the violation at the time. We acquired the property on September 6, 2011. This property is part of a pool of properties that we acquired from the FDIC, and the FDIC is our partner with this asset. Once we were made aware that there were violations on the property, we went ahead and hired and retained a contractor to assist us with the maintenance of the property, given that we are not physically present here in Las Vegas. During this period, we relied on the contractor to maintain the property on our behalf, and we did spend, quite a bit of money removing the debris from the property. We also, per the direction of the contractor at the time, we fenced the perimeter of the property, as well as we posted no trespassing sign on the property. We also, in addition, at the same time, to assist us and to mitigate and deter, people from coming onto the property or dumping onto the property, we hired the contractor to maintain the property on a quarterly basis, to be basically our eyes and ears at the property. And in preparation of this hearing, we also had a second contractor go to the site, and that contractor was CGI. And we asked CGI to go to the property mainly because we have worked with them recently on another project in which we were very successful working with the city and the code violation department in demolishing several structures on another parcel that we owned here in Las Vegas. To make sure that we were in compliance, Dennis of CGI met with Tony, the code enforcement director, and they were at the property on September 12th. And we were given, certain guidelines in terms of what we needed to do to maintain the property. And we are, more than willing to do whatever we need to do going forward to maintain the property. We are also willing to retain CGI on a monthly basis as opposed to the quarterly basis that we had the prior contractor under. So, I'm basically here to tell you that we are willing to work with the city, do whatever we need to do to stay in compliance and mitigate any exposure to ourselves, to the FDIC, and to the city. We understand that there's some cleanup work that was completed at the property at the request of the city, and we have no problem paying for those costs. We are just asking that the fees and the penalties be waived at this time.
Thank you very much. It is a public hearing, which I now declare open. Please come forward, state your name.
Thank you. Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Barlow, are any of those billboards sitting on this property? That's question number one. Question number two is, do we have any dust problems out there? Because my thing is this, if they were given a permit for a billboard, they should take some of that revenue that they're getting from the billboard and maintain the property with it. Thank you.
Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
I don't want to get in on the billboard. That don't look like much like a billboard.
And your name,
whatever.
your name, your name.
Oh, my name is Anthony Hodges. Is this commercial property?
Yes?
It is, okay. Well, commercial property has potential going down the road, and so all I can say, lady, keep it clean as best you can, but get something on it as soon as you can. Thank you.
We're trying.
Anyone else wishing to be heard? Hearing none, I'll close public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. 22 acres,
It's 22 acres.
and on the 22 acres, is there a billboard on this site?
There is a billboard on the site which we don't own.
Which you don't own, so how can it be on a site?
Well, we have certain properties here in Vegas, like a property we recently sold where we don't have ownership to the billboard. The billboard has a easement until perpetuity, if you will.
On your property?
Correct. So there was some work done by the contractor, and the contractor went on and painted, some of the graffiti off the billboard, which, basically we had to tell him to go ahead and bill the owner of the billboard.
And you mentioned that you purchased the property with the abatement in place, or did the abatement take place while you owned the property and you all did not respond to the city's request for abatement?
I'm sorry.
That was the question.
I believe we weren't given proper notice.
Okay. And please explain.
My breakdown, and please, chime in any time. The property was foreclosed on September 11th.
By who?
By us, MB Oreo.
Okay.
Took back the property on September 6, 2011. The notice of the nuisance was issued on April 11, 2011, and that was to the previous borrower.
Okay.
And my understanding is that the code violation went to City Council on October 5th after we acquired the property. So it wasn't on title at the time the violation and the assessment.
And we're still talking about 2011?
Correct. I believe it was October 5th, 2011. Is that correct?
Okay.
Let me explain the timeline, maybe a little clearer. The notice and order was issued to the previous property owner, Rancho Allen LLC, on April 11, 2011. We recorded it on April 18, 2011. So we had the notice and order recorded on the property. Our abatement was completed on August 3rd, 2011, and their trust deed was filed for MBREO Nevada Land LLC on September 30th, 2011. So when we came before City Council, we had no idea that it had changed ownership. So when we brought it before you, it was under the Rancho Allen LLC, and you guys approved the lien on October 5th, 2011. So we did not know that they existed, so we would not have given them notice. And we recorded our lien on October 5th, 2011.
Okay, and so it's 2013 now, 2 years later, close to being 2 years as far as when you all took ownership or retrieved the parcel back. Where is the disconnect? Help me understand this 2-year timeline as far as you all coming now requesting an a reduction in abatement.
Well, all notes.
Why hadn't you all come before us sooner? When did you find out about
Well,
the abatement?
We were informed that there may be potential violation on this property through one of the contractors who, basically tour all of our properties in the Las Vegas area, or was kind of overseeing our portfolio. And at that time, and this is from August, September of 2012, where he informed us that we may need to do some remediation cleanup work on this property. At which time we authorized the work to be done. So I am not sure, and I can't confirm with you whether we knew of the violation at the time, but we knew that we needed to clean up based on the recommendation of the contractor that we had.
When did we clean up the property, Vicki?
We cleaned it up on August 3rd, 2011. I just want to, the issue is really, it goes back to, our notice and order was recorded. I don't know if they do a search on what's recorded on their properties when they take them over, but we were in contact with the previous property owner. We were never contacted by anybody telling us that they were going to take it over, because had we been contacted, we may have given them time to take care of it, but we weren't contacted by anyone. But the notice and order was recorded on the property, so if somebody had seen it, they would have known to contact us.
Have we had any problems since 2011?
No, we have not had to
violations?
perform any abatements or issue notice to the property owners since we did the abatement to maintain it. They've kept it up.
Okay, then my motion would be to, we're looking at a cost of roughly $5,000 for out-of-pocket expense.
2,000.
Right.
$4,909.55, that's
Right.
out of pocket. So I'm going to request that the city recoup its hard costs and also move forward with a recommendation of a 90% reduction of the $76,800 in daily civil penalty fees.
Payable in 30 days?
And yes, that would be 30 days, Mayor, would be my recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's a motion, please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Good luck. Thank you, Ms. Ozuna. Okay, item number 73 has been stricken. Items number 44 through 77 are obeyed till October 2nd. And number 78 has been obeyed until October 2nd. Number 79 is obeyed until October 16th. So we will move on to item number 80. And this is VAR 47494, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant owner William Berthasell, for possible action on a request for variance to allow an existing accessory structure, Class 2, to be located in the front yard, which such is not permitted, to allow a 0-foot separation where 6-foot separation is required for an existing accessory structure, Class 2, and to allow setbacks of 9 feet in the front yard, 0 feet in the side yards where 25 feet and 5 feet are required respectively, on .19 acres at 1243 Barnard Drive, R1 Single Family Residence Zone. This is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. The staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and the applicant I see is present. And would you state your name, please, again?
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Berthasell, property owner of 1243 Barnard Drive.
Thank you very much. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? Hearing none, I will turn this over to you, Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Basically, of Flynn on this. Would you give just a background on it, Flynn, on what there were 4 areas that where work was done and permits were not obtained?
Certainly. Let me just explain the variances that were needed on the property. First of all, we have the carport structure, which is located within the front of the property facing the street. It is set back approximately 9 feet from the front property line and encroaches into the front yard setback area, and then also encroaches into the side yard setback area. In addition to that, there is a laundry room addition to the side of the house, which encroaches into the side yard setback area, and then there is an awning structure which goes from the house to the back wall and also encroaches into a setback area. The applicant has agreed to make modifications to the laundry room and the rear roof structure, so those 2 areas will not need variances. And so what's really remaining for us to discuss today is the carport structure at the front of the property, which encroaches into the front and the side yard setback areas.
So basically, we were able, except in the aspect of the accessory structure, on the other 2, we were able to have things done, and he agreed to do so that it could meet requirements. I tried to get a win-win situation out of this, and unfortunately, I don't think I can. This is a gentleman who's a very nice person, who is in construction, and he knows the rules and the regulations and such, and he had 4 areas where permits were not required. And to say that, you don't do it because people might be afraid to do it, that's what we have to do. That's our job, to collect the permits and to make sure everything is done accordingly to our rules and regulations. Now, as far as the carport is concerned, we did go up the streets, and the mayor also went up the streets. And this carport is the furthest out of any carport in that area, Wesley, when we drove up and down the streets. And I know that when I was elected, you can see in this picture that even the water is going to come down there, and the footing contains the drain, which is very close. I could get in 2 steps, I could be up there from the sidewalk. And I know that we went out into your backyard. It's very nice. I know you don't want to do anything with that wall, and I can understand that wall that separates the accessory structure from your swimming pool area. But the situation is, you didn't build that wall that long ago. As you told me yesterday, you didn't build it that long ago. And at that time, you knew you had a car, and you knew you might be wanting to have an accessory structure. And there was room at that time where you could have put the wall further in. You wouldn't have had as much landscaping, but you could have done that. And so we've been out there, we viewed it, and I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to move that we cannot grant the variance because Title 19.16.140 states that a variance shall not be granted in order to relieve a hardship which is self-created. And I do think you self-created this hardship. I think at the time you were doing your wall and putting your whole thing together, I think that you could have made it so that it could have come back a little further, and then it wouldn't have been such a problem. And we might have been able to grant a little variance in it, but this is a big one. And as I said, the furthest to the street. So, Title 19.6.140 states the variance shall not be granted in order to relieve a hardship which is self-created. And as the applicant did not apply for a building permit or verify the setback requirements prior to the construction of the carport structure, this variance is self-created and cannot be approved, and that would be my motion.
Mayor, do I get a chance to speak?
Sure.
Of course, please. Yes, please do.
Okay, very nervous about this. This affects me. We've just gone through all these abatement course issues. I've lived in this property for 25 years. My house could have been a poster at the time that I bought this property for these abatements here. I've lived in the Wesley neighborhood for all that time. It started out to be come to Vegas, a starter home where these homes were built 60 years ago for starters, low-income families. The position I was in, renting a trailer in a trailer park, my options were continue living there, go to an apartment, or go to a property such as this. It started out only to be a transition place of residence, a safe neighborhood to raise my two sons and my family, and it turned out 25 years later, here I am. I've stayed with this neighborhood. I've taken less than 10% home in the neighborhood and made it a home, not a piece of property. The wall that Councilwoman Tarkanian speak of, that's 15, 16 years old. That wasn't part of the whole design and the concept of the carport. I've lost so much sleep and everything over this. I don't want to get into any of that. But I've heard all kinds of comments from my friends, from my neighbors, from people I work with, from staff, on suggestions of how to handle this, how to go through it, everything from that you can't fight City Hall to you need representation to everything. I viewed the comments on the cards that are posted on the computer for this class. We have, it's about 50-50 for approval, 50-50 for denial. And then my neighborhood on the east, going east from Bernard, the alley behind my house, which has been paved in the 25 years that I've been there, which I appreciate, is another neighborhood of McNillis Estates. Those are all custom homes built 20, 30 years after the Wesley track. Some of them are on the homes on Ashby are, I believe, GR zoned. They don't have gutters and sidewalks and the street improvements. Are half-acre, 2-acre lots with beautiful homes on it. But what my point is in this is on the people that disapprove of this, statements are made, okay, it's against code, he's done it before, let's not take everything in consideration. But let's look at the big picture here. We just went through all these abatement cases, which I could have been a model for my home when I acquired the property, could have been on one of those pictures. But the people in McNillis Estates, their concern is that West Lehigh neighborhood doesn't slip through the cracks. They want the property values to stay high. They want the crime to stay low. And that's what my home is, a representation of my neighborhood. It's been improved. We have these gentlemen over here that say he's improving it, good deal. Although I don't know what Todd will say. But the need for shade is there. We build structures, there's shade in front of the new courthouse with photoelectric cells. We're improving the streets on Charleston and Valley View and Sahara where I do my business and I shop. I appreciate that. I see structures over the bus benches. Things have evolved from 1951 when my home was built to now. And I desire some of the upkeeps that people have too. And what happens to our older neighborhoods that are targeted by the contractors and the developers as low income, single dwellings? After the years, they start slipping in the cracks and nobody pays attention to them and the crime goes up and everything else happens. I'm proud to live in my neighborhood. I believe my home is an asset to my neighborhood, and that my wife and I are an asset to this community. We buy into the program set forth of the water district. I was one of the first homes in my neighborhood to have the desert landscaping on it to conserve the water. I buy into the electric. I have the energy efficient air conditioner and products.
What does this have to do with any of the things on this property?
I would say,
I'm
I
sorry,
don't
through
know,
the mayor.
because this is what, when I speak with him, this is what he tells me. You know, for example, what you're saying here about the McNeil neighborhood and how they feel towards Wesley, I will tell you, it was a resident or residents who turned this in. This was not something that came from the city, and the residents in that area continually tell me, and one reason why McNeil has held where it is, and Wesley has not gone down further, is because they want to have our rules and our regulations followed. When I first ran for election many years ago, they said to me, please, don't give all these variances and waivers. If this is the rule, keep to the rule. What's the reason for giving a variance or a waiver if you have a rule in the first place? And the other thing that bothers me very much is that you did this with 4 different types of situations in your home, and you knew that you were supposed to get a permit. And if you had just gone in and done what you knew you were supposed to do, you would have known all this before you put that up. And there's no doubt that it's the furthest accessory structure to the sidewalk in that whole area. There's no doubt about it. And where's the consequence of you're doing something that wasn't appropriate? Where's the consequence, really? Were you trying to not pay the money you're supposed to pay the city so that the city can keep up? Everything you're talking about on Charleston, everything you're talking, we've been working on so very hard, and we're doing it because we're following our rules and our regulations and trying to meet it. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gotten carried away. Go ahead.
Mayor, point of
Councilman
clarification.
Barlow.
There's a motion on the floor, correct?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
There
you.
is call for the question, then there is a motion on the floor. Please vote. And please post.
And it's not that we're against you. It's just that you have to follow the rules and regulations also.
So we're sorry, but at least you did have your opportunity to speak to the issues, and her motion holds. I'm sorry.
May I say one thing? Does this vote conclude all 3 structures have to be removed then? Or is it just the carport, or the recommendation by the Planning Commission to approve it? I haven't obviously convinced you that I did convince them.
Well, you know, the Planning Commission makes a recommendation, and then we go into it in further detail. And I believe that, according to what Mr. Flagg said, the other problems that you have, where you didn't have the permits, these have been worked out, according to what you have said, Flynn, right?
Based on your vote today, the only structure that would need to be removed is the carport structure, and then the laundry room structure and the one you have in back. You had already agreed to bring those into conformance with code.
So you don't have to remove those, just do what you had worked out with planning.
And so there is a timeline in which to do this?
What would be an appropriate timeline, Flynn?
His next step is that he needs to obtain building permits for the 2 structures that he's modifying, or actually only the laundry room, I think, is the one that's going to need building permits.
One permit.
And typically, we give them a 60-day period in order to obtain the building permits and then start on the work.
Well,
And the
And
carport?
the carport would need to come down within 60 days as well.
So that would be 60 days.
Okay, thank you. And if you have any further questions, please
Uh,
contact.
Just one. This is my last stop, correct? There's no more, this is a final decision on everything?
Please,
Administrative stop's
counsel?
correct. That's correct, for the administrative portion of it. If he'd like to take an additional step, that's his prerogative.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 81, SUP 49154, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant All-Star Mini Mart, owner S&J Shopping Center LLC for possible action on a request for major amendment to an approved special use permit SUP 39812 to add 45 square feet of accessory packaged liquor off sale used within an existing 2,400 square foot convenience store at 2339 North Jones Boulevard, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5 of Councilman Barlow. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This public hearing, I declare it open. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, and are you?
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Drea, 520 South 4th Street, here on behalf of All-Star Mini Mart. In addition to everything that the staff report states, I wanted to say for the record that any of the hard alcohol will be kept behind the counter and is accessed only by employees.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Please come forward, state your name, make your comments.
My name is Anthony Hart, the Sound Group, the ladies in business, and hey, it's a good thing. Anytime we got business, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard, come forward, state your name, please.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Do we have a sign issue here, or am I just looking at reflections?
I'll address Mr. Farlow. There are non-permanent sign. You can see it's a banner. It reads Ciroc. That was removed last May, and it will never go up again.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to read one condition into the record and ask that the applicant before us, or the representative of the applicant before us, agree to the language or not. And that condition will be all liquor available for sale shall be kept behind the public counter in a locked cabinet or display case.
We do have beer and wine, which is in fridges, accessible to the public, but the liquor, i.e. more than 8%, is accessed only by staff or by the staff of All-Star Mini Mart. So yes, I accept
So
that
how do
condition
we,
as worded.
so when we say liquor, because we have a beer and wine license, which you currently have, however, you do not have a liquor license, correct?
We do actually have a liquor license right now for packaged liquor, and the license that was granted in 2011 allowed for 30 feet behind the counter, and now we're asking for up to 60 feet behind the
Oh, so
counter.
you're asking for the expansion of the volume?
Yes.
Okay, and so as long as it's kept behind, as long as it is kept behind a counter, the counter in a display case, I'm okay with that. Do you agree to that?
I do, yes.
Okay, where only the employees will handle the liquor in that display case, not the customers walking through the door, having direct access to that.
Yes, we're happy to accept that condition.
Okay, and if you're happy to accept that, then that will be my motion.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. 82 agenda. SUP 49334, abeyance item, public hearing, applicant Sherelle Hall, owner 5450 West Sahara LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 640 square foot massage establishment with waivers to allow a 0-foot distance separation from a residentially zoned property where 400 feet is required and a 60-foot distance separation from an existing massage establishment where 1,000 feet is required at 5450 West Sahara Suite 138, C1 Commercial Limited, Zone 1, zone, and it's Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Staff recommends denial. Planning recommends approval. Staff denial because?
Our recommendation for denial is because of the separation waivers that are required for this request. It is within the separation distance of another massage establishment, and then also within the separation distance adjacent to residential. However, please note that there is a perimeter wall that separates this office complex from the residential neighborhood. There's no direct access.
And the zero separation is the edge of the business park to the residential, and they're much further in.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Please come forward, state your name, make your comments.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. I was reading, I believe it was in ARP magazine, where right now there's a massage. They found out a way to in order to alleviate arthritis and that, they use a massage technique. And where I'm always thinking massage, you know, I've got all kinds of, there's problems. But I'm just saying if ARP, I'm sure it was ARP, if there's legitimate things around here, you know, I don't know why there should be such strict laws regarding them. If it's to relieve arthritis or something like that,
Thank you.
But it's something that ought to be considered.
Thank you. Are you the applicant?
Yes.
Would you state your name, please?
Sherelle Hall.
And would you
5450
make
West
your
Avenue.
comments before I close public comment, because I will keep them open for a bit.
Pretty much we do, cater to, we're not just a spa, we cater to the healing of certain medical conditions. That was the whole purpose of opening. It's a small establishment, it's just my partner and I. It's a 2-room, 500 square foot, 600 square foot location within an office complex, so it's not a freestanding building as far as a bunch of signage and neon lights.
And is this your only establishment?
Yes.
Okay. And how long have you been in this profession?
I've been in it since 2006, my partner since 2008.
And in Las Vegas for how long?
I've lived in Las Vegas since 1996.
Thank
I
you
worked
very
as
much.
a EMT for 11 years and kind of transitioned into this.
Wonderful. Thank you for your service there. Okay, anyone else that wishes to be heard? Councilman Ross, please.
Thank you, Mayor. And through you, Mr. Fagg, Councilwoman Tarkanian kind of mentioned this in our briefings the other day about, separating that traditional massage location with, and I don't know how to do it because in my mind they're both the same thing, therapeutic massage locations in a spa like this, or say a chiropractor's office or a doctor's office that they perform this type of massage. And I guess in my mind, as I'm talking about this with you, there's no way to kind of separate them, is there? I mean, the 24-hour massage establishments that we allow in the city of Las Vegas that are legal are not the same thing as what these folks are doing. They are doing therapeutic massages in a spa. Am I correct? Is there any way to kind of put a line between those two things? And I'm asking kind of probably for the benefit of Councilwoman Tarkanian as well, because I think we both want to know.
Right, because that question keeps coming up all the time. And just as Todd said, if you don't mind, Mary.
Please.
As he said, when we all started out, I think the field of massage was not where it is now. And the more I work with people who have arthritis, cancer, other illnesses that need massage and get great relief from massage, the more I'm understanding. And I have a son-in-law who has a back problem, and he needs it on a regular basis. I understand the difference, and yet every time we bring this up, the first thought that comes into people's mind is the lotus flower one we had on Sahara. So if there were a way we could make the difference, if there were some way we could do this in the future, could you see if we might look into this possibility with licensing or something? And I don't know if it's possible, but I agree with Councilman that I think it's needed if we can.
Certainly, just to respond to that, it is a difficult thing for us to do to distinguish because, number one, all of our massage therapists in the city of Las Vegas need to be licensed massage therapists, and that's something that occurs through the state. Also, recently, with the changes that Mayor Pro Tem sponsored to our licensing code relative to both massage and to reflexology, We've increased, if you will, our practices in terms of licensing these types of establishments. So that's given us much better tools for enforcement, if you will, for those who are not following the regulations for a massage establishment. But certainly we will look at our code to see if there's any way that we can easily distinguish those that are for medical purposes versus other types of establishments.
It is possible, however, that they could commingle, correct, in an establishment? And maybe there's a way to, in the title, delineate that this is clearly this kind as opposed to a combined or this kind. I think that's a guideline for us that would help.
They should all be legitimate establishments.
Amen.
And we don't want to suggest that there's any other way to license those. But certainly this is an issue that we will look at, so we appreciate that.
And you
Thank
have two individuals with a past experience in this type of massage and who have worked very hard. They worked in another establishment together and they thought they'd go out on their own, which is what we want to do, entrepreneurs. And you wanted to say something, I think.
Well, within massage, there's a lot of different modalities that you can do. There's like the Swedish massage where it's pretty much just for relaxation, where it's light touching. And then there's also the type that where if you're good at what you do, you know anatomy more and you go more in depth with our CE, with taking classes for CEUs each year to maintain the license. The difference, what I found when opening the business was with reflexology and massage, you can open a reflexology place and not be licensed as a massage therapist just because of the name. And it's the 24-hour places because of the stigma in Las Vegas. A lot of people associate massage with lotus flower, Yeah. So with a lot of places, if they're legitimate places, they have normal operating hours, and it's not considered an Asian massage. You specifically can request different types, such as trigger point, which is more therapeutic, deep tissue massage.
And this is the type of massage, as I said, you've done in the past.
Yes,
And,
we're both
it's
actually.
a small little business you're just starting, but you're trying to get it started. And,
Yes.
and I think that's an important thing, too. We're trying to do that throughout the city, help people as they start out in business. What would your hours be?
From 10 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Yes, 10 a.m. to
Sometimes,
7 p.m. And that falls within what we would prefer.
Right.
And I also wanted to just tell the council that as we've spoken, she and her partner had volunteered that as they're moving out into the city, that they've appreciated the good things that have happened to them. They will be donating some of their services to the Ronald McDonald House, which is not very far from where they are, and to some of the senior citizen homes. And so these, I believe, are two citizens trying very hard not to just think of what they're doing, but to help others also. So I move for approval.
I did not close public hearing. Anybody else who
sorry.
wanted to be here? Heard? Okay, hearing none, there is a motion. And would you please vote? And I think it's wonderful that you worked for EMT and you've moved this way and developed and gone out on your own. It's fabulous, and thank you for your services in EMT. So would you please post this? And that motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Fagg, I'd like to ask you something else. Now that we're into massage and therapeutic massage and different kinds of massage to get some delineation, as you know, over the years, and this has come to my attention many times over the past 2 years, people who either own or run a secondhand store, own a thrift shop, own an auction store, or have the old, just for an example, I'll use Goodwill, which now has become something very, very different. Is there any type, because times change, that we can look at also the delineation there, because there are certain restrictions, and yet some of these stores very definitely are secondhand stores and everybody goes into them. So can we look at that delineation? I don't know what you call a secondhand store or an auction house or, what goes on in the Pawn Stars. So if we could look at that too. I think it really,
Certainly.
the clarification, so that we can make sure we're being very clear about what each one is.
Certainly, we would be happy to look at that, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we will now move on to item number 83, and that's SUP 49673, which is public hearing applicant Brian Hager Maney owner Great American Plaza Pads LLC, for possible action on a request for special use permit for a proposed beer wine cooler on sale establishment within an existing 2,500 square foot restaurant and 120 square foot outdoor dining area with a waiver to allow a 333-foot separation from a house of worship where 400 feet is required at 8390 West Sahara Suite 130, C2 General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. This is a public hearing, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, ma'am. Brian Hagermani. I'm owner of La Belterre Bread, French Bakery Cafe.
Wonderful. Why don't you go ahead and tell us what you're planning here, if you would, briefly, and then I'm going to ask for public comment, and then we'll give it to Councilwoman Tarkanian, please.
Yes, ma'am. We are a family-owned small French bakery and cafe, open 7 days a week. We began business in December of 2012 and have grown rapidly. We have 13 employees now who are working up to 22 hours a day, so we're very proud that we've created some good jobs for folks, and we have a very loyal group of customers who have been asking us if we can enhance our offerings with beer, wine, and champagne at some point. So we've considered that and thought that would be a positive addition to all of our offerings. Currently, there's a couple of other restaurants in Great American Plaza Pads that have beer and wine, and I believe Paymont's has a full liquor license. The House of Worship is actually farther than 1,000 feet from where we are located, but I think the Planning Commission counts the boundary as the edge of the entire development.
And that's West Sahara, and oh, I can see it, Cimarron and?
Durango, between Durango and Cimarron.
And on the north side of Sahara.
Side of the street.
Okay, thank you. It is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to come up and speak, please do so, stating your name.
Anthony Hodges, real quick. This is a place of business. He look like he's doing good. He got employees, and I hope Todd don't shoot this down. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward. Hearing none, I'll close the public hearing. Councilwoman Tarkanian.
We had the concern with the church, which is nearby, and you had a very, very beautifully done letter from the pastor there, which said that they fully accepted your being there, and they did not have concerns. The other question is that this is for beer wine cooler. Please don't come back in a year and ask for hard liquor, because you had a lot of people, you had about even the people who support you having this and the people who do not. And I think it's because the people who do not feel that you'll move into hard liquor quickly. So just remember that this is what it is. It's beer, wine cooler on sale establishment. And everybody's wishing you lots of luck with that. And I move to approve.
Thank you very much. This
Appreciate it.
motion,
Thank you.
please, we haven't voted yet. Just because she's one vote doesn't mean she'll get 6
I'm new
more.
to this process.
It's true. But I only need
There is a
3 more.
motion, please vote and please post. But you didn't vote, or did you? No, not yet. And please post. You got it. It's carried.
Thank you very much.
Unanimous.
Appreciate it.
Good luck to you. Okay, and now on to item number 84. Right. RQR 49204, public hearing, applicant owner SSTI 4851 East Bonanza Road LLC for possible action or request for required review of an approved variance V0184-95, which allowed a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign billboard to be 144 feet from a residentially zoned property where 300 feet is the minimum separation distance required of 4851 East Bonanza, C1 Limited Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 3 with Councilman Coffin. The staff recommends approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Brian Greiby, representing the SSTI.
Thank you very much. Welcome. And do you want to make any comments to this?
Yeah, this is an existing billboard that's been at this property since its first development. And all we're asking is for the continued variance approval for this particular sign. Currently, those are on 5-year increments since the inception, I believe, of the building itself and since our purchase. This has to do a lot with the revenue of our revenue stream for this particular property and our investors that not only have investment in this property, but other properties, self-storage properties in the Las Vegas and other markets in the U.S.
Thank you. Public hearing, I declare it open. Anybody wishing to make comment? Hearing none, I'll close it. And Councilman Coffin, please.
I move for approval, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your
Good luck
time.
to you.
Good afternoon.
And agenda item 85 has been obeyed till the 16th of October, so we'll move on to 86, VAR 50102, variance, public hearing, applicant owner Erica Ayala for possible action and appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for variance to allow a minimum 4 parking spaces where 8 parking spaces are required on .19 acres at 2104 Sunrise Avenue, R4, high-density residential zone. This is in Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial, and could I ask Mr. Flagg what this is?
Certainly. And actually, Mayor, what I will do is ask you to also open item number 87. While they are separate cases and separate parcels of property, a similar occurrence has happened on both properties, and so it would be helpful to open them both at the same time. What you have before you are 2 existing apartment buildings. The applicant has taken the 1 and 2 bedroom units and essentially taken the living room space.
Oh, excuse me, one second, please.
Mayor, if you could read that 87 in before he gives the presentation.
Oh, before he makes his
Yes,
presentation,
please.
okay, with your permission, Mr. Flagg? I'll read 87. VAR 50103, public hearing, applicant owner Erica Ayala, the same, for possible action on appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission on a request for a variance to allow a minimum of 6 parking spaces where 10 parking spaces are required on .22 acres at 2100 Sunrise Avenue, R4, high-density residential zone, Ward 3, also Councilman Coffin, and Planning Commission and staff recommend denial, which, again, with this one also, public hearing, which is open, and the applicant, I do not see the applicant. So we are moving back to Mr. Flagg for your comments, please.
And certainly, if we could have on the overhead, just keep the floor plan there for just a moment. As I was explaining, these are 2 apartment buildings located next to each other. What the property owner has done to both of them is taking the 1 and 2 bedroom apartments, converting the living room into an additional bedroom. And so what you're left with is essentially an apartment that has no living room space. It's just a kitchen, bedrooms, and bathroom. These conversions were done without building permits. That's how it came to our attention. And so the applicant will need to apply for building permits if these applications are approved. The issue that you have before you is with the creation of additional bedrooms, that does require additional parking spaces because that's how our parking code for multifamily housing is based. And so the variances that you have before you are for additional parking spaces for the reason that they're adding additional bedrooms and not additional spaces. Staff and the Planning Commission have both recommended denial. Also, we have very strong concerns about this being a model for other redevelopments of existing apartment properties where you're not providing any common living room space for the units.
Seeing they've already built these bedrooms and changed the configuration without permits, with those violations in place already, is there any recourse for them to write anything? What is the proper procedure for these people who did this without following proper procedure?
The proper procedure is, number one, they would need these variance applications approved. If they are approved, secondly, they would need to obtain building permits after the fact for the work that has been done. There is a penalty fee that is paid for the after-the-fact building permits. And so that's how they'd correct the situation. If these variances are not approved here today, what the applicant will need to do, what the property owner will need to do, is to remove those walls, those additional bedrooms that have been created, and restore the apartment to how they originally were configured.
And since they're not here, knowing that this is on cable TV anyway, Their process would immediately be to go back into Councilman Coffin and then proceed back through the entire process with the required changes and the permits that they need to gather. Sort of.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. It is a public hearing. Any comments, please come forward. State.
Thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Coffin, this is an abomination. These are just rat warrens up there. And the other thing is Sunrise Street that goes through there, there's not parking on both sides of the street because the streets are too narrow, so they have diagonal parking in there to force them in. But Dr. Scott, we go back maybe 14, 15 years. If he remembers right, a lot of these buildings here were condemned. And the owners of those buildings, those condemned units, came back because there wasn't any place at that time to move these people. They were trapped. So the owners of those buildings came up and they says, we'll take, I think it was 80-some%, there was a percent of the rent money. We will take that, all that rent money and put it into rehabbing these units. They didn't do a thing. All they did is just, the floors were caving in. Your Honor, basically, there's no way to even describe the conditions some of these things are in.
Thank you.
But it's ridiculous.
Thank you.
My name's Anthony Harden, and I got something to say about this too. This particular area is considered under the old days as red line. I mean, you got a horrible situation over there, and I don't need to go any further. You know, they got the blue Angel or whatever. All that whole area is kind of red line. I don't mean any harm, but that's the way the game is. We got to do it the way it's terrible. So the only thing you can do is tear down most of that stuff and rebuild the area. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Is there a fire and occupancy considerations as well with what they've done with extra people in there?
Yes, absolutely. We did hold a meeting with the property owner and the Building and Safety Department and a representative from Fire to discuss the changes that they had made. It was noted from Fire that certain hallways that they had created by putting up the new walls for a bedroom did not meet the minimum width requirement. And so certainly that is a concern as well, and the property owner is aware of those concerns as addressed by Building and Safety and Fire.
And in fact, right now, is that building occupied?
I'm not aware if it is or not.
So people, if they are living in there, are at risk for their lives?
Potentially, if there are people living there now, yes.
Councilman Coffin. Oh, anyone else wishing to be heard? All right, hearing and seeing none, a closed public comment. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. This, it's a neighborhood that's hanging on. We've got some good volunteers in that neighborhood who are trying their best to keep it clean. There have been gang problems there. We've had cops, COPS program in there. And so we've done what we can to try to keep order. But it's people like this that create slums that really bring the rest of the neighborhood down. I don't know how we know how many of these have been modified. Was there a complaint filed, somebody, or perhaps an anonymous tip?
There was some tip that was given to our code enforcement department, who then brought it to our attention.
So it was anonymously brought to us?
I don't know the source, no.
When we have apartments like this, and I have to say that it could be that this is just an example of others that might be built the same way. What can we do on that? For example, power meters. I see a lot of wires running around the back of these buildings. They've played games with power too, I'll bet you. As has been, we've seen in the neighborhood behind Stratosphere. We probably ought to look at that too. And it may not be habitable. So I think the only thing we can do is naturally approve the staff recommendation. But at the same time, we ought to consider that Ayala may have other properties. And we, I think, should consider investigating if any other properties are in that name or associates to see if they are there, do they meet code?
Okay.
When a person's tempted to do this and gets away with it for a while, they think they can do it a lot.
Could I ask, as you go forward with this, Councilman, that somehow through our code enforcement or through planning, whichever way it goes, that we absolutely have the fire department go back in and whether they need to be closed down, because you're putting people's lives at risk, and we can, in addition to the wiring.
Mayor and council, it may require an administrative warrant to do that. You probably need some kind of probable cause in order to do that. We'll check with with Dan Still and make sure an administrative warrant's not needed before you do that.
Because with our knowledge now, we have knowledge that this has not met fire code with these changes, which they never drew a permit for. So we have the knowledge, and it would seem to me we have a liability exposure in that, because we know something, and if we don't do something about it, other than deny these two requests.
Right, and perhaps on this building, Mayor, but I know the councilman was also talking about other buildings this person may own. So on those, we may not have the cause that we have with this one, but I will
Okay.
check with Dan and we'll.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'm sorry, Councilman, go ahead, please.
No, that's all right. I'm a little puzzled why they appealed, knowing all these things. I paid a fee of $1,000 for each one of these applications to move to the council after the denial. That's amazing. Well, I move on item number 86 to follow staff recommendation.
Okay, please vote on item number 86, and please post. Staff recommendation passes. On 87, please.
Your Honor, I move for staff recommendation to be followed on item 87.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote. And please post.
I do.
Motion carries.
And Madam Mayor, just to clarify for the record, that is an action of denial of the appeal on both items number 86 and 87. Because of that, we will return these back to code enforcement, who will do safety inspections and follow up.
Okay, and can we somehow, because I'm very concerned, that we can get some notification through Councilman Coffin's office as to the condition and the fire hazard, everything else? Thank you very much. What's the timeline on that as it moves forward?
I'm not sure on the timeline on this one, since there is an open code enforcement case, but again, we'll refer that back to them, and they will go
Okay.
ahead and take care of that.
Thank you very much. Okay, we will move on to item 88, GPA 49489, request for a general plan amendment from PCD Plan Community Development to ML Medium Low Density Residential, and 89 ZON 49494, a request for a rezoning from PD Plan Development to R-CL Single Family Compact Lot. The applicant is Ryland Homes. The owner is Deer Springs Way Trust et al. On for 7.97 acres on the south side of Deer Springs Way, approximately 1,050 feet east of Wallapai Way. Planning Commission recommends approval. Staff recommends denial on both items. These items are in Ward 6, Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant present or representative? Please say your name and information.
Yes, for the record, good afternoon. Your Honor, members of the council, I'm Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road, and I'm here representing the applicant, Ryland Homes.
Okay, and Mr. Fagg, please.
Certainly, staff's recommendation for denial is because this was once part of a plan development, a commercial plan development. They're taking the approximate one-third of the eastern part of that commercial center and changing it for single-family development. It's an issue of proximity for us, that typically when you have a commercial development, you need some type of an intervening land use, such as multifamily residential or something along those lines, before you have single-family development. So there's a certain incompatibility issue that's a concern for us. And then also we had a concern about landlocking a particular parcel of property there to the southwest of this site. I believe that issue has been resolved.
Okay, thank you.
Southeast, sorry.
The medium low-density residence is not a buffer to the single-family?
No, it is a single-family product, and we would prefer to see a medium density or something along those lines to separate commercial from single-family.
Okay, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gronauer, do you want to address the landlocked issue first?
Yeah, I was going to address a couple things. First of all, I think it's important to give you a little bit of a background here to give you some insight why this would be appropriate for single-family residential. On the overhead, if I could get your attention, is you'll see the property that's highlighted in pink, that's in the PCD. A few years ago, it was approved along with the parcel that's in green for a 23-acre commercial shopping center for about 203 or 205,000 square feet of commercial space. The developer who still owns the property is Mr. Hank Gordon. Mr. Gordon today is still looking to develop the property. However, the green portion of that property is approximately 8 acres, and what they have determined is based on the current situation in the surrounding area. They don't need the 23 acres of property for commercial development, but it's more attuned to 15 acres for a commercial shopping center in this area. By doing so, what you have is you have this piece here that is just south of Deer Springs and sandwiched in between the freeway itself. To the east of us, which is to the right on the drawing, is 24 acres that is owned by the Water District. So that is open land right now, and it's owned by the Water District itself. Even though you have an R designation in PF, the 24 acres is owned by the Water District. To the west of the property itself, you have an R designation on there. That is owned by Clark County itself. It's a remnant parcel from the freeway. Don't believe it's going to get developed. The only way I think it's going to get developed is if Mr. Gordon or the adjacent property owner, when it's time to develop, wants to go into Clark County and ask to purchase that surplus property. They'll probably go back into that property. However, until then, as your staff has pointed out, as you know, in Nevada, you can't landlock a piece of property, so we would be required to provide a road or access to that remnant parcel for the time being. So we still have to provide access to the property. The property that Ryland's looking to develop here is on 8 acres. Actually, it's one of their Summerlin products that they're coming in with, their 2-story product, very popular up in Summerlin South. And the price per home and square footage is $250,000 as a base price on up. You have 2,100, 2,300, and 2,600 square foot homes that will be located here in this area. So we believe that the homes will complement the area. We're working obviously with the adjacent developer, Mr. Hank Gordon, who obviously approves of this because he's selling that portion of the property. So with that being said, hopefully I gave you enough background information of why we're coming in with the application.
If we have somebody who wishes to make public comment, Councilman Ross, okay?
Please, I think it's a public
Okay.
hearing anyway. We'll go, because I'm not done with Mr. Gronauer yet.
Okay.
Oh, well, all I was saying is,
Name?
my name's Anthony Harley.
Thank
Councilman Ross, planning and zoning, they kind of split on it, you know. So we all know that the decision is yours, but I just thought I'd give you a reminder that they are kind of split. So you got a decision to make. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Todd Farley, 240 North 19th Street. Councilman Ross, is this the same Mr. Hank Gordon that used to be on the Planning Commission?
Through you, Mayor?
Yes.
I don't know that answer.
Yeah.
Is it, Mr.
And
Peck?
the reason I ask, what a wonderful guy, and he would never do anything other than what was right. I mean, he has that kind of integrity. So if he had looked it over, it must be right, because as long as I was sat on that, through those planning commission meetings, I never knew that man to do a wrong thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor, very much.
Whoop, Councilman
If you don't
Barlow
mind,
would like to ask a
Councilman Ross,
question.
I just have questions as I look at this. I see the planned community development. I'm not sure if that's to the west or the east.
West.
To the west?
Yes.
And the site in question is in green?
Yeah,
Okay.
because if I might, the PCD is actually also in the green area. That is owned by Hank Gordon. The whole property is all owned by Hank Gordon.
To include the green?
Yeah, which includes a green. As I mentioned earlier, it was a part of a 23-acre commercial site, and as you're familiar with Lord's properties, they develop on just about every corner throughout the whole valley, is when they did their analysis, they determined they don't need 23 acres out here, they need a 15-acre commercial shopping center, which still works with an anchor tenant. So this other 8 acres is why he's selling that off, and he wanted to sell it off to obviously a home builder in this area, and he was comfortable with the product that was being proposed there.
Thank you.
And what portion of the green will be the residential, and what portion will be the medium-low residential?
The medium-low would be the entire green parcel itself. It's
Okay.
approximately 8 acres. The pink area is 15. So I split that out into two different, it's the same property, but showing you that the green has taken 8 acres out of that whole entire property that was already approved a few years ago.
And remind me again, the 24 acres?
24
does he own that?
acres is owned by the Water District.
Oh, the water district.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
so it's
these,
vacant.
so this home will basically abut the property line of the
Yeah,
water
of
district?
the Water District, yes. And we have a letter from them because I guess there's supposed to be a road going down that side, and they're in support of the
Yeah,
application.
that's what I was going to ask you in relation to the easement for the backside of the, what I'm assuming will be the easternmost portion of the property line? Will that be the easement?
We're going to be vacating that street. The Water District is fine without having a street there. We've already talked to them. I believe there is a letter in the file. The road that is required is if you go onto the other side of the property, right there, as I just pointed out to you where the R is, that's a remnant piece of property owned by Clark County. It's essentially sitting by itself undevelopable. It's a surplus piece from the Beltway itself, but by law, we're required to provide access to all property, so it's not landlocked. So we have to build a road in here to get access to that parcel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you. Bart, did you have something you want to say through the mayor, of course?
If I may, through the mayor, I would just like to point out that the smaller parcel to the east, the southeast of the green parcel on the map, that has the R in it, the Water District does own that. It is a separate legal parcel, and it's surrounded by a BLM parcel that the Water District has an interest in. They have proposed to vacate the existing patent easements that would provide legal access to that existing legal parcel, and we've asked the Water District to provide information that they can show that that site will continue to have legal access. They do have a letter on file that says they have no objection, but they don't have anything to us as of yet that shows that that parcel will continue to have legal access, either through the BLM site or some other way. And until we have that, we have very serious concerns about vacating the existing patent easements. Now, the vacation is not before you today. That'll be on next month. And I'll reiterate what I'm saying today, is that that is, until we have some indication that that will have legal access in the event of future sale or what have you, we have very serious concerns about it.
Yeah, and explain, I can't stand before you today with a tentative map or a vacation. I got to get this done first. That will come second, and that next step will be addressed at that point in time, because obviously, as I'm standing here, is if we don't provide adequate access there, then the tentative map that we submitted has to provide road access. I'm not going to stand up here and say, let's just vacate everything without access. I understand that.
And through the mayor, thank you, Mr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Gronow, for responding to Mr. Anderson through the mayor. You still have a lot of work to do, and I am in full support of what Mr. Anderson's concerns are, and you know that. I'm also in support of what Mr. Fagg presented to the council in regards to why they've recommended denial. However, I also do know this area very well, and I understand the product that your client is wanting to build, and you and I both know, as well as your clients, I'm not a big fan of the residential compact lot. Price points you mentioned, the square footage you mentioned on such a small lot, you know, these are an entry type product for first-time home buyers and families, and I get that. we've seen what's happened out there in the Northwest with some of those same products, and we're working on other projects trying to fix that. But knowing Mr. Gordon, and Todd, thank you very much. Certainly a community partner and owning several shopping centers throughout the valley, not just the city of Las Vegas or the Northwest. He's the real deal, and he comes with a lot of integrity. I am concerned too, though, with Mr. Flagg's comments about so close, there's no buffer between the shopping center and the planned development. However, I will deal with that when Mr. Gordon comes in to finally develop that parcel in regards to buffering for those homes. I can't do it on this one because we don't have a site development plan, and it won't be on your client. It will be on the shopping center. And I think Mr. Gordon already recognizes that he'll have to buffer that.
And we've been working with him.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a very good relationship, and it's just a matter of sitting down and working out those issues with both developers.
Then through the mayor, Mr. Gronauer, can you address the RMP across the street, as I have been contacted by Commissioner Brown's office in regards to the RMP designations, and can you address that for the mayor and the council, please?
Yes. Actually, I also represented this parcel on 2 occasions. One was several years ago for Pinnacle Homes, where they were coming in the county and asking for about 3.5 to 4 units an acre. That was approved of a product across the street from where the existing project is. That was at the same time, or within the same time frame, when the PCD area, when that property was rezoned to commercial. That property was changed to residential development. Like I said, it was somewhere 3 to 4 units an acre. Just recently, a few months ago, several months, it was this year, I represented Richmond American, where they came in and they rezoned the property in this area. I also represent Richmond American. They're familiar with this application that's before them. To be quite frank, as a residential builder with a residential builder, would rather see residential instead of commercial. They understand when they bought Richmond American, they bought it out of a foreclosure sale, is the area itself. So by actually taking down the amount of commercial and putting in some residential is better for Richmond on the north side of Deer Springs, instead of having that commercial strip go all the way down in that area. So overall, it works out for essentially not just 2 property owners, but 3 property owners in that area.
Mayor, again through you. Mr. Gronauer, what is the RMP designation now, since you've represented it twice on 2 occasions? Is that still an RMP parcel?
It's a RMP designation, but the homes in there aren't RMP. What we did is we took, and it was a product change. Richmond could have came in and built on 6,500 square foot lots in that area, and they came in and they changed the product to 10,000 square foot lots in that area. But that is not RMP designation. RMP would be half-acre lots, and these aren't half-acre lots that are being built.
Full, true half-acre lots. And I
Yeah,
wanted,
full, true.
with your permission, I wanted him to point that out.
And that's county, right?
Yeah, that's Clark County.
Currently county.
And is the sewer in already and everything there?
No, that's another story in
Whose
itself.
sewer?
Is we'll be coming through, like all my home builder clients, when we're in the city in the Northwest here. It's a matter of working with Mr. Knight and your building department. We come in, we sign an annexation. So this property is essentially all going to be the city's property at some point in time. So understand it, my clients understand it, and it's just a matter of timing. And it's as long as the NRS allows it, and we've set up a system where even though NRS, we cannot annex the property, we sign those annexation documents for future annexation whenever it's legally possible to do. And that allows us to hook up the city sewer and move forward. And we've been working with Councilman Ross on that for the last several months. Obviously, we've had a couple hiccups with some development, but it's fixed, thanks to Councilman Ross and Chris Knight, and working on those issues.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Gronauer. Again, through the mayor, I needed him to point that out and give us a description of that, certainly for anyone who lives in this area, as there are some rural areas there that need protecting, and those people that are north of this project want to continue that lifestyle, and until they are bought up by home builders or others, we want to protect that lifestyle, and we have a commitment with Clark County and some of those residents in the rural neighborhood preservation areas to do that, and we're going to continue to live up to that commitment. But it is challenging when you put small residential compact lots across the street from 6,500 to 12,000-foot lots. And you don't have that buffer, or you don't have that, that change in product. So it's leading up to that R&P. But this whole area is changing. We are soon going to come through there, all the way from Centennial all the way north of that, with widening of the street, signalizing those intersections. We've worked very closely with Clark County to make this happen, because half of the site, one side's Clark County, one side's the city of Las Vegas. So it's taken some time and bureaucratic nonsense to get to where we are. But we're making life better for the residents who live out there in the Providence area. So, Mr. Groner, I appreciate you and your clients for being part of that. And let me see if we've got, I do need you to make sure that Mr. Anderson is comfortable. And we do have a letter. We've been down that road before on other parcels and been sued by the landlocked landowners, and it hasn't been pretty for the city. So please, when you get to that time next month.
I will. I haven't even gotten the second step next month. I need to get this approved, and then I know now I'm going to be working with Mr. Anderson.
And Mayor, with your permission, because there's no more discussion or comment, I'm prepared to make motions. On agenda item 88, GPA 49489, I would move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Do they need to be separated?
They do.
Attorney, please. So you're doing 88 first.
Correct.
Thank you. So motion, please vote, and please post.
This would be nice if I voted.
And on to, not quite yet. Thank you very much, and on to 89, please.
Agenda item number 89, the zoning 49494. I would also move to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much. As motion, please vote, and please post. And that also carries.
Thank you very
Good job.
much.
Thank you. I know we'll be seeing you. And so we'll move on to agenda item number 90, MOD 49621, public hearing, applicant Adaven Homes LLC, owner JMJ Cheyenne Partners LLC, for possible action on a request for major modifications to Lone Mountain Master Plan to add 5 acres to the plan with an ML medium-low density land use designation on 5.0 acres at 10302 West Cheyenne Zone, PCD Plan Community Development General Plan Designation. This is in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present? Yes.
91, 92, and 93 are also part of this.
So read them all. Okay, I'm going to go on. 91, 92, and 93 are also part of it. It is a public hearing, so we will be hearing from all of you. 91, ZON 49622, a request for rezoning from U undeveloped PCD Plan Community Development General Plan Designation to PD Plan Development. 92 is VAR 49623, a request for a variance to allow 6-foot-tall retaining walls where 3.5 feet is the maximum allowed. And item number 93, SDR 49625, a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 40-lot single-family residential development. The applicant is Adaven Homes LLC, and the owner is JMJ Cheyenne Partners LLC on 5.0 acres, 10302 West Cheyenne Avenue. The Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. Staff recommends approval on items 91, 92, and denial on item number 93. These items are in Ward 4. Councilman Anthony, are public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Your Honor, members of the council, again, it's Bob Gronauer, 8345 West Sunset Road. I'm here representing Adaven Homes in this matter, and I guess do you want staff to give the presentation, and then I'll go? Okay,
I think it would be best, Mr. Pack, if you would be good enough, please.
Certainly. While staff can support the major modification, the rezoning, the variance, there is an issue with the SDR, and that is that the number of lots proposed as part of this development exceeds the density of surrounding properties, and so that really is the basis for our recommendation of denial on these applications. But again, as I had mentioned, the major modification and the zoning we do support.
Thank you very much. I would open the public hearing, or I did open, and anybody wishing to be heard on this at this time? Please come forward, state your name, and if you would speak to the agenda item which you're addressing.
I don't really understand the agenda items. I'm more.
Your name, please, first.
Cami Rose. I'm a resident in the area, just two neighborhoods over. I'm addressing the 40 lots is what I'm addressing.
Okay.
I'm concerned. I've worked really hard to get to that neighborhood and live there. Stupid. I'm tired. It's been 2 hours. Anyways, and I would like it to stay how it's been for 12 years. As I've tried to get there, I have a 15-year mortgage, so I can stay there. I don't want to go anywhere. It has held its integrity as a neighborhood in the community because of the standards that have been set and enforced. Sometimes they're silly, but they keep us in check, and they keep us, as a well-established community. So I'm concerned with the 40 lots being put there. I think if you look at it, I don't know if you're able to see. Could I put something?
Certainly.
Okay. Does that work? If you look at it, it's surrounded on 3 sides by our community that's already been established and been there. And so we feel like it should have to conform to, the other developments around it. And it certainly is not. I am just two little streets over, and my lot is, 0.19 acres. To go down to what, we've already seen what happens with these size lots and this dense of a population in a neighborhood, and we don't want that to happen. I have someone a lot of people who had given me letters to turn in if I could. One who says, am I able to read it?
Yes, if they're brief, and I would make sure that you give them to our clerk, please,
I will.
so that we have them for the record, and Councilman Anthony has them.
Thank you. I'll do it quickly. It says, we've lived here for 10 years. We understand that more homes on smaller lots means more income for the developers. It's no secret that type of neighborhood they are proposing will greatly lessen the value of all the homes surrounding it. The value is not the only thing that will be compromised. That type and size of home will undoubtedly draw more investors in rental situations that will also lower the level of the living standards for residents that have made this area their home. Squeezing 40 homes into 5 acres will mean smaller, less safe streets and thoroughfares, more congestion and lower standards. We feel that those parties wanting to develop this parcel should have to produce a similar product and standard as the other homes on the 3 surrounding sites. The standards have already been established and proven to create a positive, successful neighborhood that is an asset to the area. Please do not allow 40 homes to be built on this land and compromise the community we have maintained.
And
then,
signed, if they're
that
anonymous.
that is Amaret Edwards on 3504 Lacebark Pine.
Great, thanks. And if they're anonymous, don't bother reading them, only the ones that are signed,
Okay.
please.
None of them are anonymous. And this one is written by me, but I get the information from someone who is an engineer for a very prominent home builder in town. He says,
In fact, what I would just recommend, since they are in opposition, if you'd read the name so that the clerk could have that and the address, then you'll submit them to Mayor Pro Tem Anthony
Okay.
and his ward. And please let them know that you've read them, but they will know by watching this. If you will read the names for the full council to hear that who are the other names there, and you'll just
Okay.
then give them to the clerk.
the only one, so I had read Amaret Edwards, and this one is actually signed by me.
Okay.
I got the information from the engineer for a home builder who
Okay.
lives in our neighborhood. He says what is proposed is not a compatible use and density. Proposed lot sizes need to be at least as big as adjacent lots. The subdivision needs to be planned such that it complements surrounding subdivisions. What the applicant has planned does not achieve that. And I just wanted to make sure that that was heard and understood. It's important to us. We do have a really good community. Our kids are out there playing. They're safe. They feel good. And we don't want to change what we have worked really hard to keep.
Thank you for coming and speaking. We appreciate it, and I'm sure Councilman Anthony will address your comments. Anyone else wishing to be heard, please come forward, make your comments, and
Yes, thank you. Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street. My issue is twofold. Basically, it's one, and that is the 2020 master plan. In order to meet our 2020 master plan, somehow they have to have 600 square feet of the roof facing the south at a 15 to 17 degree angle. and all they want to do is put in these Tuscany houses or design, whatever it is. And we're not going to get those 2020 standards if we keep allowing that. The other question is that I have as staff. Does this does this design meet the new IEEC standards? Because the way that I understand it is that about the only way you're going to get those walls is that you're going to have to get rid of the bad insulation. You're going to have to go to that foam insulation walls. And I don't know if I was driving by there and it still looks to me like they're putting in that bad insulation. So my question is how are we going to get to the 2020 master standards and or the master plan standards and also meet the IEEC codes? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else, please come forward, state your name.
My name's Anthony Hardis. I'm going to make it really brief. 90 through 93 is Councilman Starbuck. Good luck, sir.
Okay, Mr. Grunauer, please, you were going to make comments after Mr. Fagg. I'm going to close the public hearing at this point, so please continue.
All right, Your Honor, members of the council, if I could get your attention to the overhead. I'll go through a few of these applications fairly quickly and then focus on the site development plan review to explain to you the changes that we made to the plan as we've gone through the process. The first thing is this is a very unique piece of property. It's actually a very difficult piece of property to develop. It's 5 acres. It's an infill piece of property that fronts out on the Cheyenne. There's no access to the east, west, or to the north of it. As part of the development itself, it was not a part of the Lone Mountain West plan itself. The property, I think as I might have already mentioned, it slopes anywhere from 12 to 15 feet from the west to the east, and if you head from south to north of the property, which would be the top of the property slopes anywhere from 3 to 4 feet in that area. If you're an engineer and you understand those types of slopes, it's very difficult to build a property when it's an infill already surrounded by existing development. So we have a lot of challenges here just to put a development in on this piece of property just to begin with. And that's why I say it's a unique infill type of property. First of all, in order for us to move forward with development, we had to come in with with a major modification application, we had to come in, which staff is recommending approval of. We've come in with the zone change, which staff is recommending approval of. And which is also unique in this instance is because your staff usually does not approve variances unless you have a unique and unusual circumstance. We have a variance application before you today to have the wall height to be 6 feet higher for the retaining wall than normally what would be required. So some areas we may have a retaining wall like 6 feet, up to 6 feet in that area. And the reason is, as staff pointed out, is because we do have a hardship on this property, which is because of the slope on the property makes it very difficult to develop. However, we've engineered the site. Staff is recommending approval of the variance. Now, the crux of this that I really want to get into here so you can appreciate where we are today and the changes that we've made. When we first started out with this application, we had about 42 or 40 homes on the property itself. Staff, we also were asking for what is very important here. We were asking for another variance, and one of the variances was to reduce the amount of open space. That's not before you today because at the Planning Commission, we redrew the site plan. By redrawing the site plan or revising it, we met the open space. And the reason is because when we came in with our 40-lot site plan initially, we read the staff report. In your staff report, I'm going to quote your staff report because I think it's very important so you can understand why we made the revisions that we made and we believe that we're compatible. Because in your staff report it says it. Underneath the findings under site development plan review, it states the proposed development is compatible with the adjacent development and development in the area. This is what staff wrote. The proposed 40-lot single-family subdivision, what I want to point out, 40 lots. We don't have 40 today, but I think it's important here as you go through this. The proposed 40-lot single-family subdivision is appropriate for this section of the Lone Mountain Lone Mountain Master Plan in that the adjacent east, west, and north properties are similar in development with residential subdivisions. However, which is very important, the project lacks adequate park and open space, which makes the project incompatible with the surrounding area. The point with those two sentences, when we had a 40-lot subdivision, we understood the subdivision was compatible with 40 lots. However, there was an issue with the open space. Based on that portion of that staff report, we held the matter at the Planning Commission. We continued to meet with the neighbors. We redrew the site plan. I believe we have 37 lots today. We withdrew the variance application, which based on those two sentences that I mentioned in the staff report, we believe that since it was already stated that we were compatible, all we had to do is provide the open space. And if you take a look on the site plan itself, you can see where we have the programmable open space, which is in the bottom left-hand corner, that we would meet the requirements to be compatible and harmonious. So the next thing that we've done that I want to point out to you, that we wanted to make sure that we're as less of an impact to the surrounding area as possible. The lots that are located along the west portion of our property, which is on the overhead, which is to the left, those lot widths are the same lot widths, as you can see, as they match up to those properties there. But more importantly, we are anywhere, I believe my engineer told me, anywhere from 10 to 15? I believe 10 to 15 feet lower than the properties that are to the west of us. Okay, so in other words, the properties that are on the west side of us, of the adjacent property here on the left-hand border, as I'm showing you.
We're 6 feet.
6 feet, I'm sorry, 6 feet, then the wall 6 feet. I'm sorry, 6 feet.
And would you please give us your name and your company, please?
Sure. Robert Cunningham with Tanny Engineering, 6030 South Jones Boulevard.
Thank you very much.
And I apologize, I got the 10 to 15 feet on the slope. We're 6 feet lower from the property grade that's existing to the west of us. What we also did here is we wanted to minimize having lots to the north of us, as you can see where we have a landscape buffer to the north of the property and then to the east of the property. In that area there, we didn't want to have any homes backing up to homes that are existing in that area. As a matter of fact, we are in that green belt along the east property line. In that area there, we could provide landscaping from 7 to 8+ feet of landscaping. That's what we want to do. At the Planning Commission, one of the planning commissioners suggested in recommending approval for this project, they said, you know that sidewalk there that you have on the east portion of your property? Since you have 2 sidewalks there, why don't you eliminate that 5-foot sidewalk and make that as additional landscaping? We've agreed to do so. We submitted a variance application to take that sidewalk away. I think it makes sense because for me, one of the things in designing sites like this, along with the client, you want to provide as much of a big enough buffer in that area as you can. But more importantly, but in doing so, instead of having a 7 or 8 foot intense landscaping, now we could take it to 12 or 13 feet of landscaping in there. That's a very good buffer. The issues that we've addressed with the neighbors from the beginning, they had concerns with fire. We meet fire code. They had concerns with parking. We meet parking requirements. They had concerns with the wall heights. We explained the wall heights are all interior to the project itself. They had concerns about the right-in, right-out traffic. They didn't want us putting in curb cuts, or not curb cuts, median cuts on the Cheyenne, which we're not going to do that. They were concerned about whether or not this was going to be run by an HOA. Yes, this will be run by an HOA to maintain the green space, the open space that we have, and we have an active open space on the project itself. So from the beginning of the project to where we are today, we feel that we have a much better project, or a better project overall. We believe we've accounted for any type of potential impact that one can have on this infill piece of property. And as I said, with the development itself being self-contained and going out to Cheyenne, we don't believe that we're going to have an impact in this area, as some of the neighbors have stated, because no traffic will be going into their neighborhoods. We've addressed the drainage issues, we've addressed the buffering issues, and we feel that the project today is definitely compatible, especially with the reduction of the lots that we made from the beginning. So that being said, I can answer any other questions that you may have, and we can go from there.
Thank you. Councilwoman Tarkanian?
Did you say that the lots on the west, looking at it now, on the west, are the same size as the lots of those that are already there?
No, I was mentioning on the east, excuse me, along the west here.
Yes.
They're in width, we want to make sure they're as wide as the lots.
So they're as wide
but not
as the
depth.
lots, but
Yeah,
they're not the
but
same size.
Not the deep, not the depth as in size, no.
And so
that's
what's the
correct.
difference in size? Because they butt up to them, right?
Yeah, they butt up, but they're going to be 6 feet lower at the end of the day. Because of the grade difference, the property on the west is going to be 6 feet higher than the property where we're going to be developing in that area. So they're going to be overlooking our properties.
The people who are already there will be overlooking your properties.
Yeah, because it's a 6 foot difference.
And what separates it, that 6-foot wall?
They will have a wall, and then below that, we have to build a 6-foot retaining wall in there, and then we're going to fill that in with dirt, and then you go from there. So it's going to be essentially in the backyard there. You're gonna get a
And what was the
6-foot.
difference in the comparison of the lot sizes? Could you tell me that, please?
I will look.
Mr. Gronauer, I can assist you with that.
Okay, perfect.
Madam Mayor, through you, in response to the question, the lots immediately to the west of this development are approximately 45 feet by 125 feet. The lots in the subdivision that you have before you here are, I believe, about 40 feet wide and 85 feet deep. Is that correct, Mr. Gronauer? Okay. So that gives you a rough comparison of the size of the lots.
So they're about 30, like 40 feet shorter? And then the other thing was on the east, then you had the 2 sidewalks, and you're going to make that 1 sidewalk and use that 2nd sidewalk area for landscaping. And the last question I had was, what you're basically saying is that the individuals who live in this will not traffic-wise get into the other.
That's absolutely true.
Okay, that took care of the third question. Now, the second question was just, was I accurate in your saying that the east would have 1 sidewalk rather than 2? And that a 2nd sidewalk will be put into landscaping?
Yeah, what I wanted to do is walk you through, if you could take a look at this exhibit here. Essentially, if you start from the left to the right, you can see up on top, we have anywhere from 64 to 65 feet from the proposed house that we're building to the property line on the east. And if you go through on the bottom of the section itself, if you go further to the right, you see that additional 5-foot sidewalk in there.
Right.
We would take away that sidewalk, because that was a recommendation by one of the planning commissioners. They said, since you don't have any homes on that side of the street, why would you have a sidewalk on that side of the street?
So in other
It would be
words, you
better
don't
to
have a
use
sidewalk left there, then you took away what was there?
What's required. We could build the project with the 2 5-foot sidewalks. You have one here and one on the other side, but the point was the sidewalk that's closest to the property wall where there's no homes, why have 2 sidewalks in that area and take that 5-foot sidewalk and turn that into the landscaping there and have a 12 to 13-foot landscape buffer instead of a 7 or 8-foot landscape buffer. We could go either way, but it makes sense to remove a 5-foot sidewalk, I think, at the end of the day.
And Madam Mayor, could I just ask the lady who spoke a question?
Please, go ahead.
Could I ask you a question, please? Did you know that they had made all these changes?
Do you know, I wasn't quite sure what all the plan is, but I'm still looking at it and very concerned. I know they talk a lot about the houses to the west, but if you look at the lots to the east, they're huge. You know, it's quite a bit
They're
different.
huge in comparison, but they're not really, are you overlooking them on the east side too? I was just wondering if this helped you any as far as what they're doing. It seems they have made some effort here. I particularly don't agree with slight lots this small, but it's not my ward, and people live different ways. Some live in apartments and...
Oh, I agree, and I totally agree with you, actually. I think, like was stated, it's just important to kind of stick with conformity within the neighborhood. It's not that we shouldn't have lots like that. We certainly should. But, I mean, it's surrounded on 3 sides by a certain type of community, and it should, if they were to reduce it to, you know, like 32 homes in there or something, it's a very tight space. If you were to go by there, I walk by there and I can walk past it in 30 seconds, the entrance to it. So I know they've left like, little grassy areas, open space. I don't know what is meant by open space. Just to add a little patch of grass doesn't seem like a huge accommodation for us. That's not what we were asking.
Yeah. Now,
So-
you do have density of, it looks as if it might be similar size further west past you, in other words.
It is. And they put that on the far, that would be similar. And if you've been in that neighborhood, it is, but they put it far enough away. The backside of it is actually a neighborhood Walmart. And so you're not just right in the middle of the community. They've placed it, I think, very well to allow, because like I said, I do believe we need to have things that accommodate everybody. Everybody should be able to have a home if they can. And so I think that that's good to provide those kind of things, and I appreciate how they developed the community to keep that a little bit more separate, not placing it right in the middle of the community, but still providing it. So we do have that. We don't need more of it. And if you were to be in that neighborhood, you cannot drive, and the owners are very frustrated. It is very tight. It's very hard to maneuver around in there. And I have friends who live in there, but it's frustrating for them. It really is. It's easy for them to get in there and to live, but then it becomes a frustration.
Well, thank you. I wanted to see how you feel about
Thank you.
that. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes, Councilman.
Yes. Flynn, what is the units per acre for the existing neighborhood today?
The existing neighborhoods in the surrounding area, approximately 5.4 units to the acre to the west and northwest, and then about 3.8 units per acre to the east. I will point out that neither of those neighborhoods were developed to the density that they could have been, but again, that is the existing density that you have adjoining the project.
And the proposal before us today is how many units per acre on the 5-acre site?
I believe it's about 7.4 units per acre.
7.4. And Mr. Groenar, are you all looking to go to the max of 7.4 units to the acre on this 5-acre site?
No, we're not at the max of what you can build under the zoning that we're applying for. One of the things that we wanted to do, what you looked at is...
So with your 32 units, how many would that be to the acre?
32 in the 5.
Right.
Yeah, we could build, if you're building to the max, it was 40, it's, I believe, 8 units to the acre is the zoning that we're asking for. And we're not building 8 units to the acre. We started out at 8 units to the acre, but we didn't meet the code requirements for the open space.
For the open space.
Staff said it was compatible and harmonious, but we didn't meet the open space requirements, so they could not support the plan. We removed the homes densities, we reduced the density in order to meet the open space requirements, and that's why we removed the variance request to meet the open space. So now we meet the open space requirements, we dropped down a few more lots, so we're building within the zoning district that is allowed.
Right. And I would tend to agree with the resident in relation to the number of units on this small postage stamp here, that is quite a bit. And I think it would be palatable, from what I'm hearing from the community, if in fact you were to at least be in the ballpark of the existing community as it relates to the density, because that is quite a few homes, and specifically with only having one point of entry.
But
I think it would be different for me if you had 2 points of entry, but that many homes and kids in the morning coming out onto Cheyenne. I drive up Cheyenne every day to drop my son off at school, and I know I drive right past this parcel, and it gets pretty busy up there, and to have that many people coming out on to Cheyenne in the morning and in the afternoon with 1 point of entry, that's excessive to me, and I personally I couldn't support this item with the number of units that you have coming into this site, so I just want to put that on the record.
Yeah, and just for the record, I mean, as far as the site at this low density with 5 acres, this meets code requirements. You don't need two means of access, 2 points of ingress and egress per se. What we looked at is the homes in the area. The homes are 1,300 to 2,400 square feet that are in existence. The homes that we would be building are 1,900 to 24, just shy of 2,500 square feet. And so when you're looking at the home per home comparison, our average size is going to be much larger, or let me say conservatively similar to the average sizes
Well,
of the
I
homes
understand
in the area.
that, but from one, just traffic alone, the average home of that size has 2.5 vehicles with a mom and a dad that works every day. And when you multiply that time to 32 homes that are coming in and out of that neighborhood out of one point of entry, that's a lot. That's gridlock. So that's how I'm looking at it, Mr. Gronow. Thank you.
Respectfully, I understand where you're coming from.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councilman?
Okay. Can we put the map up of that particular area? I think they have how about the colored one? Can you guys put that up, the colored one? There you go. All right, as you can see, that's a huge residential area. It's all built out, except for that one stupid piece of property that's been sitting there forever. No pun intended, but it's just sitting there gathering dust. I drive by there all the time, and there's bushes and stuff in there. It's just, it's sad to see that piece of property sitting there when everything else is developed. And since I've been on the city council, I've had only 2 people come to me to build something there, and both of them were apartment complexes. And I told them absolutely not. We're not putting apartment complexes there. So you're the first one that has come here to actually put in residential, single-family home residential and completely build out the rest of this area. And we've had, we've been through a process here. Planning Commission, we had our mandatory neighborhood meeting. Subsequent to that, we had another neighborhood meeting. I appreciate you, ma'am, coming down and speaking today. I met with 2 other neighbors in my office last night with Doug Rankin to kind of shake out some other issues. And it really comes down to kind of the density. Initially, when you were first talking about this, it was 42 homes, and then it ended up being 40 homes, and then now today you're here with 37 homes. And if you look at the density on the map, if you look to the west of that piece of property, the density in that area per acre is actually 9.8 acres. And then you get to this piece of property, which will be 7.4 acres, and then just east of that, the development is 6.3 acres. Now, if you go back farther, north of that area, then the density lowers a little bit. It goes to, it goes into the 5s and the 6s and the 4s. So the density does change when you go north, but these all are along Cheyenne, so they're a little tougher to build, a little tougher to get big homes in there. So that's number one. Number two is this piece of property is going to be fenced off. You can't get anywhere else except into that piece of property. It's going to have a homeowners association. We're going to be doing all the engineering studies, the water studies, the flood, the traffic studies. We're going to be doing all that to make sure that it's going to be safe going up and down Cheyenne, and they're not going to be causing any traffic problems. So we still have to go through that, correct?
Yes.
Yes, well, that's the second step. And what I'd like to do is ask you to reduce it by one more home today. I'd like to go to 36 homes. And you can do what you need with that one extra lot. You can make the other lots a little bigger. You can put another park in there, whatever you want to do. But speaking to the neighbors that were in my office yesterday that have really been on top of this, they're pretty satisfied, I think, with how this is eventually going to shake out. So it went from a pretty high density to a medium density area, but it does match the communities that go along Cheyenne. So I'm actually, I'm pretty excited about getting this built and finishing off Cheyenne and finishing off that development and being done with it, and that piece of property will not be sitting there empty any longer, because if we don't do this, who knows what'll happen. I mean, I don't know. Maybe nobody will ever come in after this to build that out, and that could sit there as dirt forever. So, with that, I am ready to make some motions, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Were you in agreement with reducing the density of homes by one home?
I'm going to have to be in agreement, yes.
Okay, I guess I forgot to ask him if it was an agreement.
Well, you heard the response. Well,
So
I guess
Flynn,
I have to.
if we
Mayor,
could
can I
add
ask a
that
question?
as
We
a
have a
condition.
question. We have a question here.
I just wanted to ask a question now. If we don't do this, why we have to have 36 is because of the profit margin? Is that the deal? Are they saying that if they go lower, they don't make enough profit?
Well, I mean, I guess you,
It becomes.
We're just now having developers coming back. I know this is sad for a while, but we're just now having developers coming back, and I'm just wondering, would there be another development that might take a smaller amount of profit? That's why I'm asking.
No, this is strictly an infill piece of property. It has a lot of challenges. This is the reason why it's been sitting here forever. It's never been built on. I represent a small, private Nevada builder, home builder. Who's
Gordon?
looking- No, I'm representing Adavin Homes. And they're looking to do a development in here. They built here throughout the years, and if anything, it's just coming in. As I said, they started at 42, tried not to do some open space, knocking it down. This is what you're looking at for development. And actually, the councilman pointed out something that I failed to do, is if you really take a look along Cheyenne, that's where the density is, and this is on Cheyenne, where you have higher density. If you went to the west, it's 9-point-something units to the acre, single family, which is much higher than what we're asking for.
Okay, please
So
continue.
are you all stuck on, are you stuck on the number of units, Mr. Gronow?
36.
Your
36 is what
development?
I'd like to have,
Councilman
we went from 42 to 40 to 37. If it was me, I'd like to stay at 37. The councilman has mentioned 36. We gotta go figure it out.
And that's what Councilman Anthony, Mayor Pro Tem asked, was to go to, he didn't sort of ask, but Mr. Gronauer agreed that
understand.
36, get it down one more.
so, Mr. Fag, first of all, you can make that as a condition. We reduce it one home, and is there anything else we need to talk about?
No, certainly what we would do if 36 lots is what you would recommend as your part of your approval, I would amend condition number 6 on item number 93 to state a maximum of 36 lots are approved for this site. A revised site plan shall be submitted to the Department of Planning for review and approval prior to the submittal of a tentative map. So when we get to that point, I'd be happy to read that in the record.
Question, Mayor, if you will.
Please.
In relation, for Mr. Fag. Flynn, in relation to staff's position for approval, what would staff be looking at in relation to changing your denial to approval?
We would look for something that's more compatible with the density of surrounding neighborhoods. That was really the key issue for us. Again, as I've mentioned, they are under the 8 units per acre that would be permitted and what's permitted on the adjacent parcels, but were developed at a much lower density. And so we would be looking for something that's a little bit more compatible in terms of the density of those adjacent properties. As Mr. Gronauer stated, they started at 42 units total for the 5-acre site. They've come down some from that, and so certainly that is moving in the correct direction.
Thank you.
Okay, I will start making my motions. Okay, on item number 90, the major modification, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with those conditions.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. The motion carries.
I voted incorrectly.
You approve?
That should have been
Please change her vote to approves
on that one.
on number 90. Let's go on to number 91, Councilman.
Thank you, Mayor. On the rezoning 49622, I would like to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval with all conditions.
Thank you very much. As motion, please vote. And please post. That motion carries. On to 92, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion on 92, the variance 49623. I'd like to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval.
Okay, this is on the 6-foot-tall retaining walls. It's a motion to approve. Please vote. And please post.
Oh, I didn't vote. Put me down as yes. I'm sorry. I was reading something.
Okay. So on 92, would you repost, please? Or you can't? Well, he hadn't voted was the problem, Councilman Anthony.
You can put me down as a yes.
Put him down as an affirmative, then the motion carries, correct? Motion carries. We go on to agenda item number 93 then, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to, on SDR 49624, I'd like to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
With the change of 60?
With all conditions.
All conditions.
With the amendment to condition number 6 to limit it to 36 lots, as I read into the record previously.
Correct. So there's a motion there. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. And we will go on now to agenda items 94, 95, and 96. And this is 94 is ZON 50095, a request for rezoning from R-5 apartments to C1 limited commercial. Number 95, SUP 50096, a request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 44 spaces where 61 is required and to allow one loading zone space where 2 are required for a proposed 10,650 square foot general retail building. And agenda item number 96, SDR 50098, a request for a site development plan for a proposed 10,665 square foot general retail building. The applicant is Madison Development Group, LLC, and the owner is Rancho Verde Apartments, LLC, 1.2 acres at the northwest corner of Mineral Avenue and Martin Luther King Boulevard. The Planning Commission and the staff recommends approval on all 3 items. These items are in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow and are public hearings which I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1711 Whitney Mesa Drive, Suite 110. Pleasure to be before you on behalf of the applicant and the mattress firm. And I'll let staff go ahead and make the presentation and then answer any questions you have.
Thank you very much. Please, Mr. Pag, if you'd go forward.
Certainly. Staff has recommended approval of these 3 items as we feel the use is appropriate for the area. Just noting the parking issue, they have submitted an alternative parking study which we feel is appropriate for this type of use and the site. And based on the design of the project, we have recommended approval of all 3 of those items.
Boy, it looks pretty. Nice greenery and trees.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And we appreciate certainly working with Councilman Barlow's office and staff to make this change, basically taking this underutilized site and putting it into a productive use within a redevelopment expansion area. So this is a great opportunity to make that sort of upgrade to the property. So
Thank you.
happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, anyone from the public wish to say anything, please come forward.
This sounds good, Mayor. They sound like you would do some building going on. That's good. Hey.
And you
That's good.
forgot
Thank
your
you.
name.
My name's Anthony Hodges. Sorry about that.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to be heard? I'll close the public hearing. Councilman, would you care to proceed? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. On the zoning matter, I will move to follow staff and planning commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. On agenda item 94, there's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 95.
And on agenda item 95, Flan, if you will speak to the parking variance, the special use for the parking, where 44 spaces are coming in and 61 are required. What is the alternative parking measure that the applicant has brought forward?
What we have before us is a signed and sealed parking study from an engineer based on the use of the property. What we find is that for furniture or appliance stores, the parking demand is much less than for a standard commercial tenant space. And for that reason, staff has recommended approval of this alternate parking standard and the accompanying report from the traffic engineer.
Thank you.
Great.
Mayor, I would just add for the councilman, there's a condition specifically, in addition to that study, there is a condition that says if the use changes from a furniture type use, then this parking reduction would not be applicable to other uses. So there is a condition basically following up on that traffic study as well.
So with that, so if the use ever changed in the future, then that particular SUP will come back before the council for additional comment from the mayor and council as to the approval?
Yeah, that is correct, unless it's a similar use of furniture or some type of an appliance store.
Okay. Having said that, I will move for approval of this item subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 95. Please vote and please post. That motion carries. And on to item number 96, please, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, and Mr. Garcia, if you'll also speak to the element of what the current use is today at Rancho Verde. I believe you all will be building on top of where the current tennis courts exist today?
That's correct, Mayor, through you, Councilman Barlow. The property that we're basically, if you go back and look at it, you saw some of the portions of the landscaping that comprise the tennis courts. There's more tennis courts than we're going to be taking out. We're only taking out the front portion of the tennis courts that abut MLK. There's still an additional parcel behind us that are part of the apartment project. I can show you a little bit of that on my aerial if it doesn't show up on the screen.
Okay, if you just come to the middle, there's a microphone that will come on.
There we go.
There you go. All right.
So you can see our parcel is this green box here. The apartments that are built here, there's another, if you can see this parcel in between the green and the actual buildings just to the west, there's another parcel that it has the tennis courts there. So there'll be some tennis courts remaining. We're taking out the front couple of tennis courts and replacing it with the Mattress Firm building, and then replacing it with extensive landscaping that goes along and around the building.
Okay. And what about your signage package? I haven't heard too much about your signage package, specifically for the traffic that will be entering US 15 from Martin Luther King.
At this point, they haven't decided on a sign package, so that's something they're going to have to come back with. They'd have to make a separate application, basically to do any type of master sign program, or can just conform with the code.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. If no one from the council has any other comments, Mayor, I'm ready to make a motion.
Please do so.
Okay. Move for approval, subject to all conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion on agenda item 96. Please vote and please post, and then we'll see you on the signage at some point.
That's correct.
Done. And that motion passes. Thank you very much.
Mayor, Council, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will go on now to agenda items 97, 98, variance VAR 50064, a request for variance to allow 0 additional parking spaces where 3 is required, and 98 SUP 50063, a request for a special use permit for proposed packaged liquor off-sale establishment use. The applicant is Cordon Bleu de France, Inc., and owner is Schwimmer Family Trust of 4640 West Charleston. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on both items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and public hearing items which I declare open. Is the applicant or representatives pregnant? Pregnant, good. Where is my mind? Gone. I see no one present. And Mr. Fagg, could you report on this, please?
The request that you have before you is for a packaged liquor store in an existing commercial space on Charleston Boulevard. They are also requesting a variance because this is changing the use, and the liquor store requires more parking than the previous use required. Because of the variance, staff has recommended denial of this request.
Thank you. It is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on this, please come forward. Okay, hearing none, I'll close the public hearing, and thank you, Mr. Fagg. Councilwoman, do you have a motion on 97?
On item, my goodness, on item number, it is getting late, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what happened.
On item number 97, I move to support the Planning Commission and staff's recommendation of denial.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion is in support, denied. And on agenda item 98, please.
On agenda item 98, I move to support staff and Planning Commission's recommendation for denial.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 99, SCD 50073, public hearing, applicant owner Renee Hurdle, Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a major deviation of Summerlin development standards to allow an existing 10.83-foot block wall where 8 feet is the maximum allowed on a .17 acres at 2121 Greenhouse Court, PC Planned Community Zone, SF3, single-family detached, Summerlin special use, land use designation. This is in Ward 4, Mayor Pro Tem Anthony's. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval. It's a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant present or representative?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm here. Renee Hurdle, 2121 Greenhouse Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89134.
And would you speak to, well, let me ask Mr. Fagg first, please.
Madam Mayor, in regards to our recommendation for denial, the reason is because it does exceed the wall height that would be permitted under the Summerlin development standards. Please note that the applicant did match the wall height of the adjacent property to the west, but because the property slopes, it becomes much higher on the east side of the property. So again, that was the basis for our recommendation of denial.
So visually, they match?
Visually, they match on the west.
Okay.
And then when you get to the east side of the property, as shown in the photo, if we could just back up one photo, when you get here, it does exceed the wall height that is permitted.
Okay, thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone wish to speak on this item? And Ma'am Renee Hurdle, would you please like to talk to your application?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you so much. When I was here on August 13th, the City Council members did approve because of the fact that I do have someone that has been stalking me with the wall raised. It has considerably helped in that regard. I did have a final inspection that was signed off on September 5th, and I have documentation here. And yeah, so it's all good.
Okay, anyone wishing to comment on this? Okay, hearing none. Councilman Anthony, it is yours.
Okay, I'm I'm a little bit confused now, Flynn. What's this August 13th? This is the first I've heard about an August 13th meeting.
That was the Planning Commission meeting that she's referring to.
Okay. You said city council. I thought you came before the city council. So, so you went ahead and raised your wall by a couple of feet without getting city approval, correct?
Initially, yes. I didn't realize that I needed to have a building permit to raise a wall.
Okay, and it's my understanding you went to your HOA?
Yes, prior to, yes, sir, yes.
And they gave you permission?
They gave me permission, yes, and I thought that that was all I needed.
Okay. Okay, so you wanted to raise your wall a couple of feet, you went to your HOA, they said okay, you raised it, and then somebody, eventually it came to the attention of the city that you needed a permit and approval to do that, correct?
Yes, correct, and I do have the documentation from the HOA if you'd like to see that.
Okay. Flynn, is the wall structurally sound? Is it in good shape?
She has documentation from an engineer stating that it is structurally sound, and she submitted that for an exhibit at the Planning Commission meeting.
Okay.
Would you like to see that?
No, I trust you, and I trust Flynn. So I guess I'm just going to take you at your word that you didn't know you were supposed to come here, and the wall is 2 feet higher. I would feel bad making you tear it down. I don't think that'd be appropriate. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Planning Commission's recommendation.
Thank you.
There's a motion, please vote. And please post. Yes, look at the slope. That motion carries. You have your wall. You can sleep well tonight.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. We'll move on to agenda item 80. SUP 49910, public hearing, applicant Ilan Gordeski, pardon me if I did that wrong,
Agenda item
owner.
100.
Pardon?
You said agenda item 80, you mean 100, don't you?
Well, it's no wonder it's late. It is, my eyes said 100, sorry, and you look familiar. Okay, the brain mouth didn't work, so anyway, agenda item 100, but I had the SUP right. And Ilan Gordeski, owner at 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard, LLC, for possible action or request for a special use permit for a proposed 1,200 square foot tavern limited establishment at 1213 South Las Vegas Boulevard, C2, General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 3. Councilman Coffin, Planning Commission, and staff recommend approval, and it's a public hearing, which I declare open. And I see two people in front of me, so the applicant or his representatives must be here. Would you care to state your names, please, and who you are?
Kostita Shekhavicius, Design Cell Architects.
Thank you.
Zohar Robin, 901 Passim Hill.
I think we've seen you before.
Have you been here before?
Okay. And both staff and planning recommend approval. Is there anyone wishing to oh, both here. Double header.
Oh, my.
Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I think this looks really nice. And I understand there's no fights over the signs.
Thank you. Next.
My name's Anthony Hardy. Sound like a good deal to me, Mr. Coffin.
Gosh, you get such support, Councilman Coffin. Anyone else wishing to be heard on this? Hearing none, I'll close that. And Councilman Coffin.
Todd brought up that sign at the fight I can never forget. There's peace in the valley at this point, or I should say peace on the boulevard. Everybody seems to be getting along. This is a nice addition. I have had a couple of postcards of protest, and there were some presented to planning. In general, though, I think that this will fit well. It's a boulevard thing. It's not going to change traffic. What I do have to say is that I think that calls for service here have dropped some at this location. That's that Special 8. It's a Super 8. So we're finding no problems with adjacent property owners and other businesses. And I think that's a good thing. They all seem to be working together right now. And cross your fingers on parking lots. So I will approve of this, and I trust the rest of the council feels it's an improvement. It certainly does fit with the neighborhood there. That's the business neighborhood. It's far enough away from my house, which is about 200 feet, so that I won't feel an impact, and I trust that my neighbors, if they complain, will have to talk to me, because I feel like I can get along with it. It's an improvement. Therefore, I'll move for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please cast your votes, and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry you had to wait so long. All right, agenda item number 101. Thank you for keeping on top of this, Councilwoman and Councilman Barlow. SUP 50035, public hearing. Applicant, Smart and Final Properties, LLC. Owner, Strata Vegas, LLC, for possible action, a special request for a special use, on a request for a special use permit for retail establishment with accessory packaged liquor off sale within an existing 14,400 square foot general retail store at 2305 East Bonanda, C1, Limited Zone, Commercial Zone, Ward 3, Councilman Coffin. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and the applicant is present or representative?
Representative.
And your name, sir, please.
John Lay, Courtney Lay Architects. We represent Smart and Final.
Thank you very much. I love this store. I shop Smart and Final, among other places. Anyone wishing to be heard on this item? It is a public hearing. Hearing none, I'll close that. Councilman Coffin.
Your Honor, I like to think of these Smart and Final stores as getting in and out of Costco a lot quicker. They're pretty good. We patronize the one up on Decatur. I feel we have no protests on this, so I see no reason to delay this. I'll move for approval.
Thank you very much. There's a motion. Please vote, and please post. What's the cross street, Bonanza and what?
Eastern?
Eastern. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 102, SUP 50112, public hearing. Applicant, West Charleston and Richmond Academy. Owner, Howard J. and Christine S. Needham, for possible action or request for a special use permit for a private school primary at 3216 West Charleston Boulevard, Suite B, C-D, Design Commercial Zone, and this is in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's ward. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. Public hearing I declare open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
And you are, please?
Elizabeth Earl, the owner of the academy.
Okay, and is this the old Little Scholar?
No.
Another
it's
little
not.
place. Okay.
Yes.
Anyone wishing to be heard on this agenda item?
They're hard. Good luck, ladies. Sound good to me.
Thank you.
Did you say your name? I didn't hear it. He's getting it all in one fell swoop these days. Could you tell us a little bit about your wonderful academy?
We are a very small private school, K through 8. We have, at this moment, 2 classrooms, kindergarten through 4th grade, or through 3rd grade, and then 4th through 8th. A total of 11 students, so a very small student-teacher ratio. We're specifically, the goal and vision is to serve kids who, are, for whatever reason, need a smaller student-teacher ratio than they get in the public school system.
And are you leasing this space?
We are leasing the space.
And what was the use of it before?
It was business. And so, yes, changing the use to education has been
Wonderful.
fun.
Well, good luck to you.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
It's been an adventure.
And how many teachers do you have?
Right now, we have 2 full-time and 4 part-time.
And are you a for-profit or a not-for-profit? Well, with 11 students, I guess you're not for profit.
I'm not for profit. At this point, my accountant has advised me it's probably better for me to just lose a whole lot of money than to become nonprofit and donate my money to the nonprofit, if that makes sense.
So you are not a charter school at this point?
But we are not a charter school.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you very much. Public hearing, anyone else? Hearing none, I'll close public hearing. And any questions? Councilman Ross?
With your permission, Councilwoman, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I watched your presentation at the Planning Commission, and you did a fabulous job representing your business.
Thank you.
Good for you. Good for you. Thank you. Councilwoman?
We just had a couple of questions that came up from neighbors, and that was as to parking and traffic, and I knew those questions would come up. And would you explain the situation to show that it's
Yeah.
not a problem?
Yeah, actually, this is the perfect picture. So we have not yet changed the striping back there, but because we have so few students right now that it just really isn't an issue. But we do have a plan for a pickup and drop-off area if we were to get to the enrollment where, you know, there started to be any sort of backing up of cars and queuing of cars
and as
along
I
the side. And so those stripes, those parking spaces would be taken out, and that still leaves us with the right number of parking spaces for the building, both between the businesses that are there and the school. And then we would just have parents be able to drive through, drop off with a staff member out there to check people in. So-
And Flynn, as I remember, there were no questions as to parking. No
Right.
I
That is-
mean, as far as meeting the requirements for parking, there were no questions.
That's correct. They do meet parking requirements for the school use.
I just wanted to explain that because that was the question, as I told you, would probably come up.
Right, right, yeah.
So that the neighbors will be aware. Did you want to ask something?
I did. Would your enrichment program be for special needs children?
We do have special needs. Right now, we have two highly autistic children who, one has an aide with him the whole day because he is
The
a
reason I'm
verbal and
asking you
needs
is
a lot of
because
help.
Councilwoman and I have been sitting with a group over a period of time, a real energized group that really might, if we might have your permission, to have them contact you.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
And what is the capacity, the physical capacity of that building for students?
Officially, as far as what, you know, the occupancy would be 45 students and 4 teachers. I would never have that many students in that
Okay.
small of a space. I just don't think there's enough
Okay.
room for that. The most I would ever do in that suite would be 30.
Thank you. Councilwoman, would you be kind enough to do that and put her in, or put our people in touch with her?
Now, when you talk about our people, Mayor,
The
you know, we
special
have our,
needs group.
the special needs group, we have one in the deaf and we have one in the blind. Are you talking about the blind?
I was
Or are you
speaking
just
about
meaning about
the
the general
large
group?
group, the general group,
Okay.
that we're looking for specification, one to go for the
Right.
deaf, one for the blind, one for different special needs.
Yeah.
We had different
Yeah.
groups that came, so I wanted to be sure,
Right.
because I did also want to tell you, I believe that the deaf group has found a place at New Horizons.
Excellent.
So
Excellent.
that
Good.
takes off one need there.
Right, so it would be the other group then? bringing
Yes,
others.
yes,
Great,
and the
we'll have
mixed
them get in
group.
touch with
And
you.
that's, I believe, what you will handle is some mixture of special needs.
Yes, yeah.
And I wanted to tell you, I've been very impressed with the work you've done, and I move to approve, and I wish you lots of luck, and I don't live very far away, and I'm going to come by and just get a feel of the classroom
Oh, that would be
again.
wonderful. Thank you. You know what, I have one card, actually, I should turn it in from a neighbor who said he tried to put it in the mail, and the mailman wouldn't take it, so he actually brought it to us to say, you know,
Right.
we want you to know that we support you, so I thought I better turn that in.
Well, a
Since he
wonderful
made the
teacher.
effort to bring it down to us.
Wonderful teacher you might get a visiting classroom
That'd be
from
great.
her
Yeah,
to
that would be
teach.
wonderful.
Anyway, so there's a motion, please vote, and please post. One more hurdle. Good luck
All
to
right.
you.
Thank you so
Good luck
much.
to you. Thanks. Okay, on to agenda item 103. Pardon? Yes, Councilman.
Thank you. I mean, Mayor, I misspoke on item 101, the Smart and Final application, and I just wanted to enter into the record that there was a protest. One protest came in August 6th from the Wiseman Living Trust, which owns property at 2300 East Mesquite. I thought there were no protests. So if anybody from that organization or the family wishes to call my office on this, they can at 229-4623, and I'll be happy to discuss it with them. 229-4623. Thank you.
Thank you, and that was made record by the clerk. Thank you very much, Councilman. So now we'll go on to agenda item number 103, SDR 49431, public hearing, applicant owner East West Asset Management LLC for possible action or request for a site development plan to convert 4 multifamily buildings to a 9,000 square foot commercial development with waivers to allow a 5-foot landscape buffer along the south perimeter and a 20-foot portion of the west perimeter where 8 feet is required, and to allow a 3-foot landscape buffer along a 50-foot portion of the east perimeter where 15 feet is required on 2.03 acres at 3925 Corin Lane and 1881 and 1889 Cypress Trail. C2 General Commercial Zone. This is in Ward 5. Councilman Barlow. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. This is a public hearing which I declare open, and I see an applicant or representative present. Could you please state your name?
My name is Christopher Jones, 1117 Taylor Avenue.
And representing, or you are the owner?
Representing West East Assets. I'm a project superintendent.
Thank you very much. And so, Councilman, well, first public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this lovely diagram? Hearing none, close public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, if you could just speak to what you're proposing, that would be helpful.
Actually, I don't have the plans for the project yet. I just got hired, and my associate James is out of town today, so I appeared for him in case there were any questions I could answer to help alleviate any
How can you
concerns.
answer anything if you don't have any plans?
Well, I'm familiar with the site.
Okay, so what's taking place on the site?
The site is ready to be renovated. It's formerly commercial. It needs to be pretty much put back together, since in the history it's been torn to pieces by people living there that didn't belong there and things like that. It's been a long time sitting ugly.
What is the proposed use?
It's going to be commercial office space.
Commercial office
Yeah,
space?
they're gonna rent office
Could
space
Mr.
there.
Fagg add something to this, please?
Certainly, I would be happy to.
called
As the
bailout. It's called
representative, as the representative for the applicant has indicated.
I'm not sure if he's too much of a representative.
He's trying, he's brand new. Cut him some slack, go for it.
The intent is to completely renovate the property, as has been indicated. The existing buildings will be renovated for a commercial office use. Also, what they will be doing is adding landscaping to the property, providing buffers around the perimeter of the property, and then redoing the parking lot and striping the parking lot. So what we will see is a much improved property if they proceed with their plans as submitted.
I wasn't trying to embarrass you. I
That's
figured
okay.
this would be a good opportunity for you to sell your project. I knew all of that
I figured
information,
it's
but I
better to
wanted
have
you
somebody here
to
than
sell your
nobody.
project. But on behalf of
Councilman
your
Ware, could I ask you-
client, I'm sorry?
Could I don't know where Corin Lane and Cypress Trail are in relation to something that's a major street.
Just think of the wildfire, Mayor. It's just
Or Texas Station.
It's
Oh.
on the same side of the street as the wildfire, just
Okay. No,
north
when you
north
said
of the wildfire.
wildfire, I'm
just
thinking
off of Rancho.
Carpenter 1.
Oh, no.
You're the bar.
The bar
Yes.
on Rancho.
Okay, got it.
Right.
Thank you.
So I'll move for approval, subject to all conditions on this item, and looking forward to the renovation on the site, because
Been a long time.
anything better than what we have
It's been
today.
terrible there, I know.
Yeah,
Anything that's better is better.
absolutely.
It
So
really
there's
needs
a
to be
motion,
done.
please vote, and please post.
All right, take care.
All right, thank you.
Tell them you got this thing on all by
Well,
yourself.
I got my hands full, I know.
Motion passes. Thank you very much
All
for
right, thank
coming.
you.
Good luck in your job. Okay, agenda item 104, to instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals from the city planning commission meetings in dangerous building or nuisance litter abatements. Done. Citizen participation. Citizen participation, public comment. This is agenda item 105. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject on the agenda is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name, please, for the record. The amount of discussion on a single subject, and I am not drinking, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? And I have a card from Dorothy Barnes on, okay, and one from Paul Ruiz. And you've been so patient. You've been here a long day.
Good afternoon, Dorothy Barnes. I have a mailing address of P.O. Box 466, Las Vegas, Nevada 89125. I appreciate this opportunity because I have not been able to get an appointment to speak with Sheriff Gillespie because some things you would just prefer to discuss privately. But since I have the second failed attempt, just since I've been in here to get the appointment with Sheriff Gillespie concerning the illegal drug trafficking, I don't know why it's taking so long to get my name off a program where I've told them I've been used to sponsor illegal drug trafficking in the Las Vegas area as well as my hometown. And I asked my hometown to supply the police department with any information that would be helpful in clearing this matter up as expediently as possible. And I don't mean to be a problem and point on the negative things here in Las Vegas. I want to see this city be looked upon as the #1 tourist attraction, a world-class city, but it cannot be allowed to hurt citizens, whether you're a newcomer, visitor, or what. Okay, upon me being in the other building, when I first started coming, your husband was the mayor here. Okay, I met a lady, Miss Gwendolyn Mabry. Had she not hurt me and made me mad at telling me she did it because I wouldn't go along with what she was doing to treat me like a child. Miss Gwendolyn Mabry, on one occasion, I attended a city council meeting. She was holding a Bible reading marathon in observance for the National Day of Prayer, which is around May 6th. Okay, upon meeting Mrs. Mabry, I started assisting her because her person didn't show up. I assisted her in bringing her stuff on the property, and she had invited me to participate.
Well, you know, Mrs. Barnes, I know you've been in front of us. We'd like to help you. The main thing is this portion is to speak to the agenda items, and I don't know what agenda item
Oh,
you're
I
referring
signed up
to.
to speak in citizen participation. I didn't mark any particular, on my card you see, I didn't mark any
Right.
particular item. It was just to be at the end of the meeting for citizen
You're needing
participation.
the help to get to someone in Metro, and I'm going to ask Mr. Orlando Sanchez to please get your number.
Right, 'cause this
and-
thing,
and maybe he
you know,
can
I'm
help
getting
you.
older and
I
I'm
know you
not-
have tried before, but maybe we could keep, we never give up here, so if you
Okay.
would. And I think it's to stay on the agenda item. So we will continue to try to help.
Okay.
And thank you.
So I need
Thank
to
you.
see this
He's
young-
going to come right up to you.
Thank you very much.
Because I don't think unless you can
All
jump
right.
the wall that you could get back.
Thank
So
you all.
if you'll see him, thank you very much. And anyone else? I had another car, Mr. Ruiz, I believe your name is. Hello, how are you?
My name is Paul Reese. I represent the new residents of Las Vegas. I respect to speak on Agenda 40, for it fits into my statement that I prepared for you. And I would please ask to hold any questions until my statement is read. It's brief, and it is in your jurisdiction, and it does affect all levels of your community.
Okay, you're speaking to the agenda item 40 this morning. That was a report for possible action regarding the City of Las Vegas scorecard measures and format.
Very well.
Okay, and we do have the time set at, what do we have it set at, 3 minutes? So if you'll back him up right to the very beginning, since I took up part of his time.
Hello, City Council. I've been eager to meet you. My name is Paul Reese. I'm a paralegal by career and a Christian by heart, and what I say is true, and what I say I speak through the Holy Spirit, so it is true. Just the other day, I couldn't get a gelato ice cream cone because the server was rude. Just the other day, I was followed through CVS like a thief for enjoying my shopping. Just the other day, I spent my last dollar buying books for children at the Seagull Suites. Just the other day, Legal Aid Society said I had too big of dreams. Just the other day, I was 86 from Mermaids and La Bayous for playing their door raffle. Just the other day, I filled out 2 applications at a thrift store with the hiring sign and still haven't been hired. Just the other day, I slept in the alley. Just the other day, I was pushed out of the center community center by a Bronze Cafe owner for being part of the community. Just the other day, I was trespassed from the plaza for enjoying a cigar at Richo's by your husband's restaurant. Just the other day, I was 86 at a Mission Station for recycling. They called it theft and said I'll be going over the wall the next time they see me, whatever that means. Just the other day, I was asked to leave Fremont Street for dancing. Just the other day, I was beat up for offering a hand to a homeless pregnant girl. Just the other day, I was 86 and threatened with a taser at Zappos Golden Spikes. That's why they're called Zappos. Just the other day, I was made to feel uncomfortable at CSN for asking too many questions about future classes. Just the other day, I was in a gay pride parade, but no one seemed proud. Just the other day, I seen a woman cry for a crack rock. Just the other day, I was asked to leave Lutheran services for asking too many questions. Just the other day, my ID was stolen and I had no help to replace it. Just the other day, I was handcuffed, throat punched, and told by Acme Security, employed by Zappos, that the next time they see me, they kill me, tie me up in the trunk, and make me disappear. And just the other day, they tried. Just the other day, Special Investigator Whitmore, badge 5699, said I had no case with no witnesses. Mayor Goodman, Your Honor, I can go on and on. But just for today, you and City Council have been aware of your casino and your community as a whole's problem, with ideals like the money-making team as role models for your youth. Here in Las Vegas, we're lacking loving, humble, humanitarian service, and this reflects your leadership, City Council, when our nation needs you the most. And this has been my Fremont experience. Thank you. Humbly yours, Paul Angeles Reese.
Thank you for your comments. We appreciate your waiting so long to make them. Thank you.
Mayor, could I just ask if he would give that to the secretary, just so I could see it? There are a lot of different things in there that seem unusual. Could you just, so I could get a copy of it? Can we get do you need it back?
No, I have it all here. I lived it.
Okay.
Thank you for coming.
Now, all of these happened, I'm assuming, not just the other day, but over a period of time. A period of 3 weeks. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd Farlow, 240 North 19th Street, and I would like to mention something on that.
Probably.
I think it was on Tuesday night on Channel 8 on the nightly news. And it was I think it's CBS, I don't know, where Hispanics, and most of them couldn't even speak English, risked their lives to save a person trapped in a fire. It was on a 5-story up, and they ran up with a ladder and threw it across the balcony and that. And the poor guy couldn't even speak English. But you know, I want to say something about that. Councilman Coffin, that is the kind of Hispanics and minorities that we have in Ward 3. A lot of people, you know, they denigrate them that. But I'm telling you, the ones that live around me, you couldn't ask for a better bunch of people, period. And that goes a little bit on those, about that item that we had where a guy wanted to convert the living rooms into things. They make them live in rat warrens and that, and it is just not right. So, with that said, on item number 39, the cost of recovery pricing, we were discussing that. And it was just released that 46.5 million Americans, which is 15% of the nation, live in poverty. And in the 4.5 years that our economy has been growing, since the recession, we've been in recovery for 4.5 years, 100%, that's every penny, every nickel, every dime, went to the top 10%. And of that, 95% went to the top 1%. And if things don't change in this country, we're going to have a collapse. This is exactly what happened to Rome. Going back, but reverting on that cost recovery thing, the poorest part of the people are seeing their actual income, because of inflation, are seeing their actual spending power decline. And we have to be careful of that we don't price the poorest people out of the rec facilities and that, because it's like playing baseball, whatever it is. We have to be very, very careful of that. And Councilman Mayor, you mentioned that it was like you compared it, the budget to a family, and that's right. But, Madam Mayor, if you consider what you would do with a child that maybe had a disability or a child that didn't have the ability to earn as much as other children, you channel a little more of the family's finances into the person that needs it. And that's the way families work. And that's kind of the way I think this city should work, too. Thank you very much.
Good message. Our hope is to give everybody equal education so they have equal opportunities in life. So we're working on that as well.
Equal
But certainly-
education. Excuse me, I just wanted to say equal education so every individual can reach their own specific full potential.
You said it better than I did, but that's where it starts, is right away. So we appreciate your comments and your loyalty here to coming and sharing your opinions with us. We are on to agenda item number 106, council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Knowing my council, every member has something to say, so we'll start with the bus rider who has to leave to catch his bus.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes,
Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Mayor. And yes, I have to catch the Centennial Express. Councilwoman and I both serve on the Regional Transportation Commission, but Councilwoman, I try to ride the Centennial Express at least twice a week when I know I'm going to be downtown all day long, trying to set an example. And it's easy and it's very inexpensive. So anyway, 3 announcements, Mayor and council members, and I'll get out of your hair. This is the last of our Movies in the Park run for the summer. I would like to announce that on September 20th at 7:30, or when the sun goes down, we will be watching Rise of the Guardians out at the amphitheater at Centennial Hills Park. It is free, as it always is. Bring your blankets and folding chairs. I believe Sliding Through will have their world-famous food truck out there for families to munch. And like I said, it's the last in our summer series, so come on out and don't miss it. The next item is very important to all of our wards. It is free Save a Life training out at Centennial Hills Active Adult Center. Compression-only CPR and AED training by our own Las Vegas and Fire Rescue guys. Of course, no certificates will be awarded for this free training, but it is a great life-saving technique. That's Wednesday, September 25th, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m., Centennial Hills Active Adult Center, 6601 North Buffalo Drive. Everybody knows where that is. You must be 13 years or older, and the reason why we were doing this for everybody is because we were doing it for the active adults. And a couple of moms grabbed me at the YMCA and said, well, I want to learn this stuff too. Can you open it up to others? So, and I know other council members are doing this in their respective wards. It is a great service to train our residents on life-saving CPR and AED training. For my final item, Mayor and council members, we are creating a cleaner place to live and play out at Centennial Hills Community Center and Active Adult Center. The Northwest Youth Empowerment Council and the Centennial Hills Active Adult Center need volunteers ages 13 and better to help us clean up that area around the Active Adult Center grounds. Volunteers will be collecting trash, raking leaves, trimming bushes. This is a great opportunity to volunteer, and we need more volunteers. This is Saturday, September 28th. 8 a.m. to noon. The first 25 volunteers will receive a free T-shirt, and lunch will be provided for everybody. So come on out, donate some time, help us clean up that area out there for the active adults and the folks that like using the Centennial Hills Community Center. And plus, you'll feel good about yourself. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Well, most importantly, too, go to your high schools. They've got a lot of young people who need to do some kind of social service.
Yeah, well, the Youth Empowerment Council, Northwest Youth Empowerment Council, that's 5 high schools we've got of high school students.
They'll come
grades
in
9 through 12 that are all coming out there, and they're the ringleaders. They're in charge of running this thing. So,
how about our lost child?
Pardon me?
Missing child?
I don't have a missing child this week, so that's a good thing.
And your family's so large.
Yeah, and my family is very large.
Happy trails. Go on your way.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. And let's go down since last was Councilman Coffin, so you're up next.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll have a great teen shopping day at the East Las Vegas Community Center coming up September 21st, be in the daytime, 10 to 2. You know, kids that don't have any money or they're really, you know, low on that budget can come by and get free clothing or gently used, shall we say, just like I gave Councilman Barlow, you know, who needed a new shirt. We also have shirts for kids there. But there'll be supplies for school, shoes, accessories, and hygiene products. So this is a good thing for kids. Again, that's Saturday, the 21st of September from 10 to 2 at the East Las Vegas Community Center. We also have the second meeting in a series of 4 on the Transportation Walkable Community Plan for Ward 3. And this is in that area of 5 points. We have it up in both Spanish and English. And in this case, 5 points is, you know, the area where Fremont comes together with Eastern and 25th Street and Charleston. So it's a busy area. We're trying to make it more walkable for people so they can reach services. This is the second meeting coming up. We had a good one on the 11th at Chuck Minker Center. I had to be out of town for that one, but I'll be in town for the one on the 24th. That's our next meeting, 6 to 7 p.m. at the Las Vegas Community Center, East Las Vegas Center at Eastern and Stewart. And by the way, we also have meetings in October, 2 of them, but we can announce them later. Again, Councilman Ross does not have the last movie of the year. Ward 3 thinks it may have the last one. We have Wreck-It Ralph, and Councilman, you're welcome to come over and enjoy it. And bring a chair. No, he's already gone. Bring a chair and a blanket anyway, anybody can tell him that. Wreck-It Ralph is a funny movie, and it's for all ages. We're going to start at dusk, although the notice says 7:30. I think that the dark time's going to be coming earlier so you can get home earlier. Friday night, September 27th. Popcorn and bottled water provided by us. Coming up October 5th, from 9 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock, again at the East Las Vegas Community Center, we'll have Project REACH, which is a bi-national health week event. We'll have free exams, immunizations, free entertainment, a lot of things that can be done for you. You know, if you've been putting that off, if you've been putting off the shots, come on by and don't get sick like 2 members of our council are right now. You can beat this. Come by and get a little look. We'll have referrals for pap smears and mammograms for the ladies. For members of the council, we'll have BMI and body fat analysis and regular physicals for all other normal human beings. So please, please come on by for this. It's a good occasion. And last but not least, a big deal happening on October 7th. So we're giving you plenty of notice of this. The newest and greatest fire station in the valley is going to have a groundbreaking ceremony. Everybody is invited to come, every council member, because everybody, including those who have nearly all served on the council longer than me, have done a great job keeping our fire department going. And this is a much-needed station in the east part of the valley. And that is Monday, October 7th at 10 a.m. Put it in your calendar. Bonanza and Page, which is actually in the area of Bonanza and Lamb, for those who have a map on hand. But our office will be able to give you more precise instructions. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, I'll be brief in my comments. We have Coffee with the Councilman coming up on October the 3rd, Rancho and Bonanza, so feel free to come out, Coffee with the Councilman at Starbucks, 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman.
Yahoo! That was to make sure he was awake. You see? He got it. All right. Just tell you that we're having coffee with the mayor in Ward 1 tomorrow at M&M Soul Food. Did you get that, Mr. Coffin?
I'm sorry, I'll be there.
Okay, I'll
Good
make sure.
food. You should come.
Yes. This is Audrey Agassi's hangout when he lived in that West Charleston area. So there is really good food, and it's at 3923 West Charleston. That's the corner of Valley View and West Charleston. M&M Soul Food. It'll be 8 to 9:30, and all I know is all my grandchildren love to eat there. And if I go and eat there, I'll gain 10 pounds in one day. But please come out and meet with the mayor, all the people that have questions, because we're very fortunate she's going to be in our ward. And then Saturday, September 21st, next Saturday, this coming Saturday, we will have the cleanup in Firefighters Memorial Park with McDonald Corps volunteers. Anybody else who wants to come and volunteer, we certainly would appreciate your help. It starts at 8 a.m. in the morning, and it's a big help to us to have people work with us in our parks to keep them up to quality. And then, if you don't mind, I do have something from Councilman Beers.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
And we hope you're better if you're still watching. I hope you're getting better right away.
Yes, and don't give us any more germs. Okay, I would do a little here, you know, for the, might as well make it fun at the end, Mayor. For Councilman Beers, I'd like to say that the Elks Lodge is working with the Computers for Kids program. That's our Elks Lodge on West Charleston, 4100 West Charleston Boulevard. And residents are asked to drop off their computers and also any other electronics equipment that you have at the lodge, starting at 11 o'clock to 2 p.m. this coming Saturday. If you have any questions at all, please call 258-3557, 258-3557. The computers that you donate will be rebuilt and given to children who need them and have no other opportunity to obtain a computer. And the other electric products that you give us will be scrapped, and the proceeds will be used to help kids get new computers. All disk drives are securely destroyed by licensed professionals in a secure room, and Councilman Beers guarantees that. It's a great time for us to get together and try and help those who don't have computers. My understanding is that they're supposed to be doing computers now for about $200 each for children in Africa. And I haven't seen any yet in our area, and I was just wondering if anyone knows, would they let me know about it?
Well, and also, do you happen to know old cell phones, are those to be turned in as well, or no?
Yes, they can be turned in as well, and they'll keep them separate and put them in the separate place.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of items. First of all, we're going to have our first annual Taste of Shakespeare in Summerlin. This is a partnership between myself, Councilman Beers, and the Howard Hughes Corporation and the Summerlin Council. We've decided to put kind of a fun day together. It's going to be Saturday, October 5th, from noon to 6 p.m. at the Hills Park in Summerlin. It's right off of Hill Point. It's going to be free of charge, so if you come out from noon to 6, we're going to have different vignettes on different Shakespeare plays. These are professional Shakespeare actors, so it's going to be a great show. We're going to have, you can bring the kids out. We'll have face painting, balloons, so you can bring your blanket out, some food, and spend a day out there watching Shakespeare and watching your kids run around and just enjoying the day outside and watch a little Shakespeare. So.
And is the Shakespeare from the Shakespeare Company that we have locally?
Yes, it's a local, yes, it is.
Shakespeare Company,
Yep,
great.
exactly. Second of all, I'd like to invite the businesses in Ward 4 to my Ward 4 Business Network. That will be tomorrow night, Thursday, September 19th, 6 p.m. at the Durango Hills YMCA. This is a way for the businesses in Ward 4 to get together, network a little bit, talk about some of the issues that are occurring. Talk to me about some of the things they need from the City of Las Vegas. We're going to have a guest speaker. It's going to be Sean Fellows, who's the Director of Government Affairs for the Greater Las Vegas Association of Realtors, and he's going to give us an update on residential and commercial properties up in the Northwest Area Command that may have an impact on the businesses that are trying to operate up there. So please come by and
He's
want to make
very
sure.
entertaining. He's very good.
He's a very good speaker, and we just want to make sure our businesses are growing and thriving, and the City of Las Vegas is doing what we can. Next, of course, this is not in the City of Las Vegas, unfortunately.
But it's okay.
It's in the county, but it's the annual Greek Food Festival's coming up. It will be held at the St. John the Baptist Greek Orthodox Church, which is located at 5300 El Camino, which is El Camino and Hacienda. It will be held Friday, September 23rd, from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday, September, did I say September 23rd?
It's 27th.
27th, I get dyslexic.
2 weeks
Saturday,
out.
September 28th, from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and Sunday, September 29th, from noon to 10 p.m. The event is held on the church grounds. We have some great food and desserts, baklava. We'll have Greek dancing. Mayor's always invited, just like everyone else on the city council, to come out. It's a great way to be Greek for a weekend, and all the proceeds go to St. John's Greek Orthodox Church to support our community center. So please come out. That is one of the biggest events in Las Vegas, actually in Clark County, but we call everything Las Vegas. And then for Councilman Beers in Ward 2, he would like to invite you to Beers with Beers, Thursday, September 26th, from 5:30 to 7:30 at the Porch Light Grill, located at 8416 West Desert Inn Road. It's the east end of the Vaughn Shopping Center at Durango. Come out and have some good conversation with Councilman Beers, have a couple of beers, and it's Thursday night football, the 49ers versus the Rams, Colin Kaepernick against whoever the quarterback for the Rams is, and I can't remember who that is right now.
And it doesn't matter who they are. Kaepernick's the best. He's a UNR grad.
Yes, and that's all I have, Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And I will just advise everybody that Wednesday, October 2nd here at City Council Chambers at 9 o'clock. I'm not sure if there is development that morning or not, but anyway, our city council's at 9 o'clock on the 2nd. Councilwoman spoke to our wonderful coffee tomorrow. I'm looking forward to being at M&M with her, and we always have a great time. Monday, September 23rd, we will be celebrating and honoring our wonderful young people during Children's Day in Nevada. Now, in our household, it was always Children's Day. I don't get this.
Yep.
And it still is Children's Day in our household. There are always many special programs going on across the valley, including it in our schools, at our fabulous Las Vegas Natural History Museum, which is a must. You need to go. I encourage you to participate with your children, and I will be kicking off festivities at Matt Kelly Elementary School, where I look forward to meeting with these wonderful young people who, some of whom are going to work very hard to grow up to be future leaders in our great state. Other issues that I have here are just to put on your calendars. October 26th, it will be the 15th year in a row that I've attended and spoken at the Alzheimer Walk. First it was at Hill Point. Now it's been held for the past several years at the Fashion Show Mall. Again, Saturday, the 26th of October at 8:30, just so that you have it in advance. And our first inaugural, fabulous, going to be phenomenal, Life is Beautiful Festival is right around the corner, scheduled for Saturday, October 26th and October 27th, right here in downtown. And for those of you who want to take a peek ahead of time, just go to their website, www.lifeisbeautifulfestival.com. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. And have a good, safe time, everybody. And think of Councilman Ross on the bus.